Sa apat na may giting, dalawa lang ang makakalampas pero isa lang ang uuwing kampiyon ngayong araw na to dito lamang sa CFS PH Impact Summer Playoffs. Okay, gandang ko man sabihin at biggasin yung mga salitang yun pre kasi today is a good day para mag-celebrate tayo ng Stage 1 ng ating playoff. Salvatore, siya nga pala si Sneaky Frog, may makakasama nyo ngayong araw na to para sa una nating serye and I can't wait talaga pero di na ako makapag-antay pa.
Yun nga men, di na rin ako makakanta dito. Obviously, looking forward dito sa ating top 4. It's been, 7 weeks? 7 weeks worth of group stage games. And finally, nakarating na nga tayo dito on the final turn. Obviously, 4 teams already out of the tournament. And, ayun nga, we finally approached the final turn dito pare. Semis, of course, you know what that means, Salvatore. Whoever wins their respective best of 5 ay makakapasok dito sa ating regional play-in, which means, ayun nga, you do have a shot for that year-ender tournament pare. Most likely in China.
Yeah, teka lang no. Kailangan muna nating ng refresher dito via the tournament format. At saan nga ba tayo nagpang-abot mula sa 7 linggo ng laban dito lamang sa Crossfire Impact no. So yun nga, nung una sa group stage meron tayong 8 teams pero dun sa 8 yun 4 lang ang makakapasok via a single round robin best of 3. Pero eto na nga pre, sa ating huling hantungan ng PH Impact playoffs na nga tayo with the top 4 advancing into the single elimination best of 5. Pag nga naman talaga no, deadly ang playoffs dito mo talaga matetesting kung sino nga ba yung mas umangat sa competition at sino yung mas consistent kumbaga no. For the prize pool of the $2,500 $700 ang mapupunta sa champion, second place pupunta 500, third place $400 so on and so forth. Ang laki ng agwat talaga ng mga prize pool natin no pre. So sa $700 na yan, life changing na yan pre.
For sure, that is life-changing money no for most of us dito sa ating tournament. Obviously, yun nga, no, you could also treat yourself to a good feast right after ng tournament natin considering medyo madami-dami din ang ating $700. But of course, we're gonna take a look at our bracket dito sa ating tournament pare para malalaman naman natin kung ano yung playoff picture and it is looking likely like this. MATTJESS versus Ria 7 sa top side ng bracket natin. Sunday SHROOMS versus Heroics para dito sa ating bottom side bracket. So 3 Cebuano teams versus the last Manileño team standing pare.
Yun talaga pre no. This would have been really different kung naipanalo lang talaga ng Sunday SHROOMS yung laban nila up against Vengeance. Mga kalaban sana ng Sunday SHROOMS yung Ria 7 which I would think is their rival no. And MATTJESS and Heroics would be pretty poetic pre. Magandang laban yun actually para sa isang bracket to. Pero dahil nga pinas lang ng Vengeance ang Sunday SHROOMS, they will be moved to the second seed kaya magiging second seed versus third seed tayo. That being Sunday SHROOMS tsaka Heroics no. So yep, malaking factor to kung bakit ganito na yung itsura ng ating bracket. So sa mga huling laban ng group stage natin, it was a make or break talaga no. Hindi nakahabol si Vengeance tsaka si Cypher Pro Team. In-overtake talaga ni Ria 7 talaga yung ating 4th seed. So yun, punta naman tayo sa ating player stats pre. For the 7 weeks ng competition dito, gusto ko makakita ng mga magagandang numero at kitang-kita mga naman pre mula sa KDA pa lang. Zach, the continuous and consensus MVP pre all throughout the competition. Siya nga talaga namumuna sa ating KDA.
Yun nga, I mean, Zach has been on a generational run no dito sa ating MATTJESS. Despite the loss dito sa SS pare, I feel like Zach has probably been one of the best, if not the best player na nakita nga natin dito sa Impact. Maybe itong si Zolek could be in competition as well, being number 2 dito sa HNK. Pero, ayun nga no, I mean, we're already seeing yung the cream of the crop dito sa ating playoffs in the KD. I mean, you have J-Kim, X3D, Ajax, J-Vice. I think yung wala lang talaga dito sa playoffs, pare, are some of the HNK members, which is itong si A42 actually topping the HNK.
Yeah, parang no, kung naglaro lang talaga si A42 dun sa mga huling linggo ng PH Impact, feeling ko mas tataas pa yan no. Tapos si Zole, kung hindi siya nag-underperform up against Al Sovereign, for sure number 1 siya pre. Kasi for the past few days talaga, pinakita ni Zole kung gaano kasimple para sa kanya yung pag-headshot no. After that 1v5 up against Cypher Pro Team, napaka-solid dun pre. Yun na talaga yung naging highlight moment niya at feeling ko yun din talaga yung nag-catapult sa kanya kung bakit siya nasa number 1 ngayon. Kills per round pre, without a doubt talaga, J-Kim, tamang-tama na nandyan siya. Pero pre, iba pa rin yung feat pag hindi ka lang nasa isang stat standing no. Si Zach kinobra, KD pati kill per round. So, MATTJESS meron talaga silang diamante sa roster nila no.
For sure. I mean, lagi namang talent field yung Cebu, in all honesty. Ayun nga, there's always, a new player lurking around the corner na gustong mag-prove sa sarili nila na sila, kaya nila makasabay with the best. And it feels like, ayun nga, Zolik being one of them, pare, has been, a pretty nice surprise para sa tournament natin. And hopefully, we see the best of him later in that heroic series, pare. But of course, I think we're gonna take a look at today's matchups, of course. And ayun nga, we're gonna take a look at the first series, which is gonna be itong matches for R7. And match number 2, of course, mamayang 7 p.m. It is gonna be Sunday Shrooms and Heroics. By the way, guys, once again, it is best of 5. So medyo mahaba-haba yung araw natin, pare.
Tama dyan, no? At grabe nga naman talaga yung sasapitin talaga na itong apat na team sa to, no? At kayod kalabaw talaga para makuha talaga yung titulong kampiyon. Kaya guys, samahan nyo kami dalawa ni Sticky Frog sa isang buong gabi ng punong-puno ng Crossfire. Dito lamang tayo live sa page ni Crossfire Philippines. Like and share na nga yung stream at follow nyo nga si Crossfire Philippines sa mga karagdagang updates tungkol sa Crossfire at Crossfire Esports. No? Shoutout nga pala sa ating mga maigiting na 99 viewers natin dyan. Sana umangat pa nga yan the moment na magsimula na nga tayo ng laban natin dyan. Shoutout nga pala kay Dieter Ortega na nagpapa-shoutout dyan sa comment section natin. Sa mga gusto magparinig dyan sa comment section, mag-comment lang kayo dyan at gagawin namin ni Sneaky yung best namin para mapansin namin yung isa't isa, knowing na syempre kayo talaga ang nagbababuhay sa ating mga laban natin. No? Eto, yun na nga pre, for our opening matchup for today, Ria 7 versus MATTJESS. Ang rematch ng last match ng week 7 no? Na kung saan MATTJESS ang nagwagi 2-1 rather, no? Kasi nagkaroon pa ng onting alitan doon sa Black Widow, kaya nagkaroon tayo ng Ankara map, and now MATTJESS finishing that really strong. Pinakita ng MATTJESS na parang kahit anong mapa pwede nga nilang kunin no?
Yun nga, no, it was only a bit of trouble dito sa Black Widow, but of course, alam mo naman, knowing yung Black Widow, there's a lot of stuff that can happen sa mapa na yun. But I feel like on more standard maps na kagaya nga na nakikita natin on Ankara, maybe sub-base para dito sa MATTJESS, it's a lot more of their pace pwedeng kang tawagin dito. And I feel like itong MATTJESS, ayun nga, anything that is outside of Black Widow, kasi surprisingly, no, despite yung speed na pinapakita ng MATTJESS dito, it's still pretty structured at the end of the day. Alam nila kung anong objectives yung kukunin nila dito. So, ayun nga, no, gonna be very interesting how they're gonna pull that out against R7, especially fully knowing na meron ng prior experience itong R7, no, pare.
Yeah. It is going to be a solid fight para sa Ria 7, no? Matesting nga nila kasi parang pinakita kasi ng Ria 7, no? On an analyst standpoint na medyo fluke yung 4 wins nga nila, no? Kasi from dun sa mga natirang 3 linggo pre, wala pre, sunod-sunod na nga talaga yung talo nila, no? Huge losses mula sa MATTJESS tsaka Sunday Shrooms. Medyo na-derail talaga yung mga expectations natin mula sa kanila kung playoff ready nga ba sila. At ramdam na ramdam mo talaga yung shakiness kasi hindi nila makuha yung tamang formula tsaka consistency. Tulad ng Sunday Shrooms tsaka MATTJESS na feeling ko nga naman talaga mataas yung antas ng level mataas yung antas ng competition para sa kanila. And as well as yung gameplay. Kasi J. Kim and Zach, very huge standouts para sa rosters nila, no? But for Ria 7, feeling ko despite the carry potential ni Jeff Rax or even ni Charles, hindi pa rin talaga nila naabot talaga yung finish line, no?
Yeah, I think yung pinakamalaking problema lang talaga dito na R7 is really their inconsistency, no? I mean, they're a very good team, don't get me wrong, pare, pero nagkakaroon talaga na moments where they just get straight up lost dito sa mapa natin. I feel like it's 5 different players trying to do 5 different things at the same time, no, pare? So, ayun nga, R7 gonna need to be a lot more together para sa series na to, especially fully knowing na, yun nga, no, MATTJESS likes to target weak sides of the map, and pag di kayo aware sa ganun na laruan, no, dito ng MJ, then, yun nga, malulunod kayo dito, pare.
Yeah, speaking of, no, kailangan natin malaman kung ano nga ba ang dalang kargada dito ng MATTJESS via DAS Team Stats. Very malakas yung pinapakita ng MATTJESS all throughout the season, at kitang-kita mo nga naman talaga sa GR side nila talaga sila pumapaldo dito with a huge 70% win rate para sa kanila, at lalo na nga rin dito yung KD ni Zach na namumuno na nga ngayon with a 1.52 KD. So every time na pupwesto na talaga sa global risk ang MATTJESS, kinakatakutan nga talaga to, no? The double sniper, feeling ko nga naman mas angat to kaysa sa mga ibang teams.
Ayun nga, men. Pag kinalaban mo dito yung MATTJESS, no, feeling mo dalawang rails yung nakakalaban mo dito, men. Kasi very capable naman itong si Zach pagdating sa high-level sniping, no. Main for example, support, you can probably place him sa top A. Rels could be busy fighting itong mid and itong B side. It opens up a lot of opportunities, especially para sa GR side nila na ma-activate itong si Rels, at least the more aggressive part na dito, knowing na itong si Zach, he could just be in the backline, you know, watching yung angles, fully knowing na very capable naman siyang mag-hold dito. Pero si Ninkyu, Yaba, and itong si Jason have been a very solid trio, especially itong si Yaba pare, no? Fully considering sino na ba yung mga produkto dito ng Abilion Gaming that are actually flourishing. I mean, it's him, tapos si CBN pare. So, malay mo, there could be a third Abilion Gaming member somewhere dito sa Impact na can prove us, can prove a surprise.
Yeah, solid Abilion Gaming. Shoutout kay A7J nga na naman, no? Kasi hindi ko alam saan mo talaga hinuhukay yung mga talento, eh, no? At nakakuha ka na nga lang bigla ng diamante. Tulad nito ni CBN. Shoutout nga pala sa kanilang dalawa ng kabebe time niya. Pero mamaya na yung pre. Dito naman tayo kay MATTJESS na kung saan dalawa lang ang naikubra nga nilang talo, no? I know, isa lang actually, no? And that being Sunday Shrooms. So, very very close fight actually, no? Parang umabot pa nga sa point na kailangan pang kunin ng MATTJESS yung Black Widow. Tapos wala. Nung nag-compound na nga sila, nadali na sila dito ng Sunday Shrooms, it definitely showed na JKim really had it going when it comes to going for the momentum. Kasi malaking factor talaga kung bakit gumagana ang Sunday Shrooms sa momentum nga nila. For MATTJESS, they usually crumble pero malakas yung recovery naman nila. No? Pero kailangan nga nila magbigay ng kung ilang rounds pa para makita nga natin kung ano yung epekto netong MATTJESS. Kasi it feels like they can read off the map. Malakas nga naman talaga kasi nandyan si Yaba, nandito naman si Ninkyu. But the pick off, malakas nga din naman mula dito kay Zach, pero we're not just seeing that much from the rounds na nakita natin nung laban nila ng Sunday Shrooms. Pero over time, nag-improve nga naman siya.
Yeah, pero I think yung kailangan talagang isipin dito ng MATTJESS, no, for the side of R7 is they really have to watch out for Ajax still. Kasi, ayun nga, granted, this team, yun nga, likes the more funner side of things dito, yung R7, they still have very deadly shooters on the squadron, pare. And R7, pare, I think we're gonna expand the discussion a bit dito sa ating R7, probably showing their team stats very, very soon. And ayun nga, I mean, overall, solid naman dito yung R7. Granted, may mga moments talaga na, it's questionable. Pwede ka nating sabihin dito, Salvatore, especially galing kay Jam at kay Charles for some of the other games. Pero, ang ganda ng itsura kasi ng mga pop-off games. Yung games na gumagana sila actually.
Siguro malaking tulong din na nagkaroon ng reunion si Charles at si Jam bilang magkakampi ulit dito sa Ria 7 no? Kung bakit may chemistry na nabubuo at sila mismo talaga yung nagpapaliyab ng lobby, no? So with the exception of Jeffrox, kasi Jeffrox already malakas na nga naman talaga on the get-go. So kumbaga dahil nga produkto to ng ilang taon ng MATTJESS tsaka ng Gaon Gaming, Jeffrox is just able to mow down the competition. Even the match against MATTJESS talaga, no? Yung pag-hold niya ng mid, especially pag-e-entry na nga rin siya, parang ang lakas no? Every area kubrang-kubra talaga ng Ria 7 no? So kumbaga pag pinagsama mo si Saito tsaka si Allen Iverson pagdating sa practice, eto talaga si Ria 7, solid nga naman yung magiging performance nga nila, but at the same time volatile, prone sila sa mistakes, pre.
Pag tinanong mo yung isang player dito, pare, pag sinabihan mo ng practice, sasabihan, practice? Talking about practice, pare. Walang ganun dito sa Impact. Pero yun nga, we're gonna take a look at the team data. Obvious losses galing dito sa Sunday Shrooms. I was actually surprised na dumating pa tayo sa map 3 nung time na yun. But then, the Sunday Shrooms kind of capped it off dito sa map number 3. Obviously, losing against itong MATTJESS. Went to map 3 up against itong Vengeance where they were kind of rolling up, no, in terms of yung momentum natin dito. And also, take it to a third map dito na Cypher Pro Team. So there's a lot of spotty things para dito sa R7, pare. Pero yung makapanalo nga nila dito, napakaganda tignan. But then, some of the other wins are more closer than expected, especially knowing na mga lower table teams pa yung nag-cause nun.
Ito pre, yung heroics talaga, feeling ko yun nagkaroon ng hinanakit ang Ria 7 kasi a lot of eyes were on R7 talaga when it comes to playing the rounds better. Pero grabe, X3D just fully activated para talaga bawian yung mga dati niyang kakampi, no? So dahil doon nagkaroon ng paghihirap ang Ria 7 at bigla nga natin nakita na parang hindi pa ata sila handa. Ngayon, punta naman tayo sa keys to victory. Ano nga ba ang susi ng dalawang team sa to kung paano nga nila makukuha ang panalo, pre? So para dito sa MATTJESS, walang iba kundi si Yaba. Bakit nga naman hindi? Kasi silang dalawa ni Ninkyu talaga yung masasabi mong fairly strong. Like super lakas nga naman talaga na hindi mo mapagkakait. So dahil kay Yaba, ayon dito kay Keys to Victory, Yaba is a strong contender against any star player with momentum on their side. Malupit din ang flexibility nila. Si Rels kayang mag-attacker o maging top tier sniper kasama si Zac sa maps tulad ng Ankara at Black Widow. They're also one of the few Cebuano teams with solid defaults and zone plays. At yun naman talaga ang dala dito ni MATTJESS.
Yeah, for sure. So, especially knowing, no, ang bilis nila mag-setup ng mga ganun like zone and any trap plays dito sa mapa natin, you really can't see it coming kasi pag nakita mo na isang player, that's the rest of the players with them as well. And yung pub style naman, no, para dito sa R7, which is their keys to victory, walang takot pub style panalo sa masa. You know, Ria 7 brings a fun vibe, pub style ang laro agresibo at walang takot. Sina Jeff Rocks, JCT Jam at Charles na laging nagpe-pressure ng kalaban sa mabilisang execute, while Charles and Ajax provide backup support to counter enemy lurkers. I think that's a pretty accurate description naman ng R7 dito. They're a fun team. Ayun nga, granted yung style nila medyo erratic pare, pero dahil nga sa erraticness ng playstyle na yun, that makes them very unpredictable dito sa CFS PH IMPACT pare.
Yeah, it only goes to show na tama, medyo accurate nga naman talaga yung ating pub style ng Ria 7 kasi parang ang ganda kasi Compound at Black Widow yung favorite maps ng Ria 7 yun naman talaga doon naman talaga tayo dinadala ng mga gumagawa ng ADAP lobbies pag maglalaro ng ng pub. Sa pinagkaiba lang talaga ng Ria 7 yung executes nila like hindi mo siya pwede ikumpara sa Sunday Shrooms or even sa Vengeance na feeling ko nga nandun yung magandang level kung paano magkaroon ng default sa Compound pero Ria 7 padala lahat sa pillars, 3, 4, tapos bahala na lang kung sino gustong lumapit no? Hindi nga madalas sa kanila parang bumomba ng midcon which is one of the few defaults na pwede mong gawin para talaga ma-pressure yung blacklist pero di nila ginagawa yung they always play for retakes. Pag blacklist nga naman talaga makikita mo yung aggression nila, kina-cancel out kagad nila yung mga crossfire dito. Ria 7 feeling ko madadala pa rin nila yun sa playoffs
And ayun nga, R7 considering na tama yung description, it is probably, it's still like pop veterans dito pare na pinag-uusapan natin. And Vito naman, I think this is gonna go in the way of maybe itong sub-base. Siguro iiwasan ng R7 or itong MATTJESS, itong Black Widow. So most like it is sub-base, let's say Compound, maybe Ankara dito pare. Pero tignan natin yung map Vito.
Natin, map dito. Bigyan mo kami ng magandang laban na R7 tsaka MATTJESS.
Wow!
Ayaw talaga ng Ria 7.
Si
Ayaw magpatinag. Pero etong Eagle Eye na to, pre. Ang MATTJESS, we're still yet to see kung kaya nga ba nila makipaglaro dito sa mapa na to na kung saan pinahirapan nila kahit papaano ang Sunday Shrooms dito. No? So, if ever man MATTJESS heads into Eagle Eye, parang magandang testing grounds to kung ano nga ba ang naging 2025 off-season ng MATTJESS, kung na-ensayo nga ba nila lahat. Pero for the first 3 maps, for the first 3 maps, all I could say, lahat to papuntang sa direction ng MATTJESS,
Yeah, and this is also a preview para sa mga ibang teams that are in the play-in on how big the maps can be para sa mga ibang teams. Obviously, MATTJESS chasing to have a lot bigger of a map pool, hindi lang sub-base, hindi lang itong Ankara of course. Pero Black Widow, interesting na sila unang pumili dito considering what happened before dito sa kanilang team. But I feel like they kind of fixed yung mistakes siguro, so they're a lot more confident pagdating sa mapa na yun. I think you do have a point, Salvatore, about the Eagle Eye. I feel like yun nga, the rest of the members dito ng ating R7, obviously, they were in that infamous na Gown versus Motomac na game, and that took a while to finish pare. That took a while to finish. So in terms of experience and playing in this map, di naman nagkukulang dito R7, but still, MATTJESS looking great against Sunday Shrooms. Could be a good sign para sa kanila dito.
Solid na throwback talaga yun no? It shows na for Ria 7, sila dito yung yung masasabi kong innovator ng isa sa mga game style na hindi naman talaga ginagawa ng mostly Cebuano teams kasi for Ubek Mania or even for Gaon Gaming, very very disciplined din. No? So feeling ko Ria 7 dito na natin makikita yung attitude nga nila when it comes to playing. Prediction naman, Sneaky Frog, sanay na sanay talaga tayo sa mga 2-0, 2-1 pero kailangan na natin pahabain to ng husto kung aabot nga ba tayo ng Game 4 o ng Game 5. MATTJESS tsaka Ria 7, it's a very very close bout pero para sa akin MATTJESS 3-1 to pre.
Yeah, kind of on the same boat pare. Feeling ko yung first map na yun is probably gonna be a bit wild. So may chance yung R7 na makakuha noon, but I feel like it's a 3-1. Kahit sa Eagle Eye, man, I feel like it's a bit rough para sa kanila dito.
Yeah, so it's possible no? Kasi pwedeng kunin ng MATTJESS yung Eagle Eye. but at the same time, Rhea 7 has a strong blacklist dun eh. No? So medyo magiging challenging para sa kanila. If ever man, it will be close. Pero feeling ko mas malakas talaga mag-close out ng laban ng matches at hindi sila nagpapatinag talaga dun sa mga set point kumbaga. Kasi nakakita nga tayo ng mga instances where Rhea 7 really struggles para talaga tapusin tong mga laban natin, no? Excuse me, no? Medyo di ako makatingin. Pero going back, no, Rhea 7 just really struggles para tapusin talaga yung mga ibang mapa na alam natin crucial at mahalaga kung bakit sila nagiging malakas na team. So, if ever man MATTJESS is able to take Black Widow tsaka ang Karapre, ang laking factor nun kung iisipin kasi for the longest time, ang gusto talagang maging mapa talaga ng MATTJESS is either Black Widow or Ankara.
Oo nga. I think they're avoiding yung usual, no? Para dito sa CF teams in the Philippines where I think every single Cebuano team has taken a liking dito sa sub-base, but I feel like MATTJESS, no, fully knowing na medyo veterano na rin yung mga players natin, ayun nga, feeling ko mas komportable dito si Rels pagdating sa mapa ng Ankara. Also opens up more opportunities para kay Zach na to play that backline sniper, especially dun sa Miniter, no, on that A-long position. So, yun nga, I think there's a lot more options para dito sa MATTJESS, yun nga, even outside, even on sub-base. And also R7, no, would you take your chances in sub-base sa series na to against itong MATTJESS? Feeling ko hindi, pare.
Yeah, medyo mahirap talaga yun, pre. Like, could you imagine a map na nahirapan ang Rhea 7 up against Al Sovereign? Like, Al Sovereign really showed na they were still a formidable team. Like, ilang rounds din yung nakuha ng Al Sovereign dun, ha? And considering na Rhea 7 has a lot of players that really primed their way dito sa crossfire pagdating sa subbase, eh, no? Doon pa lang kay Jam, doon pa lang kay Charles, si JCD no mga panahon ng Gaon Gaming, kaya nga din nila i-prior tong mapa na to, no, but it was really fun. It was really tough para dito sa Rhea 7 na piliin talaga yung mapa na yun. Pero andito na nga tayo sa kauna natin laro, Sneaky Frog ng playoffs, best of 5 matches tsaka Rhea 7. Medyo matatagalan tayo dito mga boss, kaya samahan nyo kami dalawa kasi magiging madugutan laban na to.
For sure. Especially knowing dalawang Cebuano teams po to, and these are Cebuano teams that know each other a bit too well. Pero MATTJESS, long control para sa kanila dito. Short, more of the priority para sa R7. So, gusto yata nila magulat sa start ng round dito, men. Ayun lang, nagulat si NQ. First kill of the entire playoffs thanks to Jam. Jam peeking around the corner pero maybe a bit too aggressive para hindi na naspatan na meron pa palang 3 players na nandito sa HM.
Palagi na lang talaga, no, na merong control ng Rhea 7 dito lamang sa sa ES rather, no? Kasi gusto nga nilang i-pressure ang matches na i-force yung LA kasi mabilis na lang sila makakapag-rotate kagad doon sa may S, eh. So if ever man Rhea 7, pwede nga nilang i-stack yun pero paisa-isa yung yung pasok nga nila doon. Dahil kay Jam, dahil kay JCD, hindi sila nakapag-swing kagad. Good punishment para sa matches, 4v3 na nga to. And I feel like inaantay na lang ng matches yung timing nila ng util para lusubin tong LA.
Yeah, I think full expectation dito ng ng matches dito pa rin, no, at round number 1 was a full-on rush dito sa high mid, maybe more of that short position, no, pare, pero yun nga, waited around, plenty of time naman nung nag-iikot-ikot pa sila galing dito sa LA, so lot more map control than expected, pero yun lang, Rel spotted around the corner, Jason with the sniper, switched from the earlier fights, pero 3 players na nanggagaling dito sa LA, Pillar spotted, Charles with a nice shot. Pero Jason, 1 HP na nga. Zach, gonna have to open things up para sa kanyang bomb site. Pero si Ajax nakaabang na galing dito sa ilalim. And Jason na lang natitira in a 1v3. At mukhang hindi na siya makakalayo pa dito, men. 1-0 R7. Pretty calm defense galing sa kanila dito. At the same time, MATTJESS getting caught on some of these timings, man.
You can definitely feel yung magandang adjustment nila sa mid-round, eh, no? The moment na nawala si JCD tsaka si Jam, Charles and Ajax just took the long route, eh, no? Simplehan na nga lang nila yung magiging approach nila dun sa mga laban na kukunin ng matches. Kasi at the end of the day, matches is the one to force. Rhea 7 just took the high ground. Wala na silang kinilos pa. Anticipated dun sa mga angles na very unpredictable, pero nabasa din to kagad ng Rhea 7. Here comes another possible control ng Rhea 7, pero nagiging aggressive na nga matches papuntang BS, Jam and JCD, the duo. Can they hold off 3 members? Pero si Ninkyu mawawala na nga, no? Jam with a swing, pero mamamatay siya sa kamay ni Jason. Zach also getting a kill. MATTJESS ruling over the kill feed right now kasi nga sila ang nakakalamang dito with a 4v1. Jeffrox, what could you possibly do dito lamang sa may Stormy and Yaba with a beautiful swing. Ang laki ng bawi ng matches doon.
Yun lang. They tried to run back yung short play na nakita natin nung round number 1, no? Pero obviously, sila pa kayo nakot in that BS position. Hindi yun lang. MATTJESS with an immediate return dito sa game natin. Long is gonna be the objective para sa kanila dito. Pero tamang control lang naman. Parang kanina pang ginagawa to ng MATTJESS, no? Tamang long control, iwan natin either si Zach or si Rels and maghanap tayo ng ibang opportunity sa ibang side ng mapa. Pero meron silang option na i-pressure yung short dito, no? Pero wala kasi sa posisyon nitong si Jam at si JCD to actually swing, or not swing, actually cross papunta nga dito sa metal box. So it's all on the short players, pare.
Ayun, ito na yung one of the few fast-paced games na meron tayo between MATTJESS and Rhea 7 kasi two were very, very disciplined. Sa huli na nga nilang bato, no? Pero Jason and JCD trading blows. And so far, MATTJESS has been winning the trading game. Jam and Ajax, nakakaramdam na nga ng pag-connect dito sa paggulo sa LA at si Ajax nakapag-re-challenge pa dun lamang sa kalaban niya. Dalawang magdugo dito, no? Pero si Rels, buong buo pa ang buhay niya. Ninkyu with a very huge swing dito lamang sa may stage. At patuloy ang pagpupush ng MATTJESS sa mga laban na medyo shaky para sa Rhea 7. All of the duels, MATTJESS, nakukuha nga nila.
Yun nga, ganda ng flash doon ni JCD galing sa LA, no, pare. You can throw a flash all the way from there into short and ayun nga, you can get that setup going. And gusto ko yung cover doon ni Ninkyu in that mid-doors position kasi obviously, pag namamatay na yung teammates mo sa short, if you're that mid-door player, you're gonna try to get the trade back. So, really good coverages dito sa kanilang position itong MATTJESS. And ngayon, they're gonna decide to not take LA at all. Ngayon, gusto nilang umikot dito sa short. Maybe just place si Zach in this head glitch position pare and try and see if they can go LA this time. So parang binaliktad lang nila yung plano nila last time pare.
Sabi, no? Tama ba ako nakikita? Kasi hindi ko ginastos niya kagad lahat ng mga util niya, no? Para lang talaga i-fake out yung B-short. Not sure pero tingnan natin kung papaldo nga ba itong LA push ito kasi may magandang crossfire na nagaganap.
Wow.
Pero na-cancel out kagad ng MATTJESS, Rhea 7. What in the world happened pre ha? Medyo nagagulo ata yung communication doon. Ba't at nakalampas ang MATTJESS sa sarili nga nilang ter. And so far, MATTJESS, mas nakukuha nga nilang yung mga magagandang kills dito. No, Rhea 7 wala pa rin bawi after that round number 1 win. Charles and Ajax needs to make a play of their own. May kita niya si Rels dito naman sa may balko and Rels still wins the fight via the head glitch. Charles, medyo nasa kawalan ngayon.
Uy, parang narinig niya yata dito si Yaba. And that could be the C4 also down. Kung di maspatan dito si Charles, Rels spotted sa mid. Pero yun lang, there's gonna be another player dito sa mid doors. And that is a 3-2-1. And I like this innovation, man. Parang napaghahalata ang play of CF na yung nilalaro natin, oh. MJ literally just reversed yung ginawa nila dun sa last round. Literally reverse A-split lang yung ginawa nila. Iniwan nila si Zach sa short and they went for the full takeover dito sa long. That is some very impressive CF, pare. And speaking of impressive, pare, Rels from the top of the tower, pare, takes out itong si Ajax.
Yun ang isa sa mga unwritten rules na hindi mo pwedeng gawin talaga no, sa stage. Pikan talaga agad kung sino yung nasa SS ng kalaban. Oh my goodness, pre. Pero kailangan din challenge ni Ajax yun no? Kasi pwedeng pitasin yun ng R7 para, if ever man, hindi na magkakaroon ng split ang MJ. It's going to be a full-on 4-player commit. Pero hindi ko alam, pre, paano nagawa ni Rels yun considering na si Ajax yung may power position eh. So maganda yung bantay ni Jam tsaka ni JCD dito. Pero may coverage din si Jeff Rocks dito lamang sa may LA. MATTJESS, pwede nga rin sila mag-converge dito lamang sa may mid at iwanang nakasmoke yung Dorby para makapasok
yun
nga sila.
Lang.
Pero magpapaulan dito si Yaba dito lamang sa may BS pre. At nakiklear na nga nila lahat ng angulo. JCD gusto mang lason at mananalo siya up against Rels. Nakakaramdam si Jace at kailangan niyang ilaban to. Si JCD tutumba. MATTJESS reading off the map. Bukas na libro ang R7.
Grabe naman yun. May nakita may early utility dito sa short tapos hindi nila pinush agad. Napabalik yung mga R7 players all the way down to spawn. Men, sobrang natakot sila mag-hold ng pillars. And MJ just got the swing by for free, pare. Pero yun lang, Ajax, hindi magbibigay na basta ng libre-libre dito. Jeff Rocks will get itong si Yaba as well. Ninkyu will get Rels. Rels will get 2 as well. Yun lang. Naging 3 versus 2 pa nga Ninkyu. Rels duguan, Ajax. Nandito na sa may windows area natin. Can swing very, very soon if he can spot Jeff Rocks. Naglabas ng AK. Zach doesn't hear it. Ajax will get Ninkyu. Rels will go down as well. And what a round galing kay Ajax, pare.
Ang ginawa niyang walis tambo yung call dun no? Very, very basic matches. Hindi nga nila nakuha yung C4 dun at nagulantang na lang sila kasi ang laki ng in-split ng R7 para talaga ma-set up yung crossfire. It was very unpredictable kung saan papwersa dito si Jeff Rocks. Magulat-gulat ka na nga lang nung nakapasok nga siya dito ng bridge. All the way to slope ng RS, no? So, I feel like R7, dito na natin makikita yung tendencies nga nila na magalit talaga sa isa't isa at kunin yung mga aggressive positions. It's very crucial para kunin yun ng R7. Kasi nga, they are very known para talaga lasunin yung mga kalaban nila, especially Jeff Rocks and JCD na kumuha muna ng playbook mula dito sa Gaon Gaming. At nakikita na nga natin yun in full effect over to that last round. Feeling ko lang matches, they just need to get the timing right. Ang laki kasi ng chip damage na nakukuha nila sa early game
And yeah, the 1v1 default has been very effective. Flash dito sa short. No position's been taken yet para dito sa matches. Pero Jeff Rocks, kind of suspicious dito sa B-site. Is gonna decide na mag-metal box na lang siya dito. Pero naghahanap din yata siya ng angle for that long play. Zach. 3 smokes sa mid. Charles with the peek. Yun lang. Wrong place, wrong time. Jam rin. Medyo nahulog na dito. JCD will be right up next. Ajax. Nalaglag na sa hagdan pa. Remen hindi na kinaya ang depensa ng R7. Grabe MJ men. The slow setups. Usually parang, I wouldn't say na sobrang bilis naman ang gameplay dito ng MJ, no? But this is a snail space pare kumpara sa nakasanayan natin.
Di ko alam pre, nung pindutan ng meron ng matches pre from the last Black Widow that we saw, hindi sila ganito ka-aggressive pre Lalong-lalo na nga rin si Yaba na madali yung nakokontrol niya dun sa sa BS push. That's not very prevalent pre Hindi natin nakikita yun masyado mula sa kanila. Pero R7 really known for taking control dito lamang sa may ES, no? Pero matches, binibasic nga lang talaga nila yung mga fights dito, especially the util na binabato ni Ningyu tsaka ni Jason para makapag-open up sila ng space. So every time na may control ang R7, parang tinatanggalan lang talaga ng matches ng ganong kadali lang, no? Crossfire, smokes, yung mga duel dito lamang sa may door mid, ang bilis i-cancel ng matches So, it just goes to show na timing-wise, matches, nasa kanila yung laro ngayon, R7, parang inaantay lang nila kung ano yung magiging reaction ng MJ.
Yun nga. R7 in a more of a counterplay position dito, no, with Jam standing at the spike dito ng truck. Tita ang kanyang paa doon. So it is up to Ajax at kay JCD. JCD needs to go all the way down sa stairs. Kung makita siya dito from that short position, that is a done deal para sa kanyang ulo. Pero speaking of done deal, Zach gonna be the first one down para sa kanyang team. Dalawang naka-approach na dito sa A site. Yaba up next, straight to the dome with the AWM. Pero Nintyu with the return, hindi nila i-check si Jam dito na nasa kanilang likod. Jason will get JCD. Pero Jam from behind will get one. Pero Nintyu aware of his presence but a bit too low to do anything about it, pare. 5-3, R7. Medyo nakakahabol lang ka dito sa Black Widow, pare.
Sabi nga siyempre, kung laso na talaga para sa R7 no? At kinancel na kagad ni R7 yung narrative na mas malakas yung timing ng MJ. Hindi pre, si Jam talaga, inantay niya yung pacing dito ng matches para i-scout out yung buong espasyo ng A, no? Pero hindi yung train man lang. So nakakapagtaka for matches. Very fundamental yun pero nakalimutan nga ata nila paano maglaro ng basic crossfire. Ningyu, medyo matagal na laban pero siya makakuha ng huling tawa doon. Pero lamang pa rin ang R7 pagdating sa mga tauhan dito at MJ hinaharap pa rin nga nila dito yung control dito lamang sa main mid kasi pwede nga silang mag-converge anytime soon. Jam, alanganin na yung buhay, literal na one hit na nga lang siya. JCD and Ajax may control pa dito lamang sa may LA. So it's very simple. Pag may kaguluhan dito lamang sa may B-site, hindi mo na magre-respo si JCD. Ang pinaka-pwede nga nilang gawin dito is mag-abang na lang sa RS. Pero tinan mo, MJ, dinadaanan lang talaga mga miyembro ng R7. And Nintyu po made the way pa nga talaga. Grabe nga naman, Kobe Nintyu. 34 HP. Makakapagtanim nga ba sila ng C4? JCD parating na nga ng water. Ajax nasa stage. Pero nagpapaulan na nga ng util ngayon ang Rhea 7. 33 seconds. Medyo malayo pa ang R7.
Pwede nila i-pick yung stage, pwede nila i-pick yung house. Kailangan nila mag-decide dito kung sino yung una nilang ipipick in this 2v2. Pressure is on. Para sa mga players inside of the site, Ajax will get one gamit ang kanyang Colt. Stuck sa metal box itong si Jason. Jason will get JCD. Ajax na lang natitira. 15 seconds left. Jason full HP. Ajax tumudugo na dito. Ulo. Ang gusto niyang kunin pero yun lang katawan na nakuha dito ni Jason at nahulog na nga dito sa B-site. 6-3. MATTJESS with a 3-point lead dito sa first half natin as lilipat na sila sa GR side. And nakita naman natin yung statistics nila dito sa GR, pare.
Pinakita lang talaga nila pre, 60% win rate for a reason, no? Para dito sa matches, dito sa lamang sa GR side nga nila. And it was very dominating para din sa matches kung paano nga sila umatake, no? Lalong-lalo na nga dun sa 2v4 na nakuha nga nilang site. Napakaganda nga naman talaga. Like, no doubt about it. Wala na dapat ikadebate pa. Kailangan na magbubo ng Rhea 7 because the fallout continues dito lamang sa may second half. Ajax and Rails pinipikan yung isa't isa, no? Tinan mo naman yung tendencies ng dalawang sniper ng magkabilang kupunan na maging magalit talaga sa isa't isa. Kasi nga they really want that control. Lalong-lalo na nga rin kung kailangan nila magbawas ng isa pang layer ng sniper kasi yung crossfire na pwede mong makuha dito lang sa may slide tsaka sa may Dorby. Laking bagay yun. Tamo, nagkatagpuan pa si Rels no? Pero tinadhana nga pa sila. Si Ajax hindi. Pero si Rels ang nakatakda. Zack nakabantay sa may S pero hindi mo na tatama yung isa. Sasala nga muna. Pero yung dawa doon pa paldo si Zack. Pumangatlo pa nga talaga nga dito si Zack. What a double. And Jason gets a follow-up over to JeffRox. MATTJESS. Grabe ang gising nila sa araw na to.
Grabe men, masarap ang kanilang ulam, masarap ang kanilang gising dito sa ating Black Widow. 7-3, a 4-point lead, plus possible momentum for the rest of the half dito. Jam not expecting itong si Ninkyu, but Ninkyu is actually the one getting caught off guard. Pero si Rels pala ang mahuhulog dito as well. Yaba around the corner, pwede na salbahin yung round na to with a 3K. That's 1, that's 2. Can it be the third para sa kanya dito? Pero hindi. JCD with the denial, Zack with the leg. Hindi pa tapos ang laban dito sa A site. Good shot galing kay Zack. JCD, known entity, quick scope, hindi tatama. 1 versus 2, Jason 11 frags strong dito sa laruan natin. M4 in his hands. Nade lands in the face dito ni JCD. JCD will fall. That's a golden headshot pare. And a golden opportunity para kay Jason na i-clutch yung laro na to. Possibly an 8-3. Possibly momentum buried para dito sa R7. Pero si Ajax pala makakakuha. Grabe men ang back and forth na dalawang top fraggers natin men.
Tingnan mo naman yung challenge dun ni Jason no? Ang laki ng kumpiyansa niya dun. Sige, talagang iswingan ko yung AWM user ng R7. Si Ajax na solid nga talaga yung outing niya ngayon dito sa Black Widow. Pre, 12-8. The contribution is just amazing para sa R7. Yung full-on effort dito for an underperforming JeffRox na binubuhat na ngayon ni Ajax para talaga maitawid na lang second half na to. Ang laking bagay ng confidence na meron dito si Ajax para talaga yung mga ibang kakampi niya sumunod din. Spark plug kumbaga pre. Pero MATTJESS, they're taking it easy. Para sa kanila, no, every fight, kaya nga nilang kunin. From the first half momentum na nakuha nga nila, nililipat lang nila dito sa kabilang banda. And hopefully, MATTJESS, they could take whatever they can. At tulad nga dito, binombahan nga nila kagad dito si Jason. Hindi nila nakuha yung magandang crossfire. Pero Ninkyu, bago nga talaga pumunta dito sa lupa, makakuha muna nga siya ng dalawa dito. Huge para sa MATTJESS para maging tabla yung laban. Si Zack nakakaramdam. Naka-AWM, Jason hindi makakross dun sa may Dorby pre. Jason nakabantay sa metal box. Si Jason yung crucial dito kung paano hindi makakapasok ang Rhea 7 sa site.
Uy, di nila alam. Di pa nila check dito yung metal box. Pero JCD maybe revealing a bit too early dito pare. And yun lang, JeffRox with the check on the metal box player. Last two players left alive para dito sa matches. Ano yung decide nila dito? JCD on 1 HP. Ajax and JeffRox still pretty healthy dito sa laruan natin. 3 players or actually 2 players inside of the site. Merong naglalaro ng door at Waters dito. Gonna be a lot to clear for the matches squad. First player down para sa kanila. Yaba. Triple pick by R7. Making sure na makukuha nila yung round na yun. 5-7. R7, hold up. Second half magic para sa kanila dito pare.
Para kanina lang matches yung kumakancel ng mga crossfire pero R7 na yung gumagawa ng ganong klaseng game style ngayon. Every time na papwesto si Zack or even si Jason dito lang sa may slide, parang nakaka-cross ng madalian ng R7 mula door mid all the way to B site. So, R7, di ko alam kung anong anting-anting gamit nga nila dito, no? I feel like it's just the confidence boosted all over para sa R7. Medyo halata ka doon, Rels, kalmahan mo lang, boss. Mag-iingat ka sa mga binabato mo. Kailangan naman i-check yung PC mo. Paano tumama yun? JeffRox trying to do well at mananalo nga siya dito up against Ninkyu. And now, JeffRox, the lone member standing para sa R7. Napigilan nga kagad ng takbo dito ang Rhea 7 as MATTJESS. Ang laki na magiging bawi nga nila dito para ma-push ulit sa tatlo ang kalamangan. MATTJESS, foundation round para sa kanila para papuntang set point.
Ayun nga, 8 is the score dito na MATTJESS pare. One more and that is the ropes para dito sa ating R7 na squad. MJ, let's see kung kaya na lang tapusin to, men. I mean, so far, pretty bad games galing dito kay Charles at kay JCD, man. Not hitting as hard as you can, pero yung pinaka malaking surprise dito, pare, Jeff Rocks being 7-9. Has to be itong si Ajax leading the charge para sa kanyang team. But here we go, A-side take para sa R7. Who is gonna go down first? Between them and itong si Zach. Zach spotting metal box player. Charles down. Ninkyu on the underside dito na RS. Di pa naman nakuha dito A-side. Ajax through the smoke getting itong si Zach. And that's a clean shot galing kay Jam. 2 turns into 1 para dito sa MJ real quick. Yaba na lang natitira in this short position. And what can he do realistically, pare? Dalawang nakabantay dito sa short. It has to be a double headshot. Jam spotted dito sa ilalim pero i-wallbang na lang with the better weapon. 6-8. R7, di pa nagpapatalo dito sa ating Black Widow map. Pare, feeling ko nararamdaman nila. May chance pa to.
R7, kapit sa patalim no? Purong 50-50 yung mga entries nila na kahit delikado no? Bantay sa may train, bantay sa may short. Walang-wala yan para sa mga flashes na binabato para kay Ajax no? Very nice para sa R7 na meron mga silang laban dito, no? Hindi sila nagpapabaya sa mga pwesto nila. From Jeff Rocks kanina na 3-8, 7-9 na nga siya, no? With 5 kills going to the headshot department. Jeff Rocks, nabubuhay na ng dugo dito lamang sa may second half at lalo pang bumubuti ang kalagayan dito ni Ajax, especially Jam, na nagiging layer pa ng offense para sa R7 na kahit nga nagugulantang ang matches pagdating sa opensa, merong gulat factor pa rin dito si Jam na grabe, no? May pangatlong swing pa pala or second swing. So, very important dito si Jam para sa mga post plan nga nila. So, habang tumatagal, R7, nahanap nga nila yung mga magagandang plays dito. Whereas MATTJESS just rely on the early picks dito ni Zach or even si Rels. So, they're waiting for that opportunity. Kailangan lang ang kumilis ngayon ng MATTJESS.
Uy, Jason, maybe getting a bit too frisky, pare. Tatlo yung nakita na dito sa short. I think Ninkyu, you should back off, man. Pero nade gonna be sent. Yaba though, free cross para sa kanila dito. Walang nakapansin dito sa MATTJESS na squad. Pero MATTJESS will lose another player dito para Yaba. It has to be you taking out itong tatlong players. JCD spotted sa short. Pero he only gets one, unfortunately. So it has to be a highlight play from one of the snipers dito na MATTJESS in order to turn the tides. That's a good first shot. Galing dito kay Rels. Jeff Rock's gonna go down. Pero Rels, can he hit the second one? Uy, nakaalis pa nga dito sa site. Pero alam niya, dalawang na nakadaan dito sa A site. Good quick scope dito kay Jam. Turns into a 2v2 somehow. Pero meron din magagaling dito sa long Zach. From behind dito ni Charles. Ajax couldn't get the cover. Couldn't get the shot. 2 snipers against 1. Zach nasa triple box. Rels nandito sa loob ng bintana. Zach spotted. Quick scope not gonna hit. Ajax pulling out the sniper. Rinig yun dito ni Zach. Zach knowing his location. Missing another shot. Rels palapit ng palapit dito. Pero Ajax hitting that one. 13 seconds left. Sniper versus sniper. Pero yung pala, hindi na kailangan ng right click dito ni Zach. The no scope hits anyways. 9-6. MATTJESS on match point, pare.
Man, Ria 7, mali yung baryang na ibato nga nila, tinaya nila, pre. Grabe nga naman, Ria 7 with a risky 50-50 dun lamang sa may A-side, pre. Lalo-lalo na nga rin, no, nung binoba nga kagad ng matches yung opensa dito. Feeling ko di na lang nakakilos talaga ng gusto ang Ria 7 at tinamo naman Ninkyu. Gawa sa yellow yung ugat niya, pre, ha. What a ballsy push dun lamang sa may ES, pre, ha. Not the usual place para sa matches. Pero so far, Ria 7, hindi nga nila in-expect yun. At buhay ni Charles yung naging kapalit.
Nga, mapapasniper na lang dito si Ninkyu. Rel's gonna decide to go on the AK-47. Not too bad on that weapon at all dito, pare. Pero Yaba, not yet spotted dito sa Walter's position. But there is a bit of suspicion dito sa short. Jason, first frag, second frag, down third! Para kay Jason, the gatekeeper ng short. Last player left alive is gonna be Ajax. Half HP already dahil sa bala at sa grenade. Ajax, feeling ko.
Ajax.
This is gonna take quite the effort galing sa kanya men. Jason spotted sa mid, pero yun lang. Pupusta yata dito ni Ninkyu. Ninkyu with the Colt will get the better of Ajax, pare. 10-6. MATTJESS take their map pick of Black Widow, pare.
Very good para sa MATTJESS, no, pre. It definitely felt like a different MATTJESS ang nakita natin dito sa mapa na to, no. From the past few times na tinalo sila ng Sunday Shrooms or even Heroics dito sa klaseng mapa na medyo nahirapan ang MATTJESS. lalo ng Rhea 7 pre, no? Matches just delivered a very different play of performance na feeling ko hindi preparado nga naman talaga ang Rhea 7 doon, knowing na a lot of risks were thrown out in the wind dito para sa Rhea 7 na it resulted to sabihin nating even distribution ng mga round wins. Pero itong matches methodical talaga, binagalan nga nila ng konti, magiging aggressive sila dun sa mga mid round at hinayaan nga nila dito si Zack na mag-shine ulit at si Jason just really showing no sa mga dati niyang kakampi na grabe pre, ako pa rin talaga yung marunong pumaslang sa mga nakakilala sa inyo, no? So Jason definitely showed that second half para doon sa matches na feeling ko malaking bagay at malaking factor kung paano hindi nakaka-entry ang Rhea 7.
Yeah, time and time again nakikita ka natin dito si MATTJESS just fall dito sa depensa. Granted, may mga times na nakakapasok na talaga dito. I think R7's strength is just forcing their way in, papasok sa mga sites via their fights. And para naman sa MATTJESS, no, it felt a lot more intentional yung kanilang gameplay today, pare. A lot more paano ba sabihin to? A lot more assertive siguro pwede nga natin tawagin, pero not too fast compared to sa nakikita natin as per usual. Para naman sa R7, no, it's the usual stuff para sa kanila dito. I mean, it's the same aggression, same shots para sa kanila. And I feel like this is a result nga dito sa Salvatore ng us being in playoffs. I feel like itong MATTJESS really does want that redemption dito sa play-ins nga natin, no, fully knowing na ayun nga, play-ins are up in the air, man, especially sa mga balita na naririnig natin behind the scenes. So yun nga, there is a shot para dito sa MJ. R7 though, not yet out of the water pare, pero losing Black Widows definitely gonna hurt para sa kanila, considering na, ayun nga, that is the map where, a lot more pubby na playstyle, mas nako-complement yung mapa na yun. Pero, ayun nga, MJ, pinagalan, punishing what needs to be punished para dito sa R7, and yun nga, wala na sila nagawa at that point.
Yeah, for a next map like Ankara, feeling ko dito na mag-shine ng Rhea 7. Kung ano nga man gustong galit na lang ipakita dito, kailangan lang nilang ternohan ng magandang util nga naman talaga. Alamin lang nila yung lineups ng Room A para pampigil dun lang sa may akyatan, especially dun sa mga high mid na kukunin ni Ajax tsaka dito ni Zack, no? Kasi usually dun talaga magkakaalitan yung mga snipers, yung hotel, yung high mid, or even any bouts dito lamang sa may CA. So lahat ng yun kailangan lang talaga kubrahin ng Rhea 7. So kumbaga Dean's List lang. Iwasan lang talaga nila dito yung mga 50-50. Hayaan nga nilang yung matches yung mag-force ng play, kasi isa sa mga teams dito sa Impact is MATTJESS na palagi sila yung nagpupumilit, no? Kahit sila dito yung global risk. Rhea 7 malakas naman yung bawi nila dito lang sa may second half, pero hindi na nga lang nila nakuha yung success kasi nga feeling ko masyado nag-overstep talaga si Charles or even si JCD pagdating sa mga duels na time and time again, Yaba and Ninkyu, mas malakas na talaga yung kumpiyansa nila, and the prowess is just too strong for me.
Yeah.
So Ankara, nakuha nga to ng MATTJESS nung nakaraan, kaya nga ba nilang kunin ulit to sa isang mahalagang laban pa. Rhea 7, kailangan namin kayo bumalik sa laro pre.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, no, it's the more individualistic na gameplay rin dito ng R7. I think obvious naman MATTJESS has kind of practiced in the week prior, no, ng kanilang mga sets dito, and their spacing is perfect. Yung trading nila is perfect here. Nakukot lang sila sa mga timings from time to time, just like this galing kay Ajax. But then, kung dito nga na-catch yung early timing dito ng MATTJESS and you just allow them to play the 5v5 dito sa round, they're probably gonna have the better setup. So, para naman sa R7, yun nga, I think they can still keep that exact same style na kumukuha pa rin sila ng mga opening frags dito. But still, they're gonna need to be a lot faster pagdating sa kanilang mga reactions, no, sa pinanggagawa dito ng MATTJESS, pare.
Yeah. They definitely need to show a lot more prowess, no, para sa R7. Kasi nga, hindi lang tayo dapat na maalalay talaga sa isang department, no? That being the sniper. Ajax, from the first two halves nakita natin, malakas nga naman talaga yung pinakita niyang output, no? Pero Jeffrox, feeling ko medyo late na nga siya nakarating dito sa usapan na kung saan kada kill niya is mahalaga para dito sa MATTJESS. Nagkaroon tayo ng glimpse. Malakas talaga ang MATTJESS. Every post plant, every mid round, duel dito sa may mid. Sa lahat ng bagay talaga, hindi ko alam paano binibasic ng MATTJESS to, no? I feel like kada oras nga naman talaga naiisip nila yung mga gantong klaseng scenario, no? I think it's a matter of MATTJESS just knowing Rhea 7's game style way back in the day nga naman talaga, no? So malaking factor to kung parang hindi nakabawi sa second half, kasi gaya nga nasabi ko kanina pre, bukas na libro ang Rhea 7 para sa MJ, at ito nga ang ating set summary na kung saan wala nang iba kundi si Jason ang namuno ng ating KDA pati nga kills per round.
Yeah, 1.60 KD pare, 1 kill per round. This is pretty insane para sa rifler, no? And 12 AP, I mean, massive performance galing kay Jason at kay Ninkyo especially. I'm actually pretty happy na nag-perform dito si Ninkyo considering, you know, he's one of the more greener na players dito sa ating CFS PH Impact. But then, ayun nga, no, that second season para sa kanya has really been boding well para nga dito sa ating former MJB na player. Rels and Zach doing exactly what they need to do. Si Yaba naman didn't have to do much. He could have just sat back siguro and watched. But ayun nga, that downturn of a performance galing dito kay Jeff Rocks pare, and especially galing dito kay Charles, really hurt yung chances ng R7 sa mapa na to. But the set MVP, the man who gave them the most trouble pare, is Jason. 1KR, 1.60 KD, 0.12 or 0.12, 12 AP to 0.38 HNK. It's not an eye-popping performance pare, but it is a annoying performance para sa R7 either way.
Pre, bigla ko na lang na-miss bigla yung MJB, no? Sila talaga yung nagpaliyab talaga ng buong impactful last year at gusto ko ulit makakita ng ganung klaseng gameplay. Pero nagkakaroon tayo ng unting similarities dito, no? Kasi dalang-dala ngayon ni Ninkyu yung kaguluhan ng that is MATTJESS Blue from last impactful last year ng 2024, no? Ninkyu yung impactful frags niya all throughout the second half, damang-dama mga talaga, no? It's not just Jason getting the triple kills, it was also Ninkyu. Pero yung influence ni Jason being able to scout out as the second swing or even the third swing para talaga mapigilan yung mga entries dito, no? From short or even sa stage. Man, it was really nice na finally Jason is now stepping into the spotlight, no? Kasi from the past few days, Yaba or even Yaba or even Zach talagang namumuno. Pero Jason, maganda, no? Parang nakakita tayo ng rondo dito. Pero para sa ating second game, pre, teka lang muna mga ka-cross pare. Kailangan muna natin mamahinga muna panandalian kasi bago tayo bumiyahe ng Ankara, kailangan muna natin magtawag ng short break. Ako nga pala si Salvatore, siya nga pala si Sticky Frog. Ito nga pala ang PH Impact Playoffs. Magbabalik kami after this break. Welcome back! Kayo pa rin ay nakatutok dito lamang sa CFS PH Impact Playoffs na kung saan nakaunang dugo na nga ang matches up against Ria 7 1-0. Papunta na nga tayo sa Ankara mga kaibigan at bakit pre, malayo-layo yung biyahe to pre kasi feeling ko ito yung mapa na makukuha pa rin ng matches pero Ria 7 may laban sila dito feeling ko lang talaga kailangan nilang taasan pa yung confidence nila.
Tignan natin men kasi Ankara is also one of those maps na MATTJESS is also very, very good on.
Yeah.
Yun nga, obvious double sniper setup galing dito kay Zach at kay Rels, Ninkyu. After yun nga, whatever they did sa Ankara last year, baka mali mo magawa nga nila this year as well. So, Jason, paano naman kay Jason? I think he's gonna be fine. Yun nga, prior versions naman ng kanyang mga teams also play itong mapa na to. Para naman sa R7, man. Jeffrox always has a good Ankara game.
Of course.
That is a guarantee, pare. So, if hindi niya mapakita yung ginawa niya dito sa map number 1, that's gonna be great para sa kanya dito. Yun nga, if he frags out, of course, itong si HX is already having the hot hand early dito sa laruan natin. So, that could be a big factor para dito sa R7.
Yeah, so there is still a chance here for Ria 7 to make ends sa kanilang lackluster Black Widow no. Kasi medyo masakit para sa damdamin nga nila no, na every duel is just a loss para sa kanila no. So lalo na si Ajax na kahit papaano lumaban nga naman talaga nakakuha ng magandang timing lang si Jeffrox no, but in order to seal around para talaga tapusin nga nila medyo nagiging shaky para dito sa Ria 7. Pero one thing's for sure, isa to sa mga mapa na feeling ko nga naman na kayang-kaya kunin to ng mga GR pagdating sa mga retake kasi every time na may blacklist ka makikita na e-entry, agresibong nga naman talaga at hindi na aatras pa yan papuntang room or even sa stairs. Lahat ng yan gustong kunin ng blacklist at kung gusto ngayon bumawi ng Ria 7, ipakita nga nila talaga yung pub style gameplay nga nila na may pagka-aggressive but at the same time medyo may mga layer no, na unti-unti nga nila yung LA dito or even the fights na kukunin nga nila sa mid kasi Ajax and Zach is going to be revolutionary pre na maski yung kill feed nga naman talaga mananawa kasi puro pangalan nila yung makikita.
Ayun nga. That is the expectation para dito sa MATTJESS in all honesty, no? Considering na medyo mabagal pa yung kanilang laruan dito, men, na nagagaling dito sa Black Widow. And they can easily transfer it in a map kagaya nga ng Ankara dito para as we do get started. MATTJESS dito sa ating GR side, BL side para dito sa ating R7 squad. And let's see where the snipers are positioned para it seems like TB para dito kay Zach and it is the A side para dito kay Rels.
And this is R7 na malakas ang confidence nila pre pagdating sa pag-aatake no at ito ang field day dito ni Jeffrox pati ni Charles na magpaliyab ng at para bumawi si Rels nakakaiba yung pwesto dito at makakuha siya ng dalawa si Yaba nakaabang lang sa may EA lahat ng pumasok tumumba sa kamay ni Yaba pati ni Rels si Rels dito ang unang tutumba para dito sa MATTJESS sa pagbantay niya ng room pero JCD makakakit nga ng stairs dito at si JCD sa likod ng smoke makakrossfire siya ni Yaba papunta ng exit akala niya ata makakalampas siya MATTJESS played it fairly simple, pre. No, pag may kalaban, baril lang talaga.
Yeah, for sure. But at the same time, medyo mabilis yung pag-swing dito from that Vents position. No? Obviously, if you're the first Vents player, ano una mong titignan? Which is itong room and the right corner dito ng ating, ng ating EA. And, yun nga, unfortunately, di sila tumingin sa taas na meron palang Spider-Man doon with an AK-47, aka itong si Rels. So, unfortunate happenings. At the same time, Ajax should have swung earlier dito sa EA, pare. There's a lot of things na R7 could have done right around na yun, but it's the small things, pare. Yung small bit of timings that went very wrong, pare.
Yeah. Yeah, feeling ko nga naman nagkulangan lang sa flashes ang Ria 7 nun. At wala silang line-up no? Kasi pwede mong i-blind yung top A at the same time pati yung pati yung stairs mismo So, I feel like R7, yung confidence nga nila, okay naman, pero hindi naman sa gantong klaseng bagay na makakalimutan nga nila yung fundamental. That being the flash. Wag na wag sana sila magiging pabaya sa mga place na nakilala sila dito sa mapan to. And hopefully malaki yung magiging bawi nga nila, no? Wala masyadong movement para sa MATTJESS. Inuunti-unti nga lang ng Ria 7 tong bypass. Para kung if ever man na may makakita silang kalaban dito, mabilis lang sila makakapag-rotate ng hotel all the way dito lamang sa may LA to go for that fake out. But for Ria 7, all I know, malakas sila mag-commit.
Oh, pero Ninkyu, round the corner, off angle para sa kanya dito, gets caught immediately in that B site. Pero meron pa naman tao na nasa loob ng hotel, and that could be Jason. Zach getting itong si Charles, pero Yaba will get itong si HX. HM positioning gone. B site still wide open para sa R7 thanks to Jeff Rocks. Get itong si Jason, 2 versus 3. Actually, 3 versus 3. 2 players on barely any HP para at kasama na dun si Jeff Rocks. Jeff Rocks trying to get back from that position. Yaba will go down, 2 versus 3. Meron pang dalawang players na nasa loob ng high mid. 38 seconds left on the clock thanks to the C4. Pero dalawang sniper ga. Zach, Rels, 2 shots could make all the difference para sa 2v3 na to. Pero mapapaikot na lang si Rels. Zach around the corner, hindi niya naspatan yung nasa loob ng bato. At Rels will tap walk his way back from that second mid position. Meron na siyang AK, but he won't get to shoot it, pare. 1-1, R7. Successful hotel control at the same time, Ninkyu. You need to calm the hell down, man. Like, you stop jumping around dito sa B-side kasi dahil nga dun, man, he missed that very slight timing.
Ikaw ang bayani, Jeff Rocks. Bakit nabuhay pa ng susunod na araw ang Rhea 7 doon? Nice lurk play actually, no, from HE. Kasi feeling ko kung mawawala agad si Jeff Rocks doon, natadali siya ni Yaba. Hindi ko lang sure kung ano ang magiging kakalagyan ng R7 doon. Feeling ko mahirap yung pag-take ng site nila doon, no? Pero yung confidence umusbong para sa R7 kasi nga napigilan nga nila dito yung pag-pick mula sa RS ng MATTJESS. And every time na may movement nga naman talaga from the 2 snipers, ang galing na napigilan nga dito ni Ajax at ni JCD. Yung temptation kumbaga na i-challenge na nga lang. So, this is now R7 that's waiting on the site na lumaban na nga lang instead of the early bounce. Oh, Yaba, what a spam! Si Jam, grabe nga naman, tumatagas na yung dugo sa tagiliran niya, pre. At kailangan na mag-ingat ngayon ng R7 kasi purong mga chip damage yung natatanggap nila dito sa pag-aabang pa lang ng LH at saka sa pag-uubos ng util.
Yun nga, spamming dito sa top A. Will get those tracers going para EA. Another tag dito kay JCD. Yaba round the corner. Spotting itong si Charles. But Charles will get the headshot on Yaba instead. Rel sa loob ng A site. Will get taken out immediately. Pero meron na paparating dito ng top A. Ninkyu gets one. Can he get Jam or Jam is gonna go down. Pero Jeff Rocks will get Ninkyu. Nako po. Isa-isa na silang pumapasok dito sa top A. Jeff Rocks will get Zach. Jason will try to get a second one. Pero JCD will spot him inside of the smoke. 2-1 para dito sa R7, pare. MATTJESS having a hard time these past 2 rounds para magdepensa lang dito. But at the same time, man, I mean, nababawasan naman nila yung R7. They're doing so many things right. Pero pagdating naman dun sa execute ng R7, hindi nila mapigilan.
Di ko lang sure kung bakit hindi nagko-crossfire si MATTJESS, no? Walang naghahawak ng vents pati ng EA. Kasi those are 2 entry points na pwedeng kunin ng R7 anytime. So, dapat lang talaga na may isang nagbabantay. Pero lahat nasa top A, no? And di ko lang alam, MATTJESS, wala kayo sa mga site. Ang lalim dito ni Reds tsaka ni Zach, nasa LA na nga sila. Pero papunta pa lang sila ng CA para matulungan dito yung mga namayapang isang miyembro ng MATTJESS. Ninkyu just holding it down. Pero nagulat na nga lang siya na 3 yung nakasalubong niya. Reds nagulat din dito lamang sa may mid. Yaba with the challenge dun lamang kay Jeff Rocks. Purong kaguluhan lang. As Rhea 7 walks. Pero may mga namamatay kagad pag may mga nakikita nga sila. Zach, what a shot kay Ajax, pre. Yung bala dun, grabe naman talaga yung binyahin nun, no? What a shot. And now, MATTJESS, can they play this out really smartly? Kasi nga, it's all about the timing para sa MATTJESS.
I'm surprised na hindi pa nila in-execute off of that lurk kala kay Jeff Rocks. May kaguluhan na nangyayari sa bid. Obviously, yung HM player mapapatingin dun eh. So, unfortunate timing para sa R7. Maybe didn't have enough information dito sa loob ng B site in order to further that execute. Pero mid naman ang kanilang pakay dito. Nope, it's actually the A site. Earlier was taken dito na MATTJESS. So, Zach will get that position sa loob ng CA, but he's also worried about that high mid position. Pero Zach, round the corner, spotting si Jam, good flick, spotting rin yung ulo dito ni Charles on that 5-box position. JCT is right up next on the menu, pare. That's a 3-piece galing kay Zach. 2-2. What a position to be in that 3v3, pare.
For a total of 4 kills para kay Zach sa isang round na yun, no? With 1 duel up against Ajax, yung calm aim na pinakita rin dito dun sa 1v3 na pinakita niya nga, no? It's definitely fundamental para kay Zach. Lahat ng bala dumaloy mula north hanggang south. And Zach, despite fully blinded, this man is still challenging Yellow. Buti na nga lang may kasama siya dito. Yapa swinging and Jensen also spraying. R7 umaatras na nga pero wala na nga silang mapuntahan pa. Ubos na ang lubang matatakbuhan nila pre. MATTJESS ang laki ng binawi pre. 2 rounds straight to force a 1-round lead.
Yun lang pre, si Ninkyu sinabi niya, teka lang, this feels familiar pare. This LA push that we're doing right now, I know it, it's muscle memory, pero si Zac pala yung nakakuha ng mga kills dito. Zac, can he keep on going? Nakuha na kasi Jam dito, Charles. Rest of the squad is gonna try to occupy itong TP, but a good shot galing kay Jeff Rocks will take down Yaba. Second swing galing kay Ninkyu, taking out itong si Jeff Rocks. Can't take out itong si Charles and that he does. JCD, right up next si Jason na dito na sa bato pero hindi na kailangan ng tulong dito ni Ninkyu. Nakakuha na nga ng isa pa. Ajax na lang natitira. M4A1 CFS sa kanyang kamay. Pero makukuha niya pa dito si Zac. Sniper down. Biggest problem para sa MJ. Wala na. Pero Ajax, meron pa siyang 3 problema na nasa kanyang harap. Pero hindi niya masisolve yan. 4-2. MATTJESS. 2-point lead instantly pare. Parang nag-shift ng gears tayo dito sa laruan.
Men, nahanap na ng MATTJESS no, na, teka lang no, sige nga, i-push na lang natin tong LA kasi hindi naman kinukuha palagi ng Rhea 7. Mag-early info nga sila, pero abang lang sa boxes, tas wala naman nagtatunnel. So, basic lang yun na may mag-double swing para sa MATTJESS at gagawin nga nila ulit yun. Andito na si Zac, andito na si Yaba, and Zac inaantay lang mawala yung bulag sa mga mata niya para umiswing, para may mapas lang na naman. And Zac, another one! Oh my God, Zac! Pinagsusuntok, pinagsisipa lahat ng mga nakikita niya, pre. Walang kamodo-modo maglaro ng crossbar ngayon si Zac. What a swing all over to LA. Jeff Rocks, saan ka na pupunta? 6 feet under, sabi ng MATTJESS. My goodness, pre. This man cannot be stopped, cannot be moved, cannot be rocked. MATTJESS, magpasalamat kayo kay Zac.
Yun lang, Zac. I mean, the spawn is pretty bad for him dito sa round na to, so he's gonna decide to go on that B site. Grabe naman yun. Yung strategy ng MATTJESS, si Zac papatay ng 3, tapos lilinisin na lang ng the rest of the squad, pare. And it seems like it worked for the past 3 rounds, and let's see if it can work for another one, but a different position naman this time. Yaba, getting a bit frisky dito sa ating mid position, is gonna stay within the confines ng CA. Pero MATTJESS, no, recognizing na medyo tahimik dito R7, mapapastay back din sila min.
Sabi, no? Parang nung 2010 Kobe, magsitabi lang kayo lahat, ako nagagawa ng play. Kasi hindi niya na tinawag si Yaba para mag-swing pa ng pangalawa, eh, no? Nung namatay lang sa pangatlong bout si Zac, tsaka lang nag-swing si Yaba, no? So, despite the timing, that's really off para sa MATTJESS. Then, Rhea 7, hindi nga nila nakuha yung ano, no? Yung round na yun kasi feeling ko yung threat talaga na meron si Zac dito sa mga radar ng R7 ngayon, eh, masyado nang malaki. Kailangan na mag-ingat sila sa paglalakad dito, no? Jason swinging, grabe nga naman. Every time MATTJESS swings, may namamatay kagad nang wala man lang magandang bawi para sa R7. What is happening sa opisina ngayon ng R7? Pero magandang bawi wala kay Jeff Rocks na parang nababawi din kagad ngayon ng MJ. As it's now a 2v1, Jeff Rocks na duguan. 54 on the clock. Yung C4 napakalayo pa sa braso niya. Kailangan niya pang i-challenge muna si Ninkyu bago niya makuha yung control na to.
Ganda ng angle dito ni Ninkyu in that stairs position. Pwede siya umakyat para makita dito yung HM. Pero Jeff Rocks in a 1 versus 2. Ninkyu yata playing it extra careful, fully knowing yung capability ng ating last R7 na player. Pero batteries, closer and closer. Jeff Rocks checking the corner. Pero yun lang. 6-2. MATTJESS with a clean opener thanks to Jason dito, pare. Gulat ako doon, R7, no? Halos 4 sila nandun sa TV, men. Walang nakatingin doon sa entrance.
Eh, sabi mo kanina pre, Jeff Rocks with an Ankara performance, nakikita nga natin ngayon. But the teammate says otherwise. Ajax not really doing a fantastic job na kalabanin talaga si Zac or even si Rels dito na feeling ko nga isa sa mga magiging susi ng R7 kung bakit magiging tabla yung mga rounds at tatrabahuhin nga talaga ng MJ yung mga panalo nila dito. But MJ has been just cruising, eh, no? Napaka-basic para sa kanila. Na every time na MJ walks, someone dies. Jeff Rocks with a good effort dun lamang sa may akyatan natin. At inuunti-unti nga nila yung control dito lamang sa may high mid, pero wala namang movement para dun sa dalawang nakabantay dito lamang sa may LA. Walang nagpupush dito lang sa may CA pre. So, anytime, MATTJESS could just force out a possible play para ma-sandwich yung mga miyembro dito. Pero, i-challenge ata nila yung B control. Ajax nag-swing and Ajax wants that smoke mula dito kay Ninkyu pero hindi talaga pre. Wala talaga nakukuhang kills ang R7 sa mga mid-round. Kailangan nga nilang bumawi.
Timingan pa dun si Ajax as soon as he backed off and faced the other way, pare. The push did come. Pero Jeff Rocks with his patented second mid positioning dito, pare, on the Ankara map. Could make all the difference para dito sa R7. Pero R7 deciding gusto namin mag-tunnel B dito. Dalawang tao nasa loob pa na B-site. Medyo malayo ang position dito ni Zach but still can be very effective. Ninkyu trying to investigate dito sa TP pero siya pa kayo mahuhulog dito. Now it is a 3 versus 4. Zach with the flash. Wala namang gagaling na second mid so it's a straight up push on that B-site pero mapapabalik dahil sa flash na yun ang buong R7. All 4 players na bulag, men. And hindi sila makapasok. Puti lang inakikita nila dito, pare.
Grabe nga naman. Papuntang langit na and oh my goodness,
Uy, uy, uy.
pre! What is happening?
Wow.
Grabe naman, MATTJESS, kamuntigan na kayo doon. Rhea 7 held off the site. Wala nang hindi na nga nila kailangan patakbuhin pa yung oras dito. Talagang R7 na mismo yung gumawa ng dahilan para labanan ang MATTJESS rather. And MATTJESS now with their signature attacking side dito lamang sa may Ankara, pre, na kung saan talagang magpapalab sila sa mga angulo dito. 2-2-1 setup. Sending off Jason dito lang sa may akyatan. Fighting off Ajax. Grabe nga naman. Nakuha nga nila kagad dito yung stairs dito lang sa may high mid, pre. Medyo magugulantang si JCD at si Jeff Rocks. Unang laban kay JCD. Tatlo kagad yung nakita niya. At si Rels pinasok yung sinuli dun sa may karayong with a beautiful shot dun kay Jeff Rocks. Quickly like that, MATTJESS nakuha nila yung control sa may RS at Rhea 7. Naghahanap na nga sila ng gamit dito pa uwi. Pre, my goodness, Ajax pababa dito. Lamang sa may second mid. At bigla na lang siyang dinakdakan ni Zach. And it's now just up to Charles, who's very much on the chopping block ngayon. At Charles, kinakalaban niya pa rin yung mga demonyo dito lamang sa may RS. Si Zach, pa-rotate na nga, bulag na bulag. Tanggal muna ng puti sa mata. And ayun na nga, MJ, 7-3. Just pushing it over at pinapunish lang talaga nila ang R7.
Yeah, I mean, this is just MATTJESS on full control dito sa mapa natin. Instantly getting CA control, no, pare? Well, hindi man lang nilabanan dito ng R7 yung position na yun, especially knowing how important it is. Pero Jason, around the corner, big door is his position. Entire other teams on the other side of the map. Jason spotted and wala ng tao dito sa B-side. Mapapa-rotate sila agad. Papalik dito sa A. Pero mag-execute na ba ang MATTJESS dito? Flashes are gonna start to fly. Smokes are gonna start to fly on the A site as well. Pero akala yata dito na R7 na fake to. Yaba, first one down. Second one down. Good shots galing dito kay Ajax. Pero Ninkyu, around the corner, could be the difference maker para sa kanyang team. Pero Jeff Rocks will get him. Zach na lang natitira on the AWM. I mean, 1 versus 5 would be a good highlight if ever magawa niya nga to. That's the one.
Teka lang, ha?
That's true. Teka lang, Zach. Now it's a 3 versus 1. Becomes interesting. Pero si Charles nilikoran na lang. Tinigil na yung highlight play, pare, habang di pa nagsisimula. 7-4. R7, nandito pa, men.
Buti may communication doon ng R7 na tatlo na lang talaga yung pumik doon, no? Isa sa tunnel, isa sa may EA, tapos si Charles, inaantay na lang yung lurk. Pero grabe yung pag-hold off doon ni Zach, no? Kamundi ka na, nakumbinsin mo na akong pwede mo nang i-1v5 yun, Kung mainit lang talaga yung braso mo doon. Pero, MATTJESS, tatagal pa yung laban nila dito as R7 trying to do their best para mahirapan pa ang MATTJESS ng tuluyan dito sa pag-hold off ng mga angle and especially entering it down. So, kalmado kolekto muna para sa R7 kasi nga anytime soon MATTJESS could force the hotel push. At lalo-lalo na si Ajax na malayo dito, kailangan niyang iba to si Ajax dito lamang sa direction ni Zach. And hindi pa rin gagana yung mga spams dito and Zach just this man, pre, alam niya paano talaga laruin at timplahin yung game style ng Rhea 7. Man, just quickly swinging on every angle at nakukuha niya yung mga kill. JCD taking down the hot hand of Zach. Now Rels fighting off and what an adjustment wala dito kay Rels. Jason, makukuha niya nga ba si JCD? Oras na para lumingon sa pinagmulan mo, JCD! Napapapak siya! And finally, a long bout. Pero tutumba na nga ngayon yung mga dalawang miyembro ng R7. Charles na lang nga natitira once more. Pushing it 8-4 is MATTJESS. Charles papunta na nga ng RS pero nakabantay si Yaba. And how many shots?
Yeah.
2 shots, pre. Kita ko. Dalawang bala yun mula sa bungo dito ni Charles. And MATTJESS 8-4. R7 is continuously getting punished.
Yeah, R7 Buong mapa pare napaikot dito dahil sa pangyayari sa ating mid position. So, MATTJESS, yeah, a lot better on the fights this time around yun sa round na yun. Especially itong si Rels, man. That's one adjustment sa CA. That was a make or break adjustment, pare. Kasi pag di niya nakuha yung CA doon, that would have been a lot tighter of a space to work with. Pero speaking of tight spaces, small angle para dito kay Ajax to get itong si Jason. But he gets him anyways. Nasa lurker gone para dito sa MJ.
Time to keep it simple, no? R7, kalmahan nyo nga lang muna dito at nasaan ang mga double swing nyo dito lang sa may mid, pre. Walang-wala. Jeffrox nakabantay lang sa may CA. At yari nga na naman talaga ang R7 dito at nawawalan na nga sila ng pwesto pa isa-isa. Zach gets the pick. Isa na nga lang ang nakatao dito lamang sa may A site. Tatlo ang nakabantay sa direction ngayon ni Charles. Papasok na nga si Zach. And he gets the headshot. JCD, nasaan ka na? Ikaw na lang ang harang dito ng MATTJESS para makuha nila yung set point. JCD, malayong lugar pa nga. Pero kukunin na nga ng MATTJESS ngayon ang C4 na iniwan nga muna nila dito sa yellow. Pero si Yaba nakaramdam ng pagyanig dito ng kanyang force spray. Grabe nga naman Yaba. 9-4. R7. Asa na ang laban na kailangan nga nilang gawin dito, pre? Wala silang laban sa MATTJESS.
Yaba, our first 16/9 CF player, pare. Pati ako, di ko alam mong makikita ko yun with
grabe, pre.
the resolution.
I felt the disturbance at the force, eh.
Kita mo yung nade na yun, men? Oh my God. Ninkyu, half HP, doesn't matter. Zach and Jason still gets itong hotel position jam. Naku po, nasa harap na nakawalan. Oh, around the corner, Jason, nakahawak pa nga dito ng M4. Good shots galing dito kay Jam. Rels, nasa loob na ng batteries dito, men, na magkahiwala yung dalawang players dito na MATTJESS. Zach, can you find it? Jeff Rocks around the corner. Will get spotted eventually dito ni Rels. CA occupied dito ni Ajax. Ajax could be an angle para sa kanya na makalaro dito. Jam around the corner. Spotting itong si Zach immediately. Rels na lang natitira. And look at this timing. Para kay Rels knowing na naandito si Jam sa may hotel position. C4 nakadrop pa nga. Jam doesn't get the swing, gets the headshot, turn around, doesn't get itong si Ajax. An inch later, Salvatore, that would have been a different screen.
1 millisecond yung pagitan doon ni Rels para makuha yung clutch na yun. Pero R7 may second life pa. Guardian Angel ginamit na nga nila, pre, at dinasal na nga nila lahat ng milagro dito. One chance is all they get, pre, para talaga mapigilan ang momentum ngayon ng matches. Hindi nga lang siguro isa, eh. Gawin na nga nating 4 na rounds pa kasi mag-overtime nga ba? Parang gusto na nga pigilan ngayon ni Ninkyu at ni Jason at magaling nga nilang in-entry dito ang beds. Jam! Medyo matatagal ang bulag nila dito and Jam na get the readjustment. Jam with a huge triple para mapigilan ang pasok ng MATTJESS. JCD paparating pa lang. Ajax on the way para sa EA. Last on play nga naman ba ang magiging susi ng Ria 7 kung paano na makukuha yung round na to. Patuloy ang pag-spam dito lamang sa may exit. Kailangan mo lang i-buy time JCD. At yun nga yung ginagawa niya dito. May kasamahan na nga siya. Si Zach nakakaramdam. Si Ajax akyat na nga ni JCD. Huge hold. Dito lamang sa may exit and Ria 7, ginagapang yung laro.
Galing naman gumapang ni JCD dun sa Ecoms, pare. Hindi siya nakita doon as soon as he backed off. And that was a hard time para na sa MJ na makakuha ng top 8. Jam with a amazing 3K despite the flash and everything na tinatapon dito. And R7 still fighting, clawing dito sa mapa ng Ankara, but still MATTJESS on match point. Kahit anong pagkakamali dito ng R7, and that is a 2-0 staring at you as your series score. And you never want that kung kayo ay nasa 0 dito, pare. Jam in that top 8 position, Charles in that Vince position, pare. More emphasis siguro sa mid para dito sa MATTJESS. Pero yun lang, Jeff Rocks maybe getting a bit too frisky, pare. Charles is down to 1 HP as well. Pag nag-swing dito si Ninkyu and gets Charles, yep, that's gonna be a 3v5, pare. He can just spam this. And ayun lang, that's the beginning of the end. Ninkyu getting 1. Jam was just the bonus, pare.
Vince Carter 2000, it's over. Let's send it home para sa MATTJESS. Zach dinakdakan si JCD. And it's now down to the most impossible feat dito lang sa may crossfire, pre. Ang dreaded 1v5 na magiging 1v4 na nga at nakapitas na si Ajax ng isa. Si Yaba nakabantay at malayo sa katotohanan na makuha ni Ajax yun. 10-6. MATTJESS runs over Ankara 2-0 as they get the series point. What a statement by MATTJESS.
Yun lang pare, yun na kaya sinasabi natin tungkol nga dito sa matches. Imagine kinlone mo si Rels pare. And yung clone ni Rels, yung pa yung mas lumakas for the day men. Zach, on another level, pagdating sa laruan na to, literally won his team 3 rounds dito sa game and gotten the momentum. And ayun nga, nag-clean up na lang yung buong team natin ng matches dito. Granted, it was very good galing kay Jason at kay Ninkyu at kay Rels as well. Pero Zach, 20 plus pare.
Every time, no? LA, purong dugo lang makikita mo, puro bangkay lang kasi triple, even quadruple picking nga, pre. Kasi smoke dun lang sa may vents, flashes sa may boxes para talaga covered yung EA pati yung vents. Ay, yung, yung EA tsaka vents. Walang-wala para dito kay Zach. It's just very basic of him na kunin yung mga gantong klaseng sniper kills, eh, no? And to add more insult to injury, Area 7, nando naman si Ajax pero he's not hitting the shots. Jeff Rocks, nakukuha niya nga naman yung timing pero natatalo pa rin siya dun sa mga trades na binabato dito ng matches. So every time na may gustong gawing play ngayon ang Ria 7, bilang lang sa daliri na gumagana to. Kasi ang bilis na nakakapag-adjust ng matches. Yung second half na naman, Jason and Zaka, sila na naman ang nagpapahirap ng buhay dito ng Ria 7 at patuloy nga nilang gagawin to. Baka nga sa compound nakita pa natin yung ganong klaseng playstyle. But as it stands, pre, MATTJESS, a different form of animal dito lang sa playoffs natin.
It is a change of pace dito sa map number 1 na pinakita nila. They can also play the setup game very well. Para naman dito sa map number 2, pinakita naman strength dito ng MATTJESS is their mid-round calling. Yun nga, those rotations were perfect, especially galing sa kanilang GR side. Every single time na papasok dito yung MATTJESS, it's always 2 or 3 guaranteed na makakalaban nila dito. And at the same time, kung gusto nila kumuha ng map control, meron tao dito sa HM. I mean, there's multiple problems para dito sa R7 in the map of Ankara. And kagaya nga na sinabi ko kanina, this map isn't too bad para dito sa MATTJESS, no? They know how to play the map of Ankara, especially itong si Ninkyu. They even pulled out the MJB strat at one point for 3 rounds in a row, pare. And ayun nga, just like I said, di sila nagkukulang sa experience pagdating sa mapa na to.
Yeah, collective years, siguro dekada nga pag kinolekta mo yung mga taon na naglalaro na ng Crossfire ang Ria 7, eh, no? Like, it's very known for them to play the fundamentals, right? Yung util na binapatungan nila para mapigilan yung top A pati yung room A, hindi natin nakikita mula sa kanila. Even the angles na hinohold ng R7, medyo frisky, no? Every time na may makikita ka, confidently nakahawak si Jeff Rock sa may CA, wala naman siyang kasama na nakakross dito lamang sa may high mid. So medyo may pagkawalan din ng spatial awareness ang Ria 7. Kasi ang daming na-force ng matches na dapat sila yung nakukulangan, eh. Sila yung napipick off, sila yung nahihirapan pero hindi nga naman talaga. Ito talaga yung 4K ni Zach na feeling ko dito nagsimula talaga yung adventure ni Zach na basicin lang tong laron to, no? At sa sumunod na round, hindi pa siya natinag, eh, no? So, a lot of the shots, grabe nga naman, hindi na ata Zach pangalan mo pagkatas ng serye na to, Christian Amores na ata, no, Zach? Kasi those shots were just definitely ridiculous, pre, na ultimo tao hindi kaya indahin kung anong klaseng panloloko yung ginawa mo dito sa Ria 7, eh, no? Kasi every time this man moves, someone dies. And it's very reminiscent dito lamang sa highlights na to.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I do love playing the old SPK crew, pare, yun nga, shoutout kanila, Sio and everything, pare, I think that this has got to be yung best career move para dito kay Zach, pare, na lumipat dito na matches. I feel like it enables him to be a lot more, you know, para mas malaking role yung nilalagay na dito. Granted na, you know, he was also the double sniper for etong SPK, but, you know, it just feels like a different Zach, no, na nakita natin this year. Obviously, nakita natin last year, man, na kung paano bumubuhat dito si Zach. And this is kind of the question, no, na paano pag nilagay natin si Zach on a team where it is also other competent players, kagaya nga dito ni Rel, si Jason, more veteran siguro, and how does he flourish? And it seems like he flourishes very well dito, man, and even then some. Tignan natin yung set summary natin, of course.
Oh
matches.
My God!
Look at that. Ugh. 15 AP, 16 AP para kay Yaba, 10 AP para kay Ninkyu. Main Rels and Jason, they could take a backseat. Launch share muna sila dito sa Ankara, pare. Kahit tatlo lang ang kalabanin dito ng R7. Feeling ko, still a hard time.
Yeah, parang ano, no? It's just that easy for matches, eh, no? Masakit man pakinggan para dito sa Ria 7. Pero ganoon nga, pre. Wala na tayong pwedeng ibang sabihin pa kundi madali para sa matches kasi kill after kill, ban for ban ang nakukuha dito ni Zac no? Kasi hindi lang isa yung napipitas niya at dalawa or tatlo. Dapat kaming kill per round niya dito 3 flat lang talaga kasi yun yung nakikita natin from the second half alone. Zac was just able to contribute a lot para dito sa spacing ng matches. Nian-Q was also having a field day. So, feeling ko nga naman, siya naman ang makikita natin sa ating set MVP. Wala nang iba kundi si Zac. Sure na ako dito, no pre, no doubt about it. Itaga mo pa sa bato at batohin mo pa yung susi, pre. Kasi this is the Zac that we all know and love, sharing the role of leader back in the day as SBK. Pero pre, ngayon nagkaroon siya ng minor step back pagdating sa role kasi sabi niya, pre, gusto kong bumaril, ayoko magsalita. And Zac just said, men, Crossfire Rocks, ito na, 2.2 KD, 1.38, definitely the Rhea 7 Slayer, pre. That is Zac.
Yeah, and the fact na medyo mababa pa, no? Yung kanyang H&K fully knowing na naka-sniper lang siya the entire time. It's actually a sign na naka-sniper lang siya the entire time. He did not get off of it dito sa first half, pare. And feeling ko kasi Rels nag-AK na rin, as you can see on the screen. And I love this galing kay Rels, pare. Okay, mainit si Zac. Sige men, AK muna ako. Papabayaan muna kitang gumawa dito para hindi bumagal yung pacing natin as an entire team. And I like yung selflessness dito ng MJ to just allow this to happen kasi tignan mo naman yung naging resulta, men. And almost 1v3 clutch, multiple rounds na makikita natin si Zac even on the AK-47 is still very, very effective. And ayun nga, siya yung literal na definition men ng Swiss Army knife para sa kanyang team.
Pero isipin mo, no, sa isang team meron kang Zac, Rels, Aiden, Tetsu, tapos sige, lahat na ng flicks. Parang kahit anong atang ibato mo sa kanila, napakasakit sa ulo ng mga kalaban nila kasi hindi mo alam kung anong baril yung gagamitin nga nila para sa round na yon. Pero may dahilan ko bakit may mga team chemistry at feeling ko si Zac para nga naman talaga sa MATTJESS. Ang katanungan, Rhea 7, kaya nyo nga ba kami dalhin sa isa pang map or MATTJESS? Isasarado na nga nilang kwento to dito lamang sa may compound. Ito pa rin ang CFS PH Impact 2025. Magbabalik kami after this break. Welcome back, Crossfire Philippines. Ito pa rin ang CFS PH Impact Playoffs. Ako si Salvatore, siya nga pala si Sneaky Frog at nakakadalawang puntos na nga ang matches sa ating serye ngayon. Compound naman tayo, Sneaky. Ano masasabi mo dito?
Well, compound, obviously, other than Black Widow, itong great equalizer natin. But the opposite, it's not puppy play yung nire-reward dito sa mapa na to. Instead, it is more of the setups. And sino ba nagsisetup for the entire day dito, Salvatore? Yep, it has been itong matches. So, feeling ko matches, we're gonna probably see a faster version ng compound nga natin dito, considering yung dalawang teams natin. Maybe a lot more mid-fights than usual, no? I think itong R7, first half, is gonna be fine. I assume na since pick nga to ng MJ, no, they do get to pick their side. So, most likely magja-GR sila dito para magsimula. So, if they have a good GR side, maybe 6-3, ballpark 7-2 pare, kaya pa to ng R7.
Pre, this is a map that is destined talaga para tapusin yung mga series no? Series deciding map to palagi, pre. At dito iikot kung makukuha nga ba ng Rhea 7 yung dreaded na Eagle Eye nga nila, no? Na matagal nga nilang gustong kunin pero pinang-abot muna nila ng compound pati ng Ankara, which is very risky for me. Sana prinayo na lang nila kagad dito yung Eagle Eye. Baka nag-iba pa yung kwento dito at hindi 2-0 ang ating nakikita. Pero pre, ang laki ng hakbang na kailangan talunan ngayon ng matches. This is a compound that still feels really strong para sa R7. At si Ninkyu at si Rels nga magpapaliyab dito para sa MJ to know kung paano nga ba nila paano nila kukunin tong mapa na to. So, at the end of the day, like Ankara, it is still a 50-50 map, but I do feel like the strong side still speaks for itself. Itong global risk na to, malaking bagay to para sa matches.
Yeah, and especially pagdating ng second half nga natin dito, no, I assume na magsisimula ng BL dito yung matches, no. Ayun nga, once that second half hits, it has to be a perfect half para sa kanila dito. I wouldn't say na hindi sila pwede magkamali once or twice, pero ayun nga, that first half is gonna be very interesting. R7, obviously hindi naman sila stranger pagdating sa depensa sa mapa na to, and para naman sa matches, they're not also strangers to the setups on that BL side. So titignan natin, R7 taking the more passive route except dito sa CB. So siguro dito magagaling aggression nila min.
Or MATTJESS, feeling ko may tendency silang madaliin to para makuha nila kagad yung GR side. Kasi this is a tactic para ma-throw off ang Rhea 7 no? Na kukunin nga nila yung CB or even CA. So now Jason fighting for his life dito lamang kay Jeffrox na hindi niya alam kung i-swing nga ba niya o mag-i-stay na lang siya. Pero Jason, pinili ang patalim dito at kinalaban si Jeffrox pero may naka-hold pa rin dito. Kailangan pa rin nila mag-ingat. Wala pa rin nagpupush para sa R7. Ang mga miyembro ng MJ nakabantay sa lakay pa rin dito lamang sa Missy at Midcon. So any form of backstab dito kinakancel out kagad ng MJ. JCD on the backside, walang nagki-clear ng SD mga boss. Yan ang kailangan yung ingatan pero nabawi din kagad to ni Rels as Charles was able to be taken down. Aggressive push mula dito kay Zack. Hindi tatama yung isa. But Zack with a very good readjustment via the Colt 1v4. Jam, saan ka kukuha ng lakas ngayon?
I mean, this is gonna be very difficult para kay Jam. Yapa in that mid position, taken down. Zack spotted as well. Dito sa may 2-box natin, mapapabalik sa loob ng Zion tropa natin. Pero Ninkyu, hearing that reload around the corner. Easy shot. Hold on. Actually, big miss galing dito kay Ninkyu. Jam with the third and all of a sudden it's possible para it's him versus the sniper ng MJ. Fires off the shot. Pero yun lang dahil nga doon nahalata ang kanyang posisyon. Salvatore 1-0 matches after a chaotic round. Finally gets it over the hump.
Man, Jam did not force the plant no? Feeling ko mas malaki yung chances niya doon para ma-throw off si Rels. Pero hindi pre. Jam chose to fight At not all the time that you would get 100-0. Pero pre, dun sa kalagayan na yun, parang si Rels pa mismo yung nakalamang pa. Gawa nga ng wala nang ibang tinaguan pa si Jam. Hindi nga siya umikot ng EA. Talagang pinigan niya ulit yung RS dito. So, feel like that was not the right play. Pero I would give props to Jam pa rin doon. Malaking bagay yung 3K niya doon para mabuhay ng dugo ang Rhea 7. And now, MATTJESS with their dreaded round dito na ibibigay nga ba nila to just to seek an information or will R7 falter once more. Maganda yung setup dito at parang gusto ata i-force ng MATTJESS to pre.
Oh, double nade, Jeffrox. Spotted around the corner, pero meron pa namang isang tao na nasa loob ng store B. Ajax instantly taken down. Pwede na nila itakbo to. Pwede na nila itakbo ang B site. Meron pa tao na nasa loob. Jam in the battery's position, trying to spray and pray, pero mapapadasal ka na lang na nasa inyo pa ang B site, pero hindi nasagot ang kanyang dasal, pare. 2 versus 4, B site taken. No store B control whatsoever para sa R7. This is looking nigh impossible, pare.
Malayo yung kailangan takbo dito ni JCD. JCD struggling to get a power position. Jason and as well as Rels, naka-crossfire pa nga. So si JCD, mahalaga na makuha niya ngayong kill dito, pero malakas lang talaga ang tauhan ng MJ. Kahit sang anggulo mo tignan, anggulo tignan para sa R7. 2-0 start para sa MJ.
Sakit, par. 2 early rounds? BL side pa? I mean, this is, you couldn't ask for a worse start kung kayo yung R7 dito. And if they get the third, itong matches, this is possibly a straight-up disaster from the first half, pare. Pero R7, okay lang naman na they're holding for now. Eventually, might want to look for a pick dito, pare. Kasi considering itong MJ, no, they are playing yung medyo spread out na positioning na playstyle. Pero tignan mo kung nasa yung tatlong riflers. Even a sniper, actually, magde-death ball lang sila so they can clear a position. Jeffrox around
narinig.
Yun lang, Jason. And Ajax goes down. Jeffrox gets spotted dito sa big box, pare. Store A gonna be cleared and that's fine. Pwede na silang bumalik, Salvatore.
Jeffrey Ongkoy, binait mo ko. Sabi ni Ajax, pre. Grabe. Ang malas ni Ajax, pre. Grabe ba, R7? Kung kailangan nyo ng anting-anting, may kakilala ako para talaga mabawi nyo tong round na to, no? Pero yun na nga, nakakaramdam na nga tayo ng bawi dito at pag-ibang anyo ng R7, Charles and JCD, nakatayo pa rin. At inaantay nga nilang matanim ng matches yung C4, planted for exit. Pero yung pwesto dito is pa C1. Sabi dito ni Jason, Yaba throwing down a flash, papuntang Z. Pero I feel like pampa-delay lang yun eh, no? Charles, inaantay niyang makasama dito si JCD para mag-group up siya sila. Yaba playing the head glitch. Babalik nga siya ng C1. And here comes play by MATTJESS. Anun kumuha ng post plant. Sineminar lahat ng mga nanonood eh.
Good call. Galing doon kay Jason, pare. Being in that 2F position, no, fully knowing na pwede pang i-delay ng other player ng pagpasok nila into the site. And Jason with a perfect turnaround. Pwede lang. 5v5 suntukan pa dito sa mid. Charles, unang mahuhulog, unang mananockout. At mapapabalik dito ang R7. Ayaw na nilang labanan ng mid. Charles regretting his decision, pare. Jam trying to fight back from that curve position as well. Nades are gonna start to fly dito sa mid. Thank you. In that 2-box mid, 4 players, actually 3 players. Could take out itong si Jam. JCD, are you gonna be a bit more impatient than usual dito, pare? Sinong unang magpipeak sa kanilang dalawa? Pero Smoke, mapapalapag dito sa curve. Flash on that EA position. Mid has been given para sa R7. Zach spotted sa may pillars on that B side, pero magiging busy dito si Jam. In that curve position, di makuha si Jason. Jason with the cross, thank you. Gonna get taken down instead, Rels. Nilalabanan pa rin dito si Jam, but they don't have to. Ajax trying to come back galing dito sa LA. And Yaba trying to cut some rotations dito para si Ajax. Mahanap niya pa nga dito si Jason. Pero Jam around the corner. Rels deciding not to shoot. Actually a bit late. 3 versus 4. Hindi pa tapos ang laban. Ajax flank. Jam will get itong si Rels somehow, some way. It's Zach in a 1 versus 3. Pillar stuck in his position. Jam still getting the better of him, pare, pero hindi pa rin nakakapatay yung dalawang players natin. Jam trying to make it happen and si Zach mahuhulog na nga thanks to JCD's AK. Finally, around on the board para sa R7, pare.
Man, definitely feeling na JCD and Jam ang ating tagapagligtas para sa R7 eh, no? Crucial kill after crucial kill. Like, Jam still holding down the site. Kahit nga talaga nagkakaguluhan na dun sa may kabilang banda, no? It really feels like R7 is able to read the map kinda nicely, no? Na every sort of movement ang pinapadala nila dito si JCD tsaka si Jam. Even nung nasa Black Widow pa lang tayo, yung ES hinahawakan nga nila palagi at ngayong pillars, tama nga yung pinadala nila dito JCD fighting off Jason at as soon as Jason rallies up sa kanyang pwesto doon, JCD gets the most basic of headshot. Ngayon, fallout now para sa MJ. Parang nagugulat na nga lang sila sa mga nangyayari dito, pre. At Naghahanap nga sila ng panibagong pwesto dito at
Ay, isa
oras
pa.
na nga para pumitas. Sabi dito ni Ninkyu, Jam possible timing. Ninkyu wala pa rin talagang katinag-tinag. Pinupush niya dito si Jam na walang bawas. 100 HP pa rin. It's still the battle of the one-taps here. And Jam now retreating. Ninkyu kailangan niya na nga sumama sa mga kakampi niya.
Kinawan na rin yung sniper dito. Probably gonna give it to Rels. No, he's gonna fight itong B-side. Gusto na talagang patayin itong si Jam. And I don't blame him. Jam actually getting legged. Store B positioning might be in danger dito pare, but it is more of a 2-2. Pero Jam hindi nabibitawan dito yung Store B. That information's gonna be very crucial, especially pagdating sa late round dito ng R7. CB gonna be taken. Walang nakatingin galing sa matches whatsoever. Opportunity of a lifetime para kay Jam na makakuha ng isa dito sa tower. Charles gonna get tagged up dito sa may C1. Curve position has been taken pero si Ninkyu magugulat pa nga. AWM down. Yaba could be right up next. And that is Rels finally just giving it pare. 3-2 R7. Okay, may onting comeback nangyayari dito sa ating 5th round. And kung may onting momento pa dito R7 pare, maybe 6-3 pero di mo talaga sure man. Yung MJ curveball pwede mangyari at any time pero R7 they just need to keep whatever they're doing now.
I'm sensing a pillar stuck kasi R7 has been holding down the pillars for quite some time now at kailangan ngang bombahin to ng matches pero hindi pre. Wreck agad talaga sa EA. Pasok na nga kagad. Jeffrox blinded pero kalahati nga lang as he gets the skull of Ninkyu. Jam with a very good position dito lamang sa may 2F. Once more, MJ gulat na naman. Rhea 7 just continuously on a pursuit para mapigilan talaga yung mga members dito. It's like
Si
a
JCD
fever
pa.
dream pre. Rels! Oh! Kamuntikan na. Pero it's now down to 1v1. Ajax on a possible overkill dito lamang kay Rels. All Rels needs is one shot. Nakaramdam na nga si Ajax na meron siyang nakuwang impormasyon. Na one tap na nga lang si Rels forcing down the Colt. And the Rels, ang layo ng C4 pre oh. Pero maganda to para kay Rels kasi maaabot niya to nang hindi manalaman ni Ajax kagad.
Yun nga, Ajax, if he forgets a tap walk dito pare, that is gonna be him possibly around the corner with an AK-47 straight to his dome. Pero C4 pick up potentially here. Pero hesitation
Nalubungin niya.
from both players. Ajax yata, he really wants to defend itong B site. Pero yun nga, Rels now slowly clearing itong A, making sure no one is crawling around that C1, C2, or C3 position, as well as itong LA. Pero Ajax could take that tower position easily pare. Oh,
Ayan na nga siya
shot
pre.
has been made. Ayun na nga, Ajax. Known entity on that EA position. Pero Ajax, M4 in his hand. Pero Rels way better on the AK-47. Tamang one tap lang from the sniper ng MJ. That is the 4th for MATTJESS.
Pareho namang isa lang yung kailangan bala pero mas malaki yung challenge dito ni Rels kasi kailangan sa ulo talaga tumama. Feeling ko naramdaman na ni Ajax na pwede niyang i-hold yung tower na lang. Tapos i-bait out niya na lang si Rels dito to play for exit pero grabe
Yata kita
pre.
si C4 dun, men.
Yung sense dito ni Rels, ilaban na nga lang, i-delay yung pagkuha ng C4 para ma-throw off yung timing dito ng Rhea 7. Here comes the flash. Pop flash pero wala naman na bulag dito. Si Rels and Jason still continues to push. Jam parating na nga para matulungan si JCD. Yaba on a hold. Dito lamang sa may flank nila. Pero anytime soon pwedeng ang kunin ng matches ngayon yung CB ulit para bumalik ng midcon. Charles kakalabanin si Ninkyu and Ninkyu survives! 1 HP pa nga! Magkakaroon ng weapon swap dito. And this is going to be huge para sa matches pre. Dahil nga sa pinakitang pwesto ng R7, that's information para sa matches.
You have to expect that. Galing kay Ninkyu, no? Yun yung favorite na nagalawan from last year, pare. Just going through the smoke. Hopefully na walang pangalan na lumabas doon from his position and hoping for the best. And that is one of those rounds. Pero Jeff Rocks hoping for the best as well. Taking down itong si Zaka Kipis dito na MATTJESS. Jason around the corner. Will not get him. Yaba will finally get the labor trade dito, pare. Pero Ajax not spotted around the corner. Ninkyu will get taken down. It's a 2 versus 3. C4 na andito pa rin. Yaba spotted sa CA pero spotted na rin si Ajax dito sa may midcon. JCD trying to help his teammate pero siya pala masaspatan dito. Long A player. Gonna be going forward pero gusto ko yung ginawa dito ni Yaba. He went the long route instead. Pero meron pa rin kailangan daanan, which is that mid position. Medyo mahaba-haba pa Yaba, not knowing about the second player. That is itong si Jams. Rels though fully knows about him. Jam 1 HP will get taken down.
Ito na naman.
Isa na naman 1v1 between the snipers of MATTJESS and R7. Pero naka M4 dito si Ajax, pare. Better wall bang. 4 and 3. R7, it's something.
Yeah, it's a close fight, pre, ha? Ito yung Rhea 7 na gusto ko nga makita na kahit papaano may pinapakitang tactical ability. Kumbaga, it's more on the retakes. It's more on the picks. At ang R7 hindi nga nagpapabaya dito pagdating sa pillars. So wala pa tayong nakikitang stacking para sa matches na kunin tong CB. Wala talaga yun. No? Pinapabaro nila palagi yung LA. At iiwan nga mo na lang yung C4 dun lang sa may MS. I feel like this is to throw off R7 once more. Pero ibang klase nga naman no? Kasi kukunin nga nila tong exit, baka flashan nila yung EA, but at the same time, baka ERS control na nga lang nila para ma-converge lahat ng miyembro sa R7 dito, no? So, ang pwede maging kaso dito sa R7, mawalan ng pwesto si JCD sa panlalason. So, that is very, very far of a stretch para sa AMG kung gagawin nga nilang execute yun. Ang dami nga nilang pag-iingay kanina sa LA, pero babalik nga na naman sila dito sa may mid. So it's now the usual MJ push papuntang EA as Jeff Rocks gets the good pre-aim. Wala nang buo ngayon si Jason at patuloy pa rin ang push ngayon ng matches as Rel swings. Hindi naman na timingan ni Yaba at dalawang pick-off yun para sa R7.
Yun lang. 3 versus 5 turns into a 2 versus 5 very quickly. Yaba with the turnaround dito kay JCD. But as quickly as the picks go, the round just went, pare. 4 and 4. R7, okay, medyo nakaka-equal na nga dito sa compound, pare. But I'm more worried about that second half para sa kanila dito. But still, good performance galing dito kay Jeff Rocks. Jam especially, man. 12 and 6. Bit of a struggle galing dito kay Charles. Pero, yeah, he's just doing his support things, pare.
It's very scary para sa R7 no? Na pag nakukuha nga na talaga nila yung rounds na basang-basa nila yung matches pagdating sa movement. Yun yung kailangan natin makita ng R7 no? Pero this is also R7 that's just utilizing the strong position na meron sila sa round na to, no? So Ajax, possible, alam na nga, and here comes Jeff Rocks converging on the opposition. What a hold by R7, dun lang sa may store. R7, using naman advantage dito, pero masyado atang hiwa-hiwalay. Buti na nga lang makukuha ni Charles yung magandang kill. Zach nga naman na natitira dito na hindi pa nga natin nakikita masyado sa laron to. Pero you could give us one heck of a round pag na 1v3 mo nga to. Sasala muna yung una. Palit sa Colt. Patras si JCD. Good call actually. Playing it safe. Pero si Zach papasok na nga ng site to play the post plant. Wala nang kayutil-yutil masyado dito sila Charles at JCD. So kailangan diskartehan nga ngayon ni Zach saan siya pupwesto. Zach nakatago pa rin sa batteries, pero what a triple swing para sa R7. Zach nakikipagpadintero na nga. Charles, mas maganda lang talaga yung barrel. And Zach, hindi gumana yung dasal niya nun. And R7 gets the first half.
Yung R7, first half, 1.8 para sa kanila dito. But still, this is a very worrying side, no? Para sa R7. They got a bit of momentum from those last 3 rounds. But still, MJ get the better side of the map, pare. MJ, though, can they take full advantage of being on that GR side, pare? R7, of course, gonna be very aggressive pagdating sa kanila map control. Not gonna be afraid to take that mid position whatsoever. So, taking yata para dito sa MJ, baka poke and prod muna, maybe from that mid smoke or CB, and try and see what happens, pare.
Ano yung matches na mataas yung presensya sa global risk nila. This is their patented side. Especially from the likes of Zach and Relds na maaasahan mo nga naman talaga na lumaban kahit malalim yung pwesto nila on a map like compound. Ito lamang sa CB and Ajax kahit naratulan na nga 16 HP pa rin. Jam forcing the fight and Yaba gets the hold pero JCD maganda yung bawi.
Yep. 1 for 1 so far. But didn't you Yaba gone already. Jeff Rock trying to bait out yung shot galing dito kay Relds pero is not gonna get it. So, tamang passive play lang from MJ. Understandable. They have already lost 2 players. Pero nagpapatagal dito yung R7. They're really taking their sweet time setting up. dito sa mapa, maybe to try and avoid yung mga ibang mga smokes dito. Pero Jason trying to get a quick pick dito sa mid. Pero siya pa nga yung makukuha dito. R7 playing the timer exactly how it needs to be, pare. Baiting out some of these peaks galing sa MJ. 2 mid players gone already, pero si Zach could be the X factor para sa kanyang team. Ajax crossing mid. Pero Ajax, spotted sa EA. Spotted ang kanyang angle. Zach can still save yung round na to, pero tatalikod ba siya? Just in time, mukhang hindi! Zach caught in the middle, out in the open. Rels lang natitira. And let's see what the sniper could do with the AK-47. Jeffrox is down! Charles could be up next, pero yun lang. Charles with a running spray galing dito sa ilalim ng 2F will save the team 6 and 4. What is happening sa compound, Salvatore?
Di ko rin alam, pre. Kasi si Rels bigla na lang nagkakaroon ng clutch genes pero hindi niya natatapos. Si Ajax nakakabawi na nga. Jeffrox finally back into prime Jeffrox form. Na every time it's a peak, it's a headshot nga naman. Chemistry-wise, napapagana na nga ng R7 dito yung mga duo plays nila. The body system is putting into a good position na nga ngayon. Chance, ang tagal ng laban niya doon. Huge whiff para dito sa R7. Buhay pa rin ang 5. Jeffrox, can he get the push? Maganda yung pag-hold nila dito. Tuners nga nila yung smoke dito lamang sa may midcon para hindi makatawid ang R7. The fallout continues as 2 are now down para sa MATTJESS. 3 still alive. Dalawa naman yung duguan. So R7 could just pick up the bones. Rels gets the timing. Good kill dito kay Ajax and Jeffrox. Napakadali na lang para sa kanila to. Isang pag-angat lang talaga ng ulo. Alam na nga ni Rels kung nasaan ka nga. Kailangan na lang talaga patamain dito. Wait lang, Jeffrox. Kalmahan mo lang muna. And Zach gets baited out. MATTJESS still alive. 5-6. Napakadikit ng laban na to.
Yun nga, that's a lot more like it galing dito sa MATTJESS. Not more better setups para sa kanilang fights. At the same time, a bit too violent para dito sa R7 in that mid position, pare. And let's see what they can do at this point. R7 was pushed back all the way dito sa ating RS at ngayon MJ deciding, okay, let's play a bit more passive this time. Medyo naging makulit tayo last round. Let's change the pace up this round. And R7, kung ganito yung default nila, pare, yun nga, it's gonna be 30, mga 20 seconds bago pa sila makaka-execute dito.
It's indeed going to be tough nga naman talaga. So this is R7 that usually plays out smart kind of entries eh. Yung tipong may triple swing or even double swing dito lang sa may mid-court. Pero because of the early util na binapatan nila, di nga nila magawa. Tara. Jason, one though, di niya makukuha yung pangatlo. Pero okay na yun as MATTJESS gets a reliable hold dito mula kay Jason. And he's definitely coming out alive sa patuloy na pag-push ng MATTJESS para tumabla tong laron to. Ajax, binabantayan pa lang yung C4, hindi niya maabot at nakapasok na nga ang MATTJESS dito lamang sa may exit. And what was that? Grabe nga naman yung sixth sense ni Idolo. Nakaramdam ata siya ng chismis na doon nag-hold si Jeffrox and Ajax with a discipline pero di naman tumatama sa bungo. Now Zach gets the round for his teammates and 6-6 na nga tayo sneaky.
Yun nga, Zach kind of forcing a win. Similar sa ginagawa niya dito sa ating last game. And let's see R7 deciding to go for the 5B hit this time. Nate's gonna go through. Early information na B-side take to actually could spoil yung plano dito ng R7. Pero Jason, where's this lineup going? Oh, mid-smoke.
Boss Not sure kung iiwan nila si Ajax in favor of Lason sa LA. Kasi yung ganito, madali na lang i-5-man na lang ito eh. Medyo malayo naman si Rels. Hindi siya makaka-respo kagad. They just need to get the flashes right para mapigilan si Yaba. Yaba, holding down metals pa rin. Pero, in all honesty pre dihado si Yaba dito. Hindi rin ganun makakapagpwesto dito si Zach. Walang ka-movement yung mga kakampi niya, pero inantay lang talaga nila yung pwesto dito ni Jam para ma-bait out yung mga kakampi niya, pero that's already information para sa Saria 7. Yaba nakapag-reposition para hindi talaga masyadong obvious. Charles galit na galit. Gustong manakit and Zack gets the timing. And JCD swings pero nakapasok na rin si Jeff Rocks. Hindi pa nila nakukuha yung bintana. Rels gustong i-challenge na nga ngayon. Mag-isa na lang siya dito lamang sa may metal spray. And MJ once more nang sa seminar kung paano nga ba mag-hold ng site. 47 para kay Jeff Rocks. Nasa kanya naman yung C4. Kailangan niya mag-converge sa ibang site. Pre, masyadong maalikabok dito lamang sa maybe.
Yun lang, hindi na mabitawan yung angle dito ni Rels though. That's a freebie that he finally collects. 30 seconds left on the clock, pare. Not much time to work with para dito kay Jeff Rocks. But if he slices all these angles slowly, posible pa nga yun. Pero Jason just as on point on the rifle. 7 and 6, MJ with the lead dito sa laruan natin. And, ayun nga, if R7 doesn't fight back dito sa next round, man, I think this might be cooked. Ayun nga, we're seeing a pattern for the past 3 games natin dito, pare. 10 and 6 has been the score. Pero Ninkyu, not gonna prevent that from happening. Pero si Jason mahuhulog na rin. 3 versus 4, all players mid, all hands on deck para dito sa R7.
Some form of life para sa Ria 7. Nabubuhay na nga sila kahit paano. Pero gapang pa rin yung mga rounds na kinukuha nila no? So, hindi ganun madali para sa R7, but I do feel like the spirit is there. They could still push. Kaya nga nalang ilaban to. But at the same time, this is MATTJESS we're talking about Kailangan pa rin nilang ingatan yung sarili nila dito and force the 2v1s. Lalo na to si Rels. Tinanong mo walang katakot-takot, pinupush niya nga lang to. And what a flick kay Charles! Hindi niya magawa kay JCD. And it's now entering into mid-round territory, mayat maya, na kung saan si Yaba na lang yung natitira dito. Hindi ko lang sure kung kaya niya nga i-hold yung nababang C4. Dito lang sa may CA, pre. But Yaba, napaka-aggressive niya nga. Si JCD nahanap yung timing. And MATTJESS, nagulat sa mga pangyayari sa may mid-con. R7, what an attack.
Yeah, R7, absolutely blindsiding itong depensa ng MJ, no? Couldn't really expect that from happening. Pero yun lang, R7 being a lot more assertive. I mean, they're hitting a lot more shots. But I mean, tignan mo naman si Jeff Rocks, 15 and 10. JCD, 12 and 11. Now they're finding opportunities around sa mapa natin that they weren't finding nung first half. Pero Rels, very early position dito sa CB. He can catch itong si Jam. Pero Yaba, he's gonna need to help his teammate get them out of this sticky situation, pare. No checks as yet. No checks as yet. That is 1, 2, 3 para dito kay Rels. Pero hindi na makuha si Jam. Not just yet, but he finally gets him. C4 down dito sa CB. And here comes the rest of MATTJESS. Charles na wala na ulo dahil sa AWM. Jeff Rocks na lang natitira. The AK-47 and a full set of nades, pare. What a task for the star player na R7. And he can't even get past itong kay Rels. 8 and 7. MATTJESS 2 more points away from closing out yung series natin.
And Rels, kinalembang na yung kampana, pre. Oras na para tapusin to, no? Yung pag-tuck-in niya dun sa CB, pre. Ngayon ko lang nakita yun mula sa kanya. Hindi niya naman ginagawa talaga yun. Pero si Zack ginulat din dito yung bungo ni Ajax. Full blinded. What an abusive play para sa MATTJESS. Nagamitin nga yung util nila para makapag-push ng mid-con. Charles and Jam, pwedeng sila maflakan dito, no? As long as nakuha nga nila yung control, yung gagawin dito ni Ninkyu, pero Jam still wins the fight. 16 HP. Papasok na nga ng exit ang R7 and MJ needs to play retake.
Yun lang. Dahil nga naiwan dito si Jam, he can actually disturb itong si Zack from that tower position. Pero dahil nga nakaposte dito yung sniper, will get itong si Charles. Late activation galing dito kay Jam on that CA position. And will get itong si Jason eventually. Yaba there for the cover, 2 versus 3. C4 hindi pa nababa dito sa A site, pero Jeff Rocks will type the magic numbers. JCD, a big kill dito kay Rels. They will get Z control, possible access dito sa 2F. Pero 30 seconds na lang natitira. Smoke na sa harap ng EA. Match point or a tie-up is on the line. 25 seconds. Low dito si JCD on that bottom 2F position, pare. Pero Yaba, first one to reveal yung kanyang position. JCD spotted. Yun lang. Jeff Rocks might be a dead man. But is he? Jeff Rocks fighting back. Zack 1 HP! Hindi pa tapos ang laban dito, pare. Jeff Rocks 17 strong on compound. Gets the 1v2.
At 7, kumukulo na sila, pre. The confidence is there. Yung hold ni Jam, para talaga mapigilan nila yung MATTJESS dun sa mid-round na yun was already big of its own. Kailangan na lang talaga pagbutihan ng R7 yung kinatatayuan nila sa mga early pickoffs na ginagawa ng MATTJESS. Pre, tas we might just go into Eagle Eye. 8-8. Make or break para sa isa sa mga teams dito, pre, ha? MATTJESS, pre, nandun eh. Carry position para kay Rails, hindi pa rin sapat. Zach, bumabalik na nga dito sa dati niyang anyo. Pero ngayon, kailangan na nga natin makita ang pagganti ngayon ng Rhea 7 kasi hindi dapat ganito matapos to. JCD and Jason getting 1-for-1. Ninkyu with a good kill as well. Jeffrax aggressively picking dito lamang sa may 2F at nagkakandaw-gaga na nga yung mga buhay dito ng mga miyembro ng MATTJESS playing the 2v2. Yaba with a huge kill over to Ajax. Si Jeffrax na naman nang wala pang kabawas-bawas dito. And Ninkyu gets pushed by Jeffrax na hindi pa rin umaalis sa 2F. And Jeffrax re-engages. Galit nga naman talaga. Yaba falls. MATTJESS on the scare of Rhea 7. 9-8.
Grabe men, Jeffrax versus the world at this point para dito sa R7. Granted Jam, JCD at itong si Ajax, they have hit their fair share of shots but 20 versus 22 frags. Labanan ng pagbuhat dito pare. And halos match lang. I mean, halos match lang lahat ng scores. Yun nga, Charles still having a hard time but still he's getting some kills. R7, how have you done this? Galing sa BL side pare. MATTJESS maybe getting a bit too frisky dito sa kanilang GR.
Masyado atang overdue yung ginagawa ng MATTJESS ngayon. The usual times na dapat nagpapakasimple lang sila hindi na nga natin nakikita mula sa kanila pre kasi paisa-isa yung pasok. No more double picks. Wala nang bomba sa midcon. So, you can definitely feel na medyo bumaba talaga yung kumpiyansa nila dito to force the fights na kanina nga naman na ipapanalo nila. Default setup para sa R7. Pero mas lamang ng tao dito yung R7 sa pagpasok ng LA, no? Jam! Medyo ata overconfident ka doon! And here comes the play from MATTJESS. Hindi pa tapos ang boxing. MATTJESS is still alive for this game. Dadako nga tayo sa extra pang-4 na round, Sneaky. Or kaya nga bang tapusin to ni JCD? Harangan 2 kills. 55. Ang oras na natitira. C4 nasa kanya. Yaba and Zach. Parating ng LA Preo. So they know that JCD was able to cross.
Oh, I like this decision gonna get JCD. I mean, just to clear itong Z just in case. Pero meron din siyang option pumunta dito na B side which I think would be more realistic pagdating sa 1v2. Pero meron siyang 1 second window bago sila pumunta ng curve dito. But he actually checks. JCD could have a timing of a lifetime dito pare. Yaba's gonna go down pero hindi na naspatan dito si Zach. 20 seconds left on the clock. C4 is gonna go down and he's gonna plant it very safe. Zach inside of the side spotting itong si JCD. It's a 1 versus 1. Battery's position not gonna be better para kay JCD. And we go into overtime dito sa compound pare.
Wala pang uuwi. Wala pang kukuha ng bagahe nila. Ang compound ay karapat dapat lang naman ganito tumagal pre kasi dito nagtutuos lahat And this is a match na hindi dapat nagpapabaya ang Rhea 7 and they definitely delivered para talaga tumagal tong laban na to, no? Continuous effort para kay JCD to hit those shots. Jeffrax, kalaban ng mundo, pati yung sarili niya with one of the most hard carry performances na nakita natin mula sa kanya. Next to that, Ankara, kalaban din ang MATTJESS during the group stage. And a familiar sight para sa Rhea 7 ng overtime na to na kung saan hindi nga nila masyado nakukuha yung mga gandong klaseng scenarios. But for MATTJESS, this is now their time to prove once and for all na kaya nga nilang tapusin tong mapa na to. Masyadong mahirap pre. Talagang ramdam mo sa kanila yung daga sa puso. The pressure is still there. Rhea 7, it feels the same Parang ganun din Medyo nahihirapan din si Rhea 7
Yeah, especially with the nature ng first and second map natin dito pare. I mean, Rhea 7 has gotten so close to getting the momentum dito sa laruan natin and just to get snatched away galing dito sa MATTJESS. Ayun nga, nakaabot nga tayo dito sa overtime pero considering yung circumstances dito ng compound, no? I mean, BL. Doon pa nakakuha ng overtime point itong R7 pare. So they do have some threats doon sa side ng mapa na yon. Para naman sa MJ, ayun nga, even if they're calm, yung kanilang depensa still can be broken open, no? So very vulnerable etong MJ. But at the same time, magkamali ka lang talaga ng isang beses or you just miss a flash or a smoke. Ayun nga, there's gonna be Zach or etong si Yaba or itong si Ninkyu, possibly with a 3K around the corner. So still, may chance itong R7 to close out yung mapa na to, but their execution needs to be perfect, pare.
Yeah, so what kind of execution you may ask again, no? Maria 7, yung default nga nila, okay nga naman kahit papano. Medyo nadadali lang talaga ng matches sa aggressive pushes, but at the same time, this is Ria 7 that's relying on the 50-50s and the coin flips na itong compound na to. No? Na hindi mo masisisi na anytime soon, kayang umatake ng matches sa mga anggulong maugulat ang Ria 7. So, if default is necessary, yun nga yung kailangan gawin dito ng Ria 7. Pero for matches, what I could hope for them is talagang ilaban na nga nila kung kaya nga nilang ilaban ng maaga pa lang. Nang ma-throw off ang kalaban, and I feel like yun nga yung gagawin nila dito. No, Krinos nga na lang kagad yung smoke papuntang B-site. Pero parespo na nga ngayon si Jamlin, kung nagpapalo na nga ng bala dito. Si Jeffrax ginagamit yung kabaong bilang head glitch at matutumba ang C2 player dito.
Ooh.
Jason and Zach opening up the site. Si Ajax hindi pa nga nila nahanap. What a hold sa 2F. Nagulat na lang ang MJ dito na naubos na nga sila. And R7, grabe nga naman ginawang tambayan ng bangkay ang A-site doon. It's one of the most beautiful holds we've seen.
He got a really good hold getting to the Ajax. I'm surprised na he didn't die to the second player actually. And ayun lang, a disastrous execute para dito sa MJ on that A site. Couldn't find the players in time whatsoever dito para. And MJ medyo nagmamadali na nga. It's less about momentum, more about anger para sa kanila dito. Pero mapapabalik sila, men. It's just a 1-1-3. Pero worrying signs to para sa MJ, no, pare?
Time for Ria 7 to take over this strong side, pre. At kita mo nga naman talaga pag nasa magandang level ngayon ang Ria 7, hindi mo talaga sila napipigilan. From the Ajax sniping, from Jam holding down. Partida, wala pa si JCD dun sa round na yun. One execute could derail R7's momentum. At isang execute din mula sa MJ ang pwede nga nilang ikahina dito, no? Kung gagawin nga nila ulit dito yung A-site attack. Madali na lang to para sa R7. Converge para kay Zach dito lamang sa may curve. Pero may pagka-split, baka pwedeng maiwan si Rels. Walang kaguluhan sa exit, pero guguluhin mo na ni Ninkyu dito yung opposition. Pabalik na nga sila ngayon dito lamang sa may mid. Zach gets the kill. Charles with a good position, pero Jeffrax nabulag na naman. What a flash by MJ, and Ajax gets the kill. Jameson aggressively picking down exit. Kailangan mo mag-ingat, kapatid, kasi hindi niya pa natatanim ang C4. Palikod na nga ngayon si JCD at kailangan hanapin to ni Yaba. Can the timing be perfect para sa MJ? Duguan yung mga buhay dito. It's now down to the 1v1. Yaba ang layo sa C4 at kukunin ni Ajax dito yung M4 para mapadali sa kanya yung laban na to. Si Ajax hindi pa rin gumagalaw. Yaba needs to get the one tap and Ajax gets the easy swing. R7 2-round lead.
Pa-overthink sila dun, men. Nagtaka lang ako bakit sila nang tagal dun sa RS, pare. Kasi, ayun nga, nakuha mo na yung curve, nakuha mo na yung mid. Ayun nga, babalik pa ng EA. Especially some player just to get itong si Jeffrox. But instead, Jeffrox gets him. Ayun lang, nagkanda-gulo-gulo na yung execute na naman dito na matches. I mean, they're doing so many things right. But then, that final step, pare, that final step talaga, hindi nila maklear agad-agad dito si Jeffrox on that A position plus that long position na kinukuha dito ni Ajax. So, very quick rotations plus very aggressive plays galing sa R7 really is making all the difference at makakaalis pa nga dun si Jeffrox scot-free. Nako po. MJ, it's getting worse.
Wala talagang hold no? Like, no flank watch. The duel's just not going into their favor. At Jeffrax nagpapaka-ultra instinct sa mga laban na nga ngayon. Jason, the miracle worker, hindi niya makukuha yung pangalawang kill. Malaking bagay para sa kanila sana yun.
Just try to get Def, yeah.
Mabubuhay pa nga si Jeffrax. Malinaw pa ang mata. And Jason finally takes down the low health Jeffrax. Zach, nakakatanggap nga ng bawas dito. Feeling ko, alanganin pa rin dito ang MJ pagdating sa entrying. No weapon swaps whatsoever. But this is still valuable para sa R7. Kung gusto nga nila mag-aggressive, now is the time.
Yeah, what a move. Galing kay Jam. Confirming na walang tao dito sa B side pero Zach worried about CB. And itong mid at the same time. Ajax will get itong si Yaba. Ajax to on 7 HP pero tignan mo naman men. You're up against 3. Ajax nandito sa 2F. Will just probably spam crouch. And si Charles na balabahala doon sa kill na yon. 9 and 12 R7 with a hell of a comeback dito sa compound. And are they gonna continue yung series natin?
It's tough to say, no? Kasi this is R7 that really utilized the strong side of compound, pre, no? And not only that, yung smart plays na pinakita ni Jeffrox, no, from just lashing out some offense dun lang sa may SD, pre, and JCD just being there at the right place at the right time. So timing-wise, no, Rhea 7, nahanap nga nila na medyo matagal. Pinatagal muna nila yung laban bago nila mahanap yung magandang play. Pero buti na nga lang, pre, pinagana nga nila sa isang magandang aspeto, that being the overtime. So matches, they could just find any ways para makansela dito si Jeffrox or even si Jam, no, na kanina pa nga naglalash out ng paghihigante. So yeah, matches, nasaan na nga ba sila? Hinahanap pa rin nila yung sarili nila dito sa overtime, pre.
Ayun nga, I feel like matches maybe a bit in on their own heads pa rin, no, dito sa mapa ng compound. Obviously, what they were doing nung first half was definitely working, no? Pero, ayun nga, they kind of just stopped doing it. Feeling ko R7, they've gotten a lot more aggressive, a lot more assertive pagdating sa kanilang gameplay. At the same time, Jam and itong si Jeffrox willing to play a lot more risky, no, for some of these map positions. So, MJ not expecting any of this, pare. Lost 3 rounds in a row. Pero R7 ngayon, nasa kanila naman yung BL side. MJ nandito sa depensa, a lot less action this time dito sa overtime, pare.
It's very possible para sa matches to, kahit nga hindi sila mag-set ng crossfire dito, kahit i-stack na nga lang nila yung LA and then play the retake for B, that is still a good call for them, no? Kasi it is possible for them to get denied dito lang sa may pillars ngayon pa lang. At alam na nga natin yung pagka-dead dito ni Jeffrox the moment that he steps into competition. So now, calm and collected, R7, inaantay lang mawala yung mga utils dito ng matches bago sila mag-converge sa mid.
They're pretty quiet, no? Ain't nothing happening. Ain't nothing happening.
Pato lang ng utils, pre, oh. Ang dami na nagagastos ngayon ng Rhea 7. Same goes for MJ. Pagdating sa pagde-delay, kailangan nga naman talaga. Pero it's not that usual day para sa MJ na hindi mag-push out dito lamang sa may midcon. Kasi alam nga nila, pag binadali nila to, yari na nga sila kasi R7 is on set point territory. 42 seconds. Malapit na mag-execute ngayon ang R7 and the crossfire is still there. Ninkyu on the right position and Rels nagpaulan pero mabilis din kagad na bawi ito ni JCD. And Yaba with a position dito lamang sa may curve forces a 2v2. 28 seconds. Bomb drop pa nga. Jason on a possible re-challenge para ma-throw up si JCD. Jason through the smoke. Pinaulanan din ni Jeffrox and JCD. Jason, what are you doing, my friend? Nakasalalay na kay Zach ang kapalaran ngayon ng MJ. And JCD gets the headshot. R7 gets all 4 rounds para umabot tayo sa Eagle Eye. 2-1 set. Rhea 7 lumalaban pa.
Oh, Jason, man.
Wala pa nagsabi na nakadrop yung C4? I mean, I guess. Pero yun nga, R7 getting their win dito sa compound, pare. Ayun nga. Compound, the map where they also have their fair share of experience. And ayun nga, pati dito sa BL side, napapakuha din sila ng rounds and forcing itong overtime, pare. Jeffrox is freaking inevitable, man. And especially dito sa compound, a more rifler-centric, no, na mapa. Grabe talaga yung pinanggagawa na dito, men.
Grabe nga naman talaga kasi it's not the usual na Rhea 7, no, na late na nag-activate. Pero I'm just glad na Jeffrox still kept his composure. Jam was still hitting his shots. Ajax, no, yung second half na yon, malaking bagay kung bakit nga tumagal talaga ang Rhea 7 sa laban na to. It was one of the few days, no, na hindi natin nakita na kahit anong hard carry performance mula sa matches, walang panalo mula sa kanila, no? Kasi at the end of the day, it's how you put yourself into the mid-round tsaka kung paano mo ini-execute yung last play talaga, no? Walang ginawa ang matches kundi mag-rely na lang sa early pickoffs and it could just only get you so far, eh. So, yeah, Rhea 7. ito na yung pagkakataon nila.
Yeah, and despite yung napakagandang performance nga dito ni Zach at ni Rels, no, dito sa mapa na to, it still wasn't enough to take them over the hump. You know, props din dito kay Nink, you know, he was doing God's work sa mapa na to. But then, ayun nga, Jeff Rocks and Jam, them at the same time. Hindi ko nga gets half the time kung bakit hindi namamatay si Jeff Rocks sa mga sitwasyon niya. And maybe that's just the risks na he's willing to take. Na ayun nga, maybe it is an off angle, you could immediately die, but at the same time, you could get 2K. Pero ayun nga, no, lahat ng sugal na ginagawa dito ni Boss Jeff Roxman, gumagana at gumagana. It's same goes para dito kay Jam, pare.
Yeah, definitely, no. At lalo-lalo na rin si JCD, pre. Bigyan natin dito siya ng entablado dito kasi kung makikita mo, parang nasa 80% headshot din ata si JCD dun sa second half na yun. Like, man, just really activated na hindi nga natin naramdaman yung pagkabunga niya from the first 2 sets. Pero etong mahalagang set na kung saan kaya nang isarado ng MATTJESS. Pero, man, like, MATTJESS with their full-on effort, no? Like, Ninkyu and Yaba, medyo nagkaroon ng step back in terms of performance, no, pre? At kahit papano, binuhat din naman ni Rels, pati nga ni Zach yung ganong klaseng laruan. Pero, man, we'll just wait and see what Eagle Eye has to offer for us, no, dito lamang sa ating playoffs, pre, kasi habang hinuhulma pa nga ngayon ni Rias Heaven yung susunod nga nilang gameplay sa mapang alam kong papabor para sa kanila kasi sila mismo pumili na ito, pre. This is still a map at feeling ko could still end up being like compound, pre.
Yeah, depende talaga, no? I mean, Ajax obviously, despite it being a rifler-centric map, pare, did a very, very nice job dito sa compound, man. Multiple times na he was working with itong si Jam, and that's why the A site was so annoying to take, no? Kasi, yun nga, hirap patayin dito ni Ajax. Even at one point, there was a rifler right next to him, pero hindi pa rin siya namamatay dun. So, ayun nga, props to Ajax as well. Helping out itong si Jam with that defense, pare. And, ayun nga, I really feel like that slight downturn galing dito kay Yaba really didn't help the case dito ng team. At the same time, some questionable decision making galing dito sa MATTJESS. Maganda naman yung ginagawa nila from that CB position, no? But then, at the same time, it gets to a point, pare.
Yeah, so, it just, parang naubusan ng talaga ng chakra dito, no? Si Rels. Doon sa ating overtime kasi it was very prevalent, no? Mapapasabi ka na lang kay Rels na kung nakuha mo lang yung kill doon kay Jeprox, tapos na sana tong series na to, pero hindi, pre, no? Like, R7 really utilized their second chances, no? From mid-round, from rotations, lakas ni Jam, clutches dito ni Jeprox, kill after kill, it just went into the direction rather ng Rhea 7 dito. Malaking bagay din talaga yung pinapakitang movement ni Jeff Rouse, no? Kasi kada spacing niya, kahit na-bait out yung mga kakampi niya, ang laki ng bawi, no? Kasi it's not just 1 or 2 kills. 3 kills already is a good feat enough para sa isang tao lang. Pero kung effort yun mula sa 2 tao, man, you could force your way into a 3v2 easily like that. So Jeff Rouse just felt the need to go for headshots na lang talaga ngayon. Hindi na gumamit talaga ng kahit ano pa. Lahat ng laban, kaya ko ang kunin. And yeah, this is R7 that I feel like in their form right now, kaya nilang kunin yung Eagle Eye, pre.
Yeah, and 1,000% they can definitely take itong Eagle Eye, no? And considering their prior experience pagdating sa mapa na yun, especially from their old teams, hindi naman nagkukulang sa experience itong R7 when it comes to that map. At the same time, MATTJESS did compete up against yung probably the best Eagle Eye team dito sa tournament ito. They didn't fare too bad as well. So, ayun nga, I can't blame you for that assumption na this could be exactly like Compound considering na halos pantay lang naman yung kanilang experience. And I think that can happen as well. It's a lot more open of a map para dito kay Rels at kay Zach na, kumuha ng snipes. And para naman dito kay Ajax, no, he's gonna be a lot more comfortable kumpara naman sa Compound. So, we're gonna see a lot more action galing sa mga snipers. And, ayun nga, feeling ko it's just whoever makes the difference on these rifles, pare, can really turn the tides ng series na to.
Yeah. Yeah, it just sucks para dito sa MATTJESS, no? Pero they have to live the day na kamuntikan na pero nabitawan pa nga nila, no? Pera na naging bato pa day para dito sa MATTJESS, no? So, yeah. The extra 4 rounds didn't go as planned para sa MJ, no? Kasi it was 2 rounds na feeling ko kaya nga nilang kunin. From that entry alone, dun lang sa may A-site, pre, nakulangan ata lang talaga sila ng lakas doon. Ajax just went berserk And especially Jeff Rocks dito na 0.60 nga yung headshot percentage niya. And like I mentioned kanina JCD with a 0.86 headshot per kill percentage, pre. That is absurd para kay JCD. And despite, the star performance of Rels, wala talaga, pre.
Wala talaga, pre. Pero yun nga, do the basic math. One team has 2 players over 20 AP, pare. One team has only 1 player over 20 AP. So, kind of know where this is going at this point. Yun nga, big on dito kay Jeff Rocks that he's finally back in form para sa series na to, considering na yun nga, Charles had a downturn dito sa map number 1 at 2. He's starting to warm up a bit dito sa overtime, but then we need to see more from him dito sa ating Eagle Eye in order to make it a realistic chance para dito sa Ria 7. Pero tara naman sa ating set MVP, meron pa bang iba, pare? It is gonna be Jeff Rocks, 1.39 kills per round, 1.67 KD, 25 AP. The amount of impact he had dito sa compound was absolutely absurd, pare.
Man, absurd is indeed the word, pre. 1.67 KD nga ba naman ginawa mo sa players na alam mong makulit sa mapa, no? And yung tendency nila to go for double peaks was just absolutely insane. Pero Jeff Rocks did not see that as a means para talaga makinaan ng loob. Si Jeff Rocks continues to push his confidence dito sa mga pagbumuka ng miyembro ng matches. Every specific angle nandun talaga dito si Boss Jeffrey, Like, I kind of felt na MATTJESS was trying 101% para mapigilan si Jeff Rocks sa mga rounds na yun. And dapat nandun si Rels tsaka si Zach for the double sniper, no? But Rels just said something different sa comms, no? Na mag-AK na nga lang siya. Zach not hitting the shots during the second half. Medyo natagalan ng ult,
like
no?
This round, man.
This was the round nga naman talaga.
7-8. Oh, it's so depressing to watch again, no, pare? I mean, if you're an MJ fan, you wouldn't want to see that again, pare. Pero you can't really deny the greatness dito ni Jeff Rocks in this Impact tournament, pare. And he might just do it again dito sa map number 4. Hindi natin alam.
Man, we need a break for this one, no, pre? Kasi the action, mas lalo pang umaangat at hindi na natin maabot Sneaky Frog. Kaya kailangan na natin ng breather dito kasi babiyahe pa tayo pa Eagle Eye, mga ka-crossfire. This is CFS PH Impact 2025 Playoffs. Ako nga pala si Salvatore, siya nga pala si Sneaky Frog. Babalik kami after this break. Rhea 7 is still here to fight at Eagle ay ang napili nga nilang lugar para kalabanin ng matches. Ito pa rin ang playoffs ng CFS PH Impact Summer, Salvatore and Sneaky Frag, as the series is still well alive dito lang. No? So yeah, Game 4 nga tayo, Sneaky, na saan yung compound na yun, isa sa mga dapat kalimutan na ng matches as they head forward towards Eagle Eye.
Yeah, especially man, considering not a single round taken dito sa ating overtime pare. And that one's gonna hurt para dito sa NJ camp pare. But still, it is compound. It is a map na R7 is very, very familiar with. Pero pagdating naman dito sa Eagle Eye, it's the exact same case as well. So, chances for Game 5 are rising dito sa series natin with a bit of momentum galing dito sa R7 from that prior game. Especially itong si Jeff Rox at si JCD now starting to hit their shots individually no dito pare. Now, up to the other two players. I mean, Ajax, he's doing a fine job dito, men. Pero we need more from Mr. Charles dito, pare.
Masyado nga talagang mahirap na pag may isang nakukulangan talaga ng performance no? Because it would be really, really hard for them. Feeling ko nga may mga rounds pang hindi nga nila makuha just because of one person just messing up. Sana hindi naman yun yung mangyari dito for the side of Rhea 7. But hopefully, for matches, mahanap na nga nila dito yung solusyon sa mga problema nila, no? Kasi from that compound alone, ang daming ginawa talaga ng matches all for nothing, pre. Like pushing from rails, hawak ng CB, pick off after pick off, hindi na pupunta sa round. Kasi nga, hindi ko alam anong milagro talaga dinasal para kay Jeffrax, no? Na kada round talaga na dapat matatalan sila, gigising talaga siya sa kinatutulugan niya.
Ayun nga, it's just the mentality dito ni Jeff Rox, no? Just refusing to lose dito sa series natin. And same goes para dito kay JCD. Ayun nga, we just need a bit more galing dito sa mga ibang players dito na R7 and I think they're gonna be in a 5 position dito sa series. Paano naman dito sa NJ? I don't like what I saw galing dito kay Yabaman. Kinda had a downturn. Jason with some spotty mistakes dito sa compound. Ayun nga, bit of a downturn galing dito kay Zach at the start of yung game natin. So, we need a MATTJESS na mainit agad sa simula pa lang. And
Nasa
as we
na
go
nga
into
ba
the
yung
game,
init na yan?
nasa na nga ba pare?
Nasa na ba pare?
Sa Cebu?
Baka naiwan sa Davao? Nasa
Ay,
biyahe? Nasa bagahe pa? Yan natin na lang, pre. No?
pa pare, ako po.
Feeling ko nasa Bacolod pa, MATTJESS. Kung ako sa inyo, hanapin nyo na nga yan kasi oras na para tapusin to. Para talaga masabi nating kaya nyong magkampiyon. Rhea 7 lumalaban, hinahanapan pa rin ng butas tong laron to. Kasi hindi kami papayag na sa mga laban na pinagdudahan nyo kami, dapat matalo pa rin, pre. Rhea 7 now fighting for a championship slot. Now, MATTJESS holding down Hotel with a good headshot para dito kay Yaba. Hindi lang isa, pumangalawa pa nga naman talaga. Jeff Rox and Ajax na lang ang natitira. Ajax finding one pick-off dito lamang sa may labas ng LB rather. Yaba, holding down Hotel. At yun, nahanap yung angulo dito ni Ajax para makancel out yung lason. Si Jeff Rox nakaakyat. Si Zach nahanap yung pwesto and Zach gets the kill. MATTJESS 1-0 to start off Eagle Eye.
Bit of a better position para sa mga MJ players natin dito. At the same time, just straight up aggression galing sa kanila. Yapa getting a 3K. Not much to write home about kung kayo yung MJ dito. Next round is underway. R7 wanting to go into LB pare. Pero yun lang nakot agad dito si Rels. However, early information para dito sa MATTJESS na paparating na nga ng B-side itong R7. Pero R7 is gonna allow the joust. Hindi pa nila i-execute to, pero Jason tempted to go for the peak, pero most likely may nakabantay dito sa gilid. Ajax making sure that that mid position is safe. Pero hindi pa nagde-decide dito R7. It's just a pick, getting hotel control, and back off immediately dito, pare.
Yeah. It's just worth the time here for MATTJESS para talaga bagalan lang ng konti, but at the same time they need to check their flanks Now, let's see if this is the way para dito sa R7 para maging aggressive na nga at yun na nga yung gagawin nga nila dito with a good conversion para kay Jeffrax. Dito lamang sa may mid, Yaba tutumba sa sarili niyang kinatatalunan. Zach gets a huge quick scope pero patuloy pa rin ang push ng R7 dito, wala silang katakot-takot. Wow. As Jeffrax aggressively picking down top A. What a setup by Rhea 7.
Grabe, that was the most basic take B position and then go back to A, pare. And Jeff Rocks, despite not getting as much distance as he wanted no dito sa kanyang lurk, it still served as a distraction para sa kanyang team. Also, what the hell happened kay Yaba, man? Nakita ko na he did die by himself. So yun nga, man, baka nahulog sa bagin si Idol nang walang sa oras dito. Nako po.
Yan. Still, walang pick-off, oh. Walang nag-aagro para si MJ. Walang nag-hold ng door mid, eh. Whereas Jeff Rocks, inaantay niya ata mag-overextend dito si Yaba. Walang pagbabago para si MJ. This is still the usual setup na nakita natin from their first round na kahit paano na-counter na nga ng R7 on the second. Konting pwesto lang. Konting pwesto lang para sa Rhea 7. Ayun na nga. Paulan at purong pag-iingay. Charles sets up the smoke para dito lamang sa may mid. Si Ajax, nakita na nga naglalakwatsa dito si Yaba. JCD nakakaramdam na nga na merong gustong maligid dito. Yeah, MATTJESS. Medyo nawawalan sila ng pwesto dito, pre. Ang aggressive talaga ng Rhea 7. Rels napigilan yung doorbell dito and MJ gets the trade.
Yun lang, nakuha na ng R7 yung 5v4 no pare, pero hindi nila ma-decide kung anong site yung gusto nilang kunin dito or what part of the map they want to go through. So yun lang, that could cause some big trouble dito pare. 4 versus 4 isn't too bad para sa mga GR players. Pero JCD could make all the difference with that sniper pare. Pero R7 gonna decide to go back to the B side. Pero ang ganda ng position dito ni Jason. He's in that mid door. He can hear every single thing. Every single noise na ginagawa nga dito ng R7. Pero hold on. Bit of wrong information. Mapapabalik dito si Rels in that spawn position. I think it's way better para sa sniper. If he can get the first one, that could make all the difference. Pero hindi niya nakuha yun. JCD will get itong si Nintyu eventually. Jeff Rocks now swinging around the corner. Nakuha na nga si Zach. Another sniper down. But can they keep going? Yun lang, Rels. The Deagle will not do enough damage pare. Jason from behind. 1 HP and a dream para dito sa captain ng MATTJESS. Pero iwa-wallbang na lang dito ni Ajax. 2 and 1 para sa BL side ng R7.
It's that kind of day para kay Jeff Rocks nga naman talaga. Ano? Alam mo talaga sa ugat niya na meron siyang dugo dyan na dumadaloy na nagpapalakas sa kanya para sa mga duels na kailangan niyang i-take. Matches, double, even triple efforts to take down Rhea 7. Just not enough eh, no? It's just a duo play between Jeff Rocks and Ajax na nag-hold ng mga kanya-kanyang angle. And you best believe na nauubos nga yung util nila Yaba at ni Nintyu kagad eh. Man, they just need to play this timing game right, no? Na hindi na nga nag-overstep si Yaba. Naku nga naman, Zach. Kamunti ka na. Pero that's already information para sa MATTJESS. Now once again, Rhea 7 is on their usual default. Rels on bridge position could possibly take down one bago nga siya umalis dito. Tumatalon si Ajax, hindi pa naman bagong taon. And that is the 5v4 early on. JCD and Jam, pwede nga nilang i-push tong mid para ma-convert si Jason to set the trade. Pero R7, nawalan sila ng last dito para sa Exec. Pa isa-isa ang pasok. Yaba, nakakuha ng lason kasi kailangan mag-rotate nila Jam. Jason gets the kill dito lamang sa may door mid. Jeff Rocks nakatago lang sa may house A. And oh my goodness, pre, MATTJESS. Sabi ko nga, onting tahiming at timing lang. At nakinig nga sila sa atin.
Masyado yata nag-focus si JCD dito sa mid. Nakalimutan niya may sniper dito sa top A pa rin. Ako po. Napakalaking pagkakamali galing dito sa R7 pero gusto pumawi ng MJ. Aggression versus aggression. Una nasa bahay, nakalabas na ka. Long is gonna be the target ng mga players natin. R7, this A side could be wide open pero Zach with the sniper gets one, doesn't get the second shot but can he get the third? Hindi pa. Ajax pistol used. Pero pang tao na nasa likod nila men, hindi nila napapansin si Jeff Rocks praying and praying para dito mamamatay si Zach. Zach still underside ng stairs, finally taken down ni Ajax. Pero Yaba from behind will get JCD. Sniper in the hand dito ni Ajax. Knows exactly where he is as well. Ajax, full swing, 1 HP. May HE dito si Yaba. May HE si Yaba. That could be the difference maker. Nade. Almost hitting itong si Ajax pare. 5 HP and a dream. A long angle would be better para sa kanya dito. Pero Ajax, he's gonna hear this. He's gonna hear na tumatapak dito si Yaba. Ay, nakita yung
Oh
body
my
ni Ajax.
God, Ajax.
It's cooked unless... Oh, no! Di mo nakita pa niya, Yaba! Oh, no!
Yaba, bakit?
R7.
Nandun ka na.
Grabe.
Kakalabitin
First of
mo na lang
all,
yung trigger ng Diyos ko naman,
Nako po pare,
MJ.
R7, 3 and 2 pare. Charles still with 0 kills pero you know, they're still winning this one pare. JCD taken down. What in tarnation is going on pare? MJ getting the early picks but not the late rounds pare.
No naman pre. Ang laking tulong na sana ng round na yun. Pero a round is a round para sa R7. Fumble after fumble para sa R7. Masasabi mo kang matches makuha na nga nila sana yung round na yun. Pero pre, I'm not sure. Feeling ko namatayan ata ng mouse dun si Yaba pre. And Jam finds the opening dito lamang kay Yaba. Pero meron pa rin tao dito. Masyado pa rin malamok ang hotel. Jason could get the spam pero aggressively pumik na nga sa may bintana. Jeff Rocks hindi pa rin nakakapasok. Hirap na nga kayo ng R7 sa round na todo and Rels gets the readjustment. As he gets the kill over to Jeff Rocks, Ajax nagtatago, full blinded now. And Red swings and Ajax dies. 3-3. This Eagle Eye pre. Grabe nga naman ang batuhan ng suntok ng dalawang teams na to.
Grabe men, back and forth indeed. No one's pulling any punches from R7 and or itong MJ pare. Rels with the swing. Getting itong si Charles. Generational fumble para dito kay Charles pare. 0 and 7 so far dito sa laruan natin. Pero we are 7. Nakalagpas na dito sa long B. Di napansin si Ninkyu. Nakababa na pala galing dito sa likod. Cannot get that better death cam pare. Rel stuck on the inside. 8 checks around the corner. Colt gonna do a whole lot of damage dito sa sniper ng MJ. Pero Zach, the second sniper of his squadron. Spotting 2 collateral para dito kay Zach. 2 versus 1 all of a sudden. Flash is gonna be there. Jam di pa spotted dito sa RS. Zach gonna eat that nade. Will get itong si Ajax. Jam still not known. Hinahanap pa rin dito ni Zach. Patay na ang kanyang 3 kakampi. Pero Jam will look to get another 1v1 under his belt pare. Jam, C4 is closer to him than it is to Zach. Pero Zach, better timing para sa kanya dito. Jam looking for the timing instead. Dadaan siya dito ng bypass. Hotel ang gustong kunin dito ni Zach. Zach nakatalikod. Pero Jam, opportunity of a lifetime.
Oh my God.
Running. Yun lang. Zach with the turnaround but the headset isn't loud enough pare. Another 1v1 na pupunta dito sa R7 pare. What is this luck?
Pre, hindi niya talaga hinawak yung EB no? Off angle after off angle ang inukuha ng matches pre. But at the same time, it's just the timing that's working for Rhea 7. Grabe nga naman. Pre, purong gulo lang talaga nakikita natin dito eh. Like, swerte para sa R7, buenas minsan para sa MJ. We just can't see anything, any form of yung kalakihan ng lamang talaga. Palitan lang ng suntok eh. And now, matches, inaantay pa natin kung ano nga ba yung magiging hiyaw nila dito sa round na to. Ajax. Papwesto na nga, but Jason makakarating na nga ng exit. Pagandang lason to, hindi siya nakikita sa likod ng mga usok. As Jason gets the spam and another kill for him. Double para sa kanya. JCD umaligid, pero kitang-kita at halata ka masyado sa radar ni Jason. MJ finds the round para maging 4-4.
Grabe yung back and forth natin dito pare, but Charles bro, come on man. You gotta get at least one pare. I'm not flaming him, pero, you know. JCD, though, will eat the dirt at the start of the round. Nasa na yung trade? Will finally get one, pare. That's the first one para dito kay Charles. It could be a sign for good times para sa R7. C4, kita dito ni Yaba. Yaba, spotting itong si Ajax. Ajax around the corner. Doesn't get the better of Yaba, pare. Pero Yaba, nang i-stobro pa rin dito sa likod. Rels, getting itong si Jeff Rocks in that mid position. Charles around the corner, instantly taken down with the golden headshot. And Zach will end it right then and there, pare. 5-4. MATTJESS with a 1-point lead before the half turns. As papupunta na sila dito sa BL side. R7 gonna try to defend it, pare.
Well, that is it, pre. Grabe nga naman yung first half na binigay sa atin ng R7 tsaka ng MJ. And now R7 with an opportunity of a lifetime dito. As Jeffrox can have a field day pagdating sa mga kills. Lalo na nga rin na kanyang hawakan tong site na to. Dalawa lang yung makukuha niya bago siya papaslang. Ajax gusto manlasan yung ngay mangyayari dito. Jason and Rels holding down the site as Charles, last man standing. Can he save it? Jason, hinahanap yung angle and Charles saves it para sa R7. What a way to get your 3 kills, Charles. 5-5 score.
It's 3 impact frags back-to-back para dito kay Charles, pare. It could be him activating in the late game and just in time. R7 opening pick para kay Ajax. Rels instantly punished for peeking dito sa LB. But what is the reaction para dito sa matches, pare? They've only hit this A site so far, and Yaba, yun nga, nabatukan as he was trying to cross dito sa may middle area natin. It's a bit of a tough defense to crack. R7, solid
Man. What a game. Sabi ko nga pre, parang magiging compound lang to. Yun nga talaga yung nangyayari dito na pre. Puro buenas para sa R7. MJ hitting the shots. As Jeff, Rox, and Jam still doing the dirty work para sa mga kakampi niya. Ajax doing his best para talaga tapatan dito si Rels tsaka si Zach. Na ultimo, kahit anong performance ipakita ni Rels tsaka ni Zach, pre, nandun pa rin nga talaga yung hirap para matapos tong round na to. Jeff Rox gets the kill. And Ninkyu finds it. Pero pwede niyang i-hold tong exit na to kasi paparating na nga si Jam. At yun nga yung mangyayari dito. Palang yung nakita at informasyon na nga yun. Now everyone here
good shot.
is getting the pick. And Ajax, grabe nga naman yung shot na yun. 3 versus 2. Nakabantay pa rin dito sa may exit si Yaba. C4 planted. Daming oras para kumilos dito as R7. All they could hope for is paman dito yung angulo. Pero hindi pre, masyado lang talaga matao. Naiiwan si Zach na mag-isa. Lalong-lalo na nga rin si Yaba. That's all the time they need para makuha tong retake na to. 6-5 R7. 2 rounds straight statement para sa MJ.
Yeah, 1 point gap in between yung teams natin. R7 could be another second half explosion para sa kanila dito. Just like itong compound. Let's see what MATTJESS can do. A lot more aggressive pagdating sa kanilang tower take. Jeff Rox in that mid position, pare. Pwede siya manggulat ng isang player kagaya ni Jason. No LB aggression galing sa R7 instead. Jam staying dito sa stairs. Ajax in that hotel stairs position as well. Pero medyo matagal ang pag-take ng MJ. Paloob ng hotel dito. Not spotting anyone. Ajax has to hit that first shot. Pero Ajax around the corner. Stuck dito sa may elevator natin. Still getting to somehow! Grabe naman si Ajax. Nung compound pa siyang ganyan. Rels will get taken out as well as itong si Zach 7 and 5 para sa Area 7, pare. And this could just be port with this kind of performance, pare.
And that's just how it is. Ria 7, may dahilan nga kung bakit nga nila pinili ito. The moment na nakita pala natin yung map dito, pre, sabi natin, kailangan kunin ng Ria 7 yung compound pati itong mapa na to para talaga maging mabuhay pa at masagana pa ang Ria 7 para sa pagkakataon nilang umabot ng regionals and hopefully the champions of Impact. Pero hindi pa rin tapos, pre. R7, binibigyan na lang din na tayo ng pag-asa. Same goes for MATTJESS. Ang tanong, nasan nga ba yung pag-asa nila dito? Zach, di nagamit yung box. And JCD did not stop firing. Full bag kay Zach, pati kay Jason. Rels, that's just one. Napigilan na lang yung pagkakross ng mid. Yaba is just waiting on that spot. Bomb drop nga, pero alam naman natin na R7 does have the tendency na i-hold na lang yung C4 dito. Ajax naka-hold pa rin ng LA. It's very important for them to hold this down, and what a pick by Jam. Yaba nakikipaglaban na nga dito lang sa may mid, and napakahirap nga naman neto para sa MATTJESS. And this team is giving us a series sneaky frog. R7 8-5. MJ, nasaan ang bawi?
Oo nga, napako na sila dito sa BL side, pare. Ninkyu 5 and 10, Yaba 9 and 10 so far. Jason, not the exact same great performance na nakita natin kanina, pero Ninkyu will finally get itong si Charles. Jason around the corner, finally getting itong hotel control. Have no idea kung bakit binitawan ni Ajax itong hotel, pare. And 3 people are gonna go down. A misread galing sa R7. And Jeff Rox nandito pa naman sa loob ng site. Could be the X-Factor, could be the difference maker, pero hindi pala. Ajax, last one left alive, spotted sa loob ng RS. Will get one gamit ng kanyang AK-47, but Zach will not let him pass for more. 6 and 8 MJ despite 2 points dito sa ating lead pare. Still trying to claw back dito sa Eagle Eye, men.
2 more rounds para sa MATTJESS. And we might see a good turnaround of a plot twist as well. Ayun na, tinan mo, paulan na nga, no? Hindi lang bala, kundi mga util din para mapigilan ang R7 dito. Sobrang nade-delay na nga sila. And what a double kill by Jason dun sa mga maligid na members ng R7 sa may mid. Niengyu pushing, Ajax fighting for his life, pre. Nangangalahati na nga yung buhay niya, hindi pa rin siya mamatay. Finally, Niengyu gets the play. And MJ gets 2 quick rounds.
We got 2 swift rounds from MJ. 1 point to tie things up dito sa laruan natin, pare. Pero R7, opportunity still para makakuha ng match point dito, Jam. In that bridge position. So, tamang switch up lang ng depensa. Back in the B side, Ajax goes. Or hindi, dito pa rin siya sa A actually, Zach. Gonna try to get that opener pero medyo mahirap ang kanyang angulo dito. From that house position, every single member dito ng R7 playing very, very passively dito, pare. Not revealing anything dito sa MJ and they even give yung hotel position too.
Tahimik na naman. Not the usual quick execute para sa MATTJESS. Nakakaramdam ata sila na pwedeng maging aggressive din ng R7 to get the high positionings here. Stacking dito lang sa may hotel. Charts medyo malayo. So wala munang first contact na magaganap. Probably a bait and switch para sa Rhea 7 no? Dito lang sa may hotel. But at the same time, we'll never know who's gonna cross the connector or even dito lamang sa may EEB. Pa-execute na nga sila. Lumaline up na nga rin. Jam, iba pa rin yung angle ng tinitignan. Pwede niyan lasunin yung hotel pre, pero baka pwede na lang siya daw sumama sa mga kakampi niya. Jason full blinded, pero grabe nga naman yung spam niya doon para mawala yung unang layer ng opensa. And Yaba gets another swing. Rels gets the good kill doon lamang kay Jam. And man, this is MATTJESS that attacked swiftly pre. Hindi na nga sila umatras pa. Anong retake? Kunin nyo na tong round na to kung kaya nyo ngang kunin. 27 on the clock. Jeffrax, winagayway na nga yung puting bandila. Teka lang, parang hindi pa ata. Piso na lang ang boy dito ni Jeffrax. Napakadali na lang neto. And Zach gets the spam. And MJ, grabe nga naman. With 3 rounds straight. Stop down the R7 momentum. Can MJ find more rounds para matapos nga itong series na to?
Yeah, they could make it 5 here dito, pare, if they do want to make a go for it dito sa Eagle Eye. Bit of a mid-rush incoming. Galing dito kay Rels. Jason, JCT, the only one stopping them dito, pare. Pero yun pa nga, si JCT pa yung madadamay. One of the key players dito on the R7 defense, and Ninkyu gets a timing. Pero wala naman talagang tao dito sa loob ng hotel. But then Jam at the same time maybe a bit busy with that mid-control thanks to that first pick. Pero Ajax around the corner. Jason still worried. Pero Ninkyu could be around the corner dito, pare. Charles in danger potentially. Ajax gonna get his shot baited out. Pero Charles now fully aware na pwede nang pumasok dito sa B-side itong MATTJESS. And here comes the flashes, here comes the nades and everything. Charles out in the open, pare. Ajax still getting one somehow, some way. Galing dito sa spawn. Zach crawling ever so closer dito sa may forklift natin. Jam around the corner. Will not spot the player. Jam na andito pa rin sa gilid pero hindi pa rin siya gumagalaw. That's a good spray. Galing kay Zach. Nadamay rin si Jam. And Ninkyu will get itong si Ajax. That's 4 in a row para sa MATTJESS. As it is match point, series point para sa kanila dito.
Pre, David, kung sa inyo kumamot na kayo sa ulo nyo, hukayin nyo na kung ano yung pinakamagandang set play, pre. Kasi kahit anong gawin nyo, itong B-site na to, pinapamigay lang talaga ng MJ. Pero naipapanalo ng MJ, pre. Gamit na gamit yung usok. Sulit na sulit talaga. That is absurd from Ninkyu, pre. Sneaky, I can't take it, pre. Ang gulo ng series na to. Pre, meron pa tayong Sunday Shrooms tsaka Heroics na iindahin pa. Paano pa kaya yun, pre? Dito pa lang, paldo na tayo sa kalokohan eh. Ninkyu pa lang na may second life pa eh.
Ironically, feeling in next series natin is gonna be a lot more standard, no? Kakaroon ng whiplash yata yung mga tropa natin. Let's see, man. Minute and 35 has restart clock, pare. Wala pa ring action whatsoever in and across yung mapa natin. MATTJESS with the potential to finish this entire series and get yung spot dito sa ating regional play-in. That is what's on the line dito sa puntos na to. One more point, R7, another opportunity to take it into map number 5. Pero medyo mahaba-haba pa naman to. 59 seconds is plenty of time to execute papasok ng site natin. Still, very steady itong R7. Di nagpapamigay ng kahit anong impormasyon. Pero isang magandang basa lang talaga. Galing sa MJ.
Definitely.
And this could be a done deal, pare.
Uy, bumabawi ang matches sa chip damage, pre, oh. Di pa natin sure kung ito yung execute na i-B site nila mula sa Ares o imimid nila all the way to A.
Uy!
Unang pick mula kay Charles. Malaki yan. Ninkyu, saan yung kasama mo? Ba't pa isa-isa kayong pumapasok ng hotel? Eto na naman, knock on wood para sa MATTJESS. Magandang positioning, naging bato pa. Ajax, pwede niya makita si Zack dito at nakuha niya nga yung backstab. One execute, napunta sa hangin, pre. Tinangay ng R7 yung round na yon mula sa MATTJESS and we head to another overtime.
Is it okay to say na this is warping yung perception ko sa MATTJESS na I think they're worse than they actually are, pare? Or is that too much of a hot take yata para dito sa impact na scene?
Ako pre, spicy ako dun sa sinabi mo.
I'm not gonna lie, this is some dirty gameplay galing sa MATTJESS. This is disappointing to see galing sa kanila, honestly. Pero props rin dito sa R7. In all honesty, grabe talaga si JeffRox, bro. I don't know how he hits half of his shots. Pati si Ajax na rin, props to him, pare. R7 in a very, very good position, no? Kasi medyo nagiging reckless na dito yung MJ, man. Not gonna lie, they're not playing like their usual selves. They're playing a lot worse kumpara sa nakita natin dito sa map number 1 at 2. So, opportunity na rin para dito sa R7 to maybe make something similar to Compound happen, pare. Overtime hasn't boded well para dito sa MATTJESS.
Pre, ito yung pinaka nakakatawa para sa MATTJESS. Like, alam kong kayod kalabaw, hingal kabayo na nga si Rels pati si Zack, pre, para ma-execute yung magandang play or even the pick-ups. Hindi ko alam ba't hindi ini-snowball ng MATTJESS, no? Like, walang pakundangan. Actually, they just go full on execute. Tapusin nyo na kagad yung round na yun. Kasi ito yung Rhea 7 na feel ko nga naman medyo natatagalan sa pag-rotate, no? So now you have the chance, MATTJESS. Strong side ng mapa. Possible naman na kaya yung tapusin to, but Rhea 7, sila na mismo yung nagsusulat ng kwento nga naman talaga, no? JeffRox and Jam, dating nga magkasapi, napahiwalay muna ng panandalian, ngayon nakita na nga ulit kayo para maghabol ng kampyonato. And what an entry by JCD! Another one! Can he get more though? Hindi na nga, pre. Pako na naman ang kills dito ni Boss JCD sa tatlo. As MATTJESS naging vulnerable na nga sa isang malupit na entry mula kay JCD.
Ayun nga, 10-7 JCD just ran straight into the B site. No stopping him whatsoever dito, pare. I think itong MATTJESS maybe was expecting more of a hold galing dito sa R7, so not expecting the AK to the face that early dito sa round natin. So MATTJESS not trying to get caught off guard once again. A lot more steady yung kanilang default. And the Yamba still very willing, no? Nalabanan itong hotel and I can't blame him, no? Pag nakuha mo na yung position right under itong bypass, tas may narinig mo nag-execute ng A-site, pwede kang umakyat from that position. Pero, ayun nga, MJ, you gonna take it slow, of course.
What went wrong para sa MATTJESS, no? Dalawang maps yung binigay nyo sa amin na parang buhat bangko ni Sneaky Fraga. Lalo-lalo na ako. Iba yung matches na nakikita natin. Pero pre, tulad lang din pala ng Rhea 7 during the group stages, the inconsistencies are definitely seen. At ang ibang anyo ang 7 dun sa mga sumunod na dalawang mapa, pre. Time and time again, JeffRox is out of this world place. Ultimo, tatlo yung pinapadala, walang-wala lang talaga kay JeffRox. Kahit nga siguro, isa lang kahit even si Rels or si Zack This man is still challenging the angles na alam naman nating mahirap talaga kunin. At for R7, it's more so the units that are speaking volumes, no? Smoke after smoke, ini-entryhan nga nila kagad, ginagamit na panlason to. Si Ajax nakapwesto na nga ng House A. Purong nades lang muna panandalian. And Ajax threads the needle. Ninkyu finds one. Pero hindi niya mahanap yung pangalawa panandalian. And gets the second. Medyo matagal, medyo messy. Pero nakuha na nga ng MATTJESS ngayon yung round na to na kung saan si Jeffrax na lang ang nakaharang.
Well, with a pop of an AWM pare, that is the end of that round. 10-10 para dito sa MATTJESS. Getting another round back. So it's not gonna be full overtime domination para dito sa R7 pare. May laban pa naman dito ang ating MJ na squad. Let's see what the last round of the first over halftime can do. Pero yun lang, mapapatag dito si Ajax. Ay all collectively back off dito pare. Pero opportunity para sa R7 para atakihin itong A-site ha.
Okay. Slow conversion dito mula sa R7. Jeffrax with a swing. Grabe nga naman pre. Wala kang kasama dun. Aggressively.
He felt that.
One of the few moments na akala ata ni Jeffrax okay lang mag-overheat. Teka lang boss. Wala ka nang tinawag na flash para sa kakampi mo. Nag-swing ka pa mag-isa. Jeffrax, hindi dapat ganito. Hindi dapat sa mga gantong okasyon. Overtime, tas dun ka nagpapakita ang gilas. Pero may bawi. May bawi. Purong stock lang dito. Azak.
Uy, C4.
Oh no! C4 drop! Pero, ang tagal ng dalawang kakampi dito ni Zac. Kailangan nyo muna magtrabaho nang siya lang muna mag-isa. Makakarating na nga si Yaba dito sa mid, pero nakancel din kagad ni JCD. Zac finds the kill!
Oh!
And Zac gets the secondary! Pero pabalik na nga siya ng Deagle. Jason re-engages. Nilalason niya si Ajax. And MATTJESS, sa wakas, nakukuha na nga nila yung round sa overtime. At nakakatawa, sneaky, nakakatawa nga naman talaga. Akala natin si Jeffrax lang magkakamali. Pero pre, sabi nung apat, sige, ako din.
I guess. Ayun nga, R7 with whatever that was dito sa A-site natin, pare. And ayun nga, it ended up on a 1 versus 1. Good hold galing dito kay Zac on that top A position, pare. And yeah, overall, just better holds galing dito sa MJ, man. MJ, yeah, finally locking in para dito series natin. But I do not trust that second half, pare. That R7 defense is better than expected. So, ayun nga, MJ, kung meron kayong set play na nasa pocket nyo, pare, labas nyo na ngayon. Kasi kung hindi, then we go to map number 5 and you guys potentially lose a chance to play in dito sa play-in, pare.
Oh yeah. Kasi whoever wins this, parang garantisado na yung slot nila sa play-ins no? At mahalaga yun. At yun yung gusto dito ng MATTJESS, no? Makabalik ulit ng PH Masters ng isang roster na comparable kung ano rin yung naging MATTJESS din natin last year. But this time, it looks pretty deadly, no? Kasi this is a MATTJESS that I feel like onting tabas lang talaga ng mga mali nila. Could be in the same conversation as Team Acceptance and as well as Team Secret, no? Pero pre, MATTJESS, kailangan nyo muna talagang kunin tong Eagle line na to bago kayong makapasok ng play-ins. Talunin nyo na nga muna dito yung bottom 2 ng PH Masters and then you might see the daylight para dito, no? But yeah, so yun, Ria 7, kayo naman ang dedepensa. A huge challenge para sa MATTJESS, pre. Ito yung side na nahirapan ng MATTJESS kahit pa paano, pre, ha? Kasi nga,
alam nila si Rels. Alam nila si Jess.
ay? Yeah, so now MATTJESS, pre, like, I kinda like what I'm seeing from them. Like, this is the one execute I saw kanina nung bago mag-overtime. Nagagawin nga nila ulit ngayon.
Rels.
Hindi ko lang sure kung ito yung tamang oras. Rels, hindi ko lang sure. Para ka lang din si Jeffrax pala, idolo, no? Medyo may pagkatigas ng ulo, pero no double peeking here. Purong information lang ang gusto ko din ng MATTJESS ngayon. And JCD gets triple swung. Pero yung hotel hindi pa nga nakiklear. Jam? Maraming papasok dito. Jam gets the kill. Well, pre, eto na nga. MATTJESS on the verge of set point and they definitely will be getting that. What a round by MATTJESS.
That was a triple stack sa hotel, pare. How did that not work? Yun lang. I guess, okay. I mean, R7, medyo nag-break apart lang yung kanilang hotel position. They got flanked. They got absolutely slaughtered dito sa LB. Pero ulitin ba ito ng MJ? Gusto ko yung default na MJ, 1-1-3. I mean, granted, ilang beses na nakot dito sa medyo mga players dito ng MJ because of Jeffrax's antics. This could be another one para sa kanila dito. Lot more far back of a defense para dito sa R7, Hotel, and itong 2F. Occupied, Ninkyu. Nako po, nagkamali ng harap dito. Meron tao sa hotel, pero meron din tao na nasa loob ng site. Yaba, 1 HP will get taken out dito ni Jam. 3 versus 5, utility. Halos wala namin, nasa kamay na lang ni Zach.
Makuha to ni Rels, malaking bagay ito Though dalawang tao ang nasa hotel, Rels, pinigilan muna yung pag-spray pero alam na ngayon ng R7 na bomb drop na nga sa may hotel, wala pa rin pag-i-stack pero bait lang pala yun. Nakakaamoy ng dugo. Sa ilalim ng tubig ngayon si Zack at makukuha niya ngayon lason dito and Rels gets na re-engage. Magiging 2v2 na lang sneaky. JCD canceling out the opposition. Quickly like that. 2v1. JCD, hinahanap si Rels pero nakababa na nga siya ng EB pre. Hindi pa rin siya confident na kaya niyang i-push to. Kailangan ng pick-off ni Rels. And Rels nilaban si Ajax dito lang sa may LB pre. Kailangan. It must be done talaga. Pero matches, what a play by Zack. Kamuntika na. And R7, okay yung round na yun para sa kanila.
Okay na okay yun, men. Medyo nagka-accidente lang by the tail end para dito sa MJ. Ninkyu sending it to the stars para and he gets sent to the moon. Rels will get itong si Ajax. Nasa sniper down. Importante na makuha nila dito si Jeffrox. Pero Jeffrox nakakapit lang dito sa may hagdan. And what a spray galing kay Jeffrox. He gets 2 with the help of his teammate. And Zack na lang natitira. And it seems like unless a miracle happens dito sa Eagle Eye 2.0 pare with the hands of Zack on this M4, mukhang golden round tayo dito pare. So we're gonna have to wait and see. 1 minute and 50 left on the clock. Marami pang kailangan gawin dito si Zack. Pero fortunately para sa kanya, nakasmoke yung C4. Pero as soon as makuha niya, he's gonna have to run as fast as possible. Pero Jeffrox gets the better of him in that smoke. 12 to 12, golden round tayo dito sa Eagle Eye pare.
Yeah, not much enough to be said pre. Rektahan na nga kaagad. Akala natin matches yung nahihirapan mag-close out no? Pero nalipat
Nalipong.
Nagulat na nga lang ako na matches had the timings, had the position para talaga umatake. Direkta na nga dito sa puso. Sino man makakuha ng round na to, matatapos ang kanilang matatapos yung adventure nila sa Impact at isa ang makakalampas patungong set number 5. Ganun lang yun pre. Tapos na yung season mo or set number 5. R7 nasa sayo na to. Jason pushing and Charles holding down. Si Jam iba yung angulo tinitignan Flash. Here comes the smoke. Jason, nice flash. Eh si Jason di pa rin tumitigil sa pagbabaril. Jam nakita yung opening pero masyado ko atang nag-overstepping idol. Stepping on the line. R7 na uubos. Jeffrox duguan. Star player down. MJ dumidilat ang mata. Nakikita na nga nila yung ilaw sa dulo ng tunnel. Ajax down to just one. No, Ajax lumalaban pa din.
Wait.
Wow, sa inyo boss, hindi ko napipikan to. Pero si Zack hindi nakikinig sa mga kritiko. 13 to 12 hard-fought victory para sa MATTJESS. Kukunin nila yung mapa ng R7 to advance to the Grand Finals.
Grabe men, kung saan na tayong umabot sa series na to men. We expected an ending dito sa compound. We got overtime. We expected an ending dito sa Eagle Eye. We got overtime again at umabot pa tayo ng 13 and 12. Granted, tama yung prediction natin but I feel like we couldn't predict what happened today pare.
Men, sa wakas, na-break na din natin yung curse sa pagpe-predict. Sa wakas, tumama din tayo sneaky. And to end off matches and Rhea 7, kailangan muna talaga nilang magpataas ng blood pressure at magpababa ng pulso. Kasi Rhea 7 was in no business para pahirapan si MATTJESS dito. A lot of eyes were actually on the direction of MATTJESS para tapusin nila to 3-0. Doon pa lang sa compound na yun pre. But that Eagle Eye with the awakening of Jeffrox, pre, grabe nga naman. 2018 Lebron. Meron kayong player dyan, Rhea 7.
For sure. I mean, Rhea 7 pare, granted na they still have to fight for third whether or not yung prize nila is 400 or 300 pare. At the end of the day, at least they still would get to participate dito sa Fall 2025 and why not? Yeah, I mean, Rhea 7 for Impact Fall pare, that would be a very, very fun time. And ayun nga para naman dito sa matches, granted na ayun nga the expectations were higher para sa kanila dito. I low-key expected them to play better dito sa series natin, but I feel like, yun nga, first time back in a best of 5 in a while, pare. Baka may onting jitters, man.
Medyo malog para sa matches no, and time and time again we're saying na MATTJESS is indeed a playoff ready team, and they definitely did show that they are ready, not at compound pero at Eagle Eye, na kaya nga nilang i-handle yung pressure, na medyo may antas sila dito na na-expose sila, but at the same time they are so quick to recover. At yun nga isa sa mga dean's list na pinakita natin dito for this team, na oo pre, malakas si MATTJESS. They are also easily exposed, but at the same time, they could recover from the amount of pressure na binabata sa kanila ng kalaban nila. From the games up against Vengeance, Sunday Shrooms, and now Ria 7, malamang sa malamang talaga MATTJESS, nahanap nga talaga nila yung magandang timpla sa Eagle Eye. At napigilan nga nila dito yung init ni Jeffrox, kasi pre, hindi na ata kaya ni MATTJESS para patagalin pa tong series na to, kasi habang tumatagal si Jeffrox pre, yung kumukulong dugo niya sa ugat niya pre, nandun talaga
Yeah, kung umabot sila ng ganito sa Eagle Eye, man, feeling ko yung MATTJESS, they need to watch this game again sa replays, kasi so much missed executes galing sa kanila dito. You know, granted, given naman talaga yung magbi-miss ka ng tira. Yun nga, it's a FPS game, it's an FPS competition. People are gonna miss. But then it's yung missed timings, missed opportunities, the utility is all wrong para sa kanila dito. But I feel like pagdating naman dito sa kanilang pahinga, no, especially considering bukas na yung Grand Finals, pare, I feel like they're gonna spend all night just fixing lahat ng problema nila sa EE, fully knowing na both teams dito sa ating other semifinals play yung mapa na yun, pare.
Well, a day is a day para dito sa MATTJESS, no? What a series. And we still have one more to go para sa inyo, no, mga ka-Crossfire. So stick around, kasi magiging solid tong araw na to. Kasi bibigyan tayo ni Sunday Shrooms tsaka ni Heroics ng isang magandang serye mula ulit, no? So, from the time na naglaban tong dalawang na team sa to, no, from the opening of week 1 ng PH IMPACT, no, kailangan nilang paghiwalayin sa 3 sets. Pero ito pre, 5 na ata yung posible nating makita mula sa kanila, kung saan na mayagpag talaga ang Sunday Shrooms sa series na yun. But now, a rematch in the making, no, na kung saan Heroics, maganda yung pinakita nga nila, and same goes for Sunday Shrooms. Hindi natin mapagkakait yun, at karapat-dapat nga lang magtapat tong dalawang to, kasi nga sila yung nagpakitang gilas dun sa group stage na yun, no? Pre, imagine X3D versus J-Vice. Yun ang gusto ko makita nga naman talaga. Pero pre, my goodness talaga, itong series na to, MATTJESS and Ria 7, it was far from the expectations that we have, no? Sneaky, grabe nga naman yung hirap na dinanas ng MATTJESS para matapos tong serye to.
Yun nga, it was harder than expected, no, pare. I feel like itong si Zach has to carry a lot of these rounds para sa team na to. Granted, ayun nga, there was some good flanks galing dito kay Yaba. Ninkyu had some good entries as well, pero ayun nga, it was mostly itong si Zach and si Rels kind of leading the charge para sa kanilang team. Granted, itong si Ninkyu, he did have that one good game dito sa compound, but ayun nga, it was an L, unfortunately, pare. But ayun nga, I think para naman dito sa matches, it's just really the rest of the squad having to step up, no, dito sa mga ibang games natin. Obviously, itong si Jason had quite the bad game nung map number 3 map number 2 if I'm not mistaken. So ayun nga, it's still just a matter of consistency para dito sa matches for the players, kasi obviously alam naman natin magper-perform dito si Rels, whether it is the AK or the AWM, and para naman dito kay Zach, no, same thing para sa kanya dito. Now it's just up to the rest of the members, no, to kind of step up and try to help their stars as much as possible dito, pare.
Puti na lang pre, hindi magagalit si Rels tsaka si Zach sa mga kakampi nila, no? Kasi nagbunga na yung paghihirap nila dito, yung trabaho na kailangan nga nilang tapusin sa Eagle Eye para makuha lang nila yung mga rounds na to. Grabe nga naman. Ninkyu, feeling ko medyo tumagal bago mo talaga ipakita yung potential mo, pero buti na nga lang talaga. Naginhawaan ka talaga during the overtime, you were getting kill after kill. Lalong-lalo na nga rin dito si Zach. Man, I just don't remember a day na hinaan ng loob si Zach sa paglalaro ng Crossfire, no? Kasi week 1 to week 7, set MVP after set MVP. Baka overall MVP pa nga yung nakukuha niya palagi, no? And dito pa lang pre sa playoffs, nandyan pa rin siya, hindi pa rin siya nawawala.
Yun nga, no, Zach has slowly became one of the gems ng impact, no, dito, pare. Similar sa nakita natin kay Zolek na, ayun nga, it's a guy that came out of nowhere all of a sudden. generational talent, not the similar nga dito kay CBN, no, pare, na it wasn't the best first stint dito sa Impact, but then he went to another team, pare, a better environment para sa kanya dito, and he is just flourishing. And ayun nga, granted na may mistakes pa rin na kailangan ayusin dito na matches, no, pare. This is still a good level para sa context siguro ng Impact. And if they can fix yung mga minor mistakes nila, kasi yung mga minor mistakes lang naman talaga nagpapatalo sa kanila dito eh. If they can fix those, then Grand Finals, whoever is gonna be facing them, man, that's gonna be an issue.
Man, grabe nga naman, no? Isa na namang shoutout mula sa iyo, no, Boss Dabewab A7J. Saan mo ba kinukuha itong mga players na to? Ang galing mo maghukay kung saan ka kumukuha ng alam mo, no? Kasi the talent that oozes from Yaba and MinQ, grabe nga naman. Pero paano pa kaya yung acquisition dito ni Zach sa off-season para sa matches? Yun talaga ang Zolek dito ng matches. Eh. Tama ka nga dun sa comparison na yun. Kasi feeling ko every team has their own Zolek eh, no? Cypher Pro Team, meron silang Hexa. Sa Vengeance, meron silang Kara. Dito sa matches, pre, no? You essentially have anyone. Parang kahit sino pwede mong iba to dito, no? Na masasabi mong unique on their own. Na grabe, pre. Like, matches is just this complete of a team. Like, ang kaya nga nating masabi dito sa matches is if ever man, Grand Finals, Sunday Shrooms and matches, yun talaga ang kakakabangan talaga ng mga tao, pre.
Yeah, for sure. Pero yun nga, no, let's not underestimate itong heroics, pare. They also
Yeah,
got
pre,
some,
definitely.
They also got some moves up their sleeves. And yeah, they're third place dito sa ating group stage for a reason dito, pare. Granted, it hasn't been the best showing para dito sa heroics for some of their stronger games. Gaya nga ng series nila up against itong SS and series nga nila up against itong MJ. Still, ayun nga, everything that they learned galing dito sa group stage could be easily applied dito sa laruan natin. So, ayun nga, still very interesting run so far para dito sa matches. Ayun nga, this is definitely good enough to take the dub dito sa Impact. But then, feeling ko masaya na sila kasi nakapasok na sila ng play-in. So, welcome to the play-ins matches. Our first team to reach that in there. Actually, first team. And then, makakasama nila yung Fervid and Gown Gaming para dito sa play-ins natin, men.
Grabe, pre, no? So, hindi rin lalayo si Matches sa kakalabanin nila. Kilala pa rin nila si Fervid. Paano pa kaya si Gaon Gaming, no, pre? Isang reunion ang magaganap dito, no? Sa mga dating kakampi ni Ellison. So, yun, shoutout nga pala. So, yeah, MATTJESS. Zach, 1.79 and 1.39 respectively. 16 AP nga, no? Sige, kunin mo na lahat, no? Kamuntikan ka mga mag 1.8 dito. But, dito muna tayo sa kabila, pre. Jeff Rocks, man, yung overtime na yon talaga nagpasakit ng KD mo. Kung hindi, pre, feeling ko 1.7 ata to eh. Pero man, yeah, it just hurts para sa 3-7 yun, no? Na kailangan nga nilang gumalaw at maglakad-lakad pa sa mga susunod pang araw, knowing na eto sana yung mapang makukuha nila. Pero pre, man, Charles, what just happened sa'yo, pre? Talaga, yun lang masasabi ko para sa 3-7.
Yeah, I'm asking the same thing as well, no? I mean, what happened dito kay Jam? He had such a good map number 2 and 3. Say CD with a bit of a downturn, pero medyo mataas pa naman ang kanyang kills per round. But of course, set MVP natin is gonna be si Zach, 1.39 kills per round, 1.79 KD. I did expect this galing sa matches, especially, pare, knowing na Eagle itong map number 4, snipers are a lot more free, and Zach took full advantage, pare.
Men, Zach, no? Gone are the days na nasa likod ka lang ng anino ni Z Brian tsaka ni Imneda, no? Ikaw na ngayon ang nagbubuhat ng sarili mong bangko. At the moment na pumasok ka sa matches, lahat ng mata na kay Reds, pero pre, tinanggal mo lahat ng mga eyelids nila at pinalipat mo ng direction at lahat na kami nakatingin na sa'yo. Zach, you are indeed the vessel of your own soul, pre. Grabe nga naman kasi play after play, pinakita mo na mahalaga kang piyesa dito para sa matches, pre. Kasi those skills were definitely not in vain, pre. Talagang pinag-isipan niya yun ng maigi. At lahat ng to is a good amount of value para sa team niya, no? From the efforts ng 1v4, even 1v5s. Si Zach hindi nahihinaan ng loob.
Yeah, I think pinaka-underrated thing dito ni Zach, no, as a player is how calm he is pagdating sa mga high-pressure na situations, pare. Parang feeling ko, yun nga, pwede mo siya ilagay. He's surrounded by every single one. He might even get 2 more still. And that's just the type of player na Zach is, no? I mean, he's just a guy that'll fight tooth and nail para lang makakuha talaga ng distance ang kanyang team. And he did more than tooth and nail dito, pare. He did the entire body para sa kanyang team, pare. As we take a look at the match results, it's a 10-6, 10-6. Compound naman, napunta nga dito sa Rhea 7 with an overtime thriller. But then, the exact same happened dito sa Eagle Eye, but instead of R7, MJ got it down. So yun nga, MJ, our first impact team na nakapasok dito sa ating regional na play-in. And R7, unfortunately, we're gonna have to see you next season, pare.
Yeah, Area 7, meron pa naman tayong isa pang season ng Impact, or meron nga ba talaga? Kaya na nga bahala magsabi kung meron. But there is still a chance here for Area 7 to reclaim kung ano man yung nawala para sa kanila, no? At yun na yung dignidad nila at yung pagkakataon na makaabot nga sana ng Grand Finals. No? But Area 7, medyo masakit, no? Kasi isipin mo nga naman, kailangan yung talunin si MATTJESS sa Week 7, hindi nyo nagawa. Ngayong playoffs dapat magagawa nyo na. Hindi pa rin nangyari. So, sorry na si MATTJESS up against Area 7 sa taong to. So, yun, Area 7, onting pagdinilay lang, bawi, angat na mula dito sa pagkailalim nyo nga, no? But he is going to be our MVP. Walang iba kundi si Rels. 1.14 KD. Almost a guaranteed kill per round. Kung umangat lang talaga siya ng konti dun sa overtime, feeling ko one flat na yan, no? But either way, maraming salamat, Rels. Kasi feeling ko nga kayong dalawa ni Zach yung nagwagayway talaga ng red tsaka orange para sa MATTJESS.
Yung si Zach men parang lang yan si Reds, pero si Reds more focused on the rifle this season. Kumbaga para si James Yap, a man with a million moves, but instead a million weapons, pare. Maybe even next season we might just see it. Wait. Pero yun nga, Rels being the match MVP, pare, and I wouldn't say we kind of expected it. It's either him or si Zach, in all honesty, dito sa mga laruan natin. We even got the occasional Jason na MVP, no? Pero you kinda just expect it. Galing dito kay Rels na someone who's been Masters level for a while now. Even, hot take, top 2 sniper dito sa Pilipinas at one point. And, ayun nga, this is just fine territory para sa kanya dito. But, ayun nga, that bit of struggle na nakita natin dito sa Eagle Eye at dito sa Compound really raises a lot of questions, no? Para dito sa MJ, pare.
Yeah, quoting Hari ng Tugma, Looney, no? Para akong si Rels na naka-protein shake, umi-score ng 48 triple-double all the way. Grabe, men. Yung compound na yun, grabe, solid ng triple-double na yun. Medyo kulang pa, pero feeling ko sapat na yung pinakita niya lakas all the way to Eagle Eye kasi nagbunga na nga lahat, no? At ito ang ating special segment sa PH Impact, no? Akala nyo sa Masters lang, meron din tayo dito ang ating player interview para sa winner ng series. Wala nang iba kundi si Boss Jason nga naman talaga, no? Boss Jason, maraming salamat sa oras na to. Congratulations sa pag-advance ng Grand Finals. Ano naman ang nararamdaman mo ngayon, Boss Jason? Nasa playoffs ka na.
Ano sir, masaya lang. Hello.
Boss Jason? Mic?
Hello.
Teka lang. Boss Jason, ang ating mic. Onting paling lang ng volume.
Hello.
Ayan, narinig na namin, boss. Sige. Yan.
Ano lang sir, masaya lang sir.
Masaya. Grabe, no? Mano pa few words. Ikaw, Sneaky, baka may katanungan ka dyan.
Ayun nga, Boss Jason, tama nga, gusto kong tanungin sa'yo actually, sino yung pinipredict mong makakalaban mo dito sa Grand Finals ng Impact, Boss Jason? Sunday Shrooms or Heroics, pare?
Depende sir, kung sino manalo.
Hindi nga, sino nga manalo nga ni?
Sino nga, ni? Tatanong nga, sino sa dalawang yun?
Sunday SHROOMS sir.
Uy, grabe naman.
Pre, tanalikuran mo mga kabay mo, Medyo masakit yun para kay Dex, Pero yun, Boss Jason, once again, congratulations. Baka may mensahe ka dyan sa mga sumusuporta kay MATTJESS. Baka may gusto kang batiin dyan, shoutout, no? At ano ang mensahe mo para kay MATTJESS sa susunod na sa Grand Finals na to?
Shoutout na lang sir, shoutout ni Boss Matt, Jessica, mga MATTJESS dyan, shoutout sa inyo.
Yun. Abe, short and simple, yan ay si Jason. No? Maraming salamat, Boss Jason. Congratulations at good luck sa masusunod mong laban.
Salamat.
Ayun namin, may naghulog na ng piso sa likod niya, pre. Larong-laro na nga. Pati crossfire yata lalaroin noon. That matches.
Si Chris ba yun? Si Chris ba
Doesn't need
yun
to,
nasa likod kanina, Jason, pre? Pogi,
Ayun lang. Bit of a guest experience galing dito kay Christ, pare. Pero yun nga, MJ not needing to put down another coin, pare, as they finally take the win. Congratulations nga dito sa matches, pare. They make it dito sa play-ins. And any other things to say, Salvatore, before we throw it?
Wala na iba, pre. Sige, outrohan na natin to. Kailangan na maglaban ng Sunday tsaka ng Heroics, pre, kasi kailangan nilang magtuos, no? Di na ako makapag-intay. Yung mga community dyan, di rin makapag-intay. This is CFS PH Impact Playoffs. Ako si Salvatore, siya nga pala si Sneaky Prag. Babalik kami after this break.
Magandang gabi Pilipinas at ang buong Crossfire community. Ako po si Ramon at kasama ko ang partner kong si Salvatore at ngayon sabay-sabay nating masaksihan na ang pinakamainit the best of 5 semifinals dito sa CFS PH IMPACT Summer 2025. Ito ang Sunday SHROOMS laban sa Heroics. Ang top 1 laban sa top 3 sa buong nating PH IMPACT at Salvatore. Pagkatapos na napakainit ang semifinals kanina mukhang kung pwede din tong mahabol lalo na't sobrang init din ng pareho nating teams ngayon.
Inapitan na nga ako ng swero kanina kasi ang dikit ng laban no? Pero buti na lang tinanggal ko na kasi medyo pangit siya tignan sa broadcast no? Pero pre, kailangan ko na ihanda yung sarili ko ulit sa laban ng Sunday SHROOMS tsaka Heroics kasi kayod na naman para sa Sunday SHROOMS kasi masakit at mapait yung sinapit nga nila up against Vengeance at malaki yung bagay na yun para talaga ma-boost yung confidence nila up against Heroics. Ito yung Heroics din, masakit din yung sinapit din nila. Isipin mo, huling laban mo na natalo ka pa sa Al-Sovereign. So parehong tong dalawang teams na to may hinanakit heading into this series. So feeling ko gagamitin nila yung galit na yun sa isa't isa at magiging maganda yung kakalabasan nito, Ramon.
Totoo pare. Kasi yung parehong teams natin despite both of them showing na talented sila, may pareho silang playstyle coming into this na nasabi natin talagang a stark difference compared to each other. Talagang there is a very, very big question into which narrative coming into this will be coming up on the stronger point So if bibigyan natin ng pansin yung mga teams natin, isismo naman natin sa ating Sunday SHROOMS They're possibly the top one, if not the best team ngayon sa Impact Summer, right along dito sa ating MATTJESS Pero thinking about how their journey has been, parang it was kind of destined na makarating sila doon sa top 1 spot after their very, very big fight against Heroics. Una sa ating first week, parang sunod-sunod na right after yung MATTJESS fight nila parang every single fight na nakuha nila, they've been solidifying themselves as mga pinakamalakas dito sa Impact Summer at tuloy-tuloy lamang up until yung naging laban nila against Vengeance. They have shown that they're very, very calm pagdating doon sa mga high pressure matches at talaga nga namang napoprove nga ni J-Bice and the rest of the squad na maayos nga silang kalaro So we'll take a look at yung naging stats nila all throughout sa ating Impact Summer Sunday SHROOMS starting off para sa atin talaga nga namang very, very star-studded ang ating roster dito. J-Kim, Kid from Hell, Ram, J-Bice, and Zoren all ready to go. And if you take a look at yung sides nila pareho talagang balance na balance with a bit of bias papunta sa GR side nila.
Pero ito naman pre, Kid from Hell and Ram, not the usual KD standout na makikita natin mula sa kanila. Pero hindi tayo magbabasa yun gameplay from both Kid from Hell and Ram na sobrang nga naman talagang solid yung pag-e-entries nila. And that leaves a lot of space para dito sa side ng Sunday SHROOMS na gumawa pa ng ibang play sa other ends pa ng mapa. Especially from J-Kim na nakikipag-sniper din, kasabay niya si J-Bice. Zorin also opening up some form of pick-ups. Kid from Hell and Ram, maganda nga yung util usage nila at given na palagi talaga silang namamatay kung bakit ganyan nga talaga ka-negative yung KD nila. Pero dito man tayo kay J-Kim pre, ang ating leading scorer para sa Sunday SHROOMS. Not just that yung kill per round niya nga almost guaranteed na pre So onting tabas lang pwede na nga maging flat 1 yan na mararamdaman talaga ng ibang teams na the moment that J-Kim steps talagang sure na may mamapas lang.
Totoo pre. Sa kahit anong mapa you could definitely expect them to be above average pero lalo na pag dumating tayo sa port talagang sobrang init ni J-Kim pag umabot tayo doon Pero taking a look at their whole journey, it was almost flawless pagdating doon sa ating buong serye ng Impact Summer para sa kanila. The only time that they were truly tested in my opinion was either yung MATTJESS game o kaya yung game nila against Vengeance, which ultimately nakita mo nga on one of the last weeks I think a sub-bot situation was one of the factors coming into that pero medyo nakuha din nila yung raft as well ni Azanit at that point in time as well So a very, very good showing para dito sa top 1 team natin of Sunday SHROOMS where honestly I really do feel like touted sila as one of the favorites para panalunin yung Impact Summer.
Of course naman pre, no debate on that one kasi nga mas nakita natin ng magandang season talaga ang Sunday SHROOMS. Pero you could just give more praise to one team during the group stage compared sa nag-playoff sa sila Like mas magiging matimbang nga naman talaga yung magiging gameplay nila sa group stage kasi shorter yung games at talagang kailangan mo munang kayurin yung mga ibang teams bago mo talaga hanapin kung sino nga ba yung magandang metric para masabi mong okay, ready ka na. Ready naman na talaga si Sunday Shrooms. At nakita na nga natin that this is going to be the year of Sunday Shrooms. Pero first time pa lang natin sila makikita on a playoff stage. And that is going to be something really, really important, no? Knowing na yung papasukan nga rin nilang plates is kinda reminiscent of a possible playoffs, no? Para makapasok sila sa regional finals.
Talaga nga naman. It's gonna be a very, very different battlefield lang din. We went through BO3 territory with the amount of data that we'd had. Pero BO5s na tayo. And Sunday Shrooms are gonna have to adapt to it in the mental stage. Kasi this game, pagdating sa BO5s, hindi na siya sprint eh. Isang matagalang marathon to, pare. So ang daming mga times na pwede magkaroon ng mistakes ng Sunday Shrooms. But the other end as well, Heroics have an opportunity para lang ma-overtake ang Sunday Shrooms dito. One of the heroes of Cebu nga naman, and the pride of it as well. As we take a look as well, yung buong stats ng Heroics, makikita mo na hindi lang naman Zolek show all throughout. Despite then him getting a lot of the stats dito, is actually Ghosted, actually leading up the stats. 1.18, 0.81, kill every round as the sniper. He's back, baby. At naalala mo, si Nicole kasi nag-sub in because of a few weeks na nawawala si Ghosted. Pero now that he's in the roster, yung mga times na nagpa-practice ang Heroics, yung mga times na nakapag-set sila ng strats, mababalik yon, lalo na't nabalik na dito si Ghosted in the roster.
Tagal mo na ng kalawang no? Baka pwede pang i-welding dito yung mga braso at binti dito ni Ghosted kasi medyo malaki yung pagkawala niya sa roster mismo no? Not downplaying Ate Nicole, pero the moment na nabuo tong team na to, all of the practices were with Ghosted no? Pero Ate Nicole definitely showed. Maganda nga naman talaga yung naging integration niya sa roster na to. Malaking tulong kung bakit nagkakaroon ng madaling trabaho si X3D sa pag-i-snipe. Zolek was doing most of the plays as well. So yeah, Ghosted and Ate Nicole, maganda na nga naman talaga yung naging chemistry nga naman nilang dalawa kasi medyo nagkakaroon sila ng unpredictability factor. Yung nagugulat na lang yung team, sino ba talaga lalaroin nilang dalawa dito? Paano ba yung approach namin? Pero ito nga ang naging adventure ng Heroics from start to finish, no? So yun, medyo nagkaroon nga sila ng mahirap na labanan up against Sunday Shrooms na kung saan yung port hindi nga nila makuha-kuha. So baka pwede natin yun makita into play this best of 5. At ang mga masasakit na lang dinanas dito is MATTJESS at walang iba kundi Al Sovereign, pre. Grabe nga naman talaga yung performance ng Al Sovereign doon. At kailangan yun ingatan ng Heroics kasi pre, parang ang laki ng naging exposure nun ng Heroics kung ready nga ba sila or hindi eh.
Yeah, and especially against the Sunday Shrooms team as well na talaga naman taking their time to study their opponents in and out of the game talaga no? So malalaman natin kung yung pareho nating IGL si Jasril tsaka ito nga namang si J Vice makakapag-toss sa isang mind games victory no? So tingnan natin pagdating dito sa server, pero bago ang lahat no? Introduce muna natin yung mga win conditions or yung keys to victory na pareho nating teams talaga. For Sunday Shrooms, talaga nga naman explosive pace at map control lang malakas. I think this is very accurate considering na this team is the type of team that really needs to download yung mga kalaban nila bago nila malaman kung paano nila i-approach mga games. They thrive on non-stop pacing at once na makuha nila yung momentum sa first half, yung second half usually napaka-init na para sa kanila. Si J Kim yung masasabi natin spark, and when he's on, the whole squad just follows. At pero kung hindi, nandyan din naman si Zoren at saka si Kid from Hell na ready pumalit. Sometimes kasi si Sib77 kapag kakailangan nila no? Their map control is dominant with flawless defaults that outshine even R7 and MATTJESS no? So in theory, in summary, Sunday Shrooms just need time, and then when they do, mainit na sila pare.
Yeah, so ito nga ang ating keys to victory no pre. So ang sabi dito, TLDR ng Sunday Shrooms, malakas talaga ang Sunday Shrooms dahil sa angking galing na meron si JK no? At siya talaga yung bumubuhay ng dugo ng mga players para talaga mas ganahan pa sila knowing na meron silang maaasahan dito via JK na not just to get the kills but also to amp up the attitude or even pang vibes lang kumbaga. To sum it up, deep naman para sa Heroics na meron din silang alas dito na hindi lang basta-basta nga nilang kinuha no? Grabe naman yung screening na itong player na to kasi ito na nga daw yung kahuli-huling pyesa ng Heroics kung bakit nga nila nakuha yung mga panalo. None other than Zolek. No? So Zolek should be the one to open up the fights up against JK no? At si X3D ang pwede rin nga maging tulong kung bakit nga ba nagkakaroon ng success ang Heroics dito. X3D with that subtle role change no? From being the attacker during the Gaon Gaming Days and Motomac. Grabe nga naman yung pag-front run niya dito with the AWM. Halos na nawawala na ng trabaho dito sila Rails at si J-Vice kasi si X3D pre parang nasa kanya yung titulo ngayon eh.
Yeah, man. I mean, X3D just very, very flexible as a unit talaga. Kahit nung nawala si Ghosted, para na-fill niya yung gap when it came to the absence of a sniper. Tapos ngayon na nandito na siya ulit, si Ghosted. I mean, mukhang mas up na yung ante sa pagiging threat. Eto nga namang si X3D, no? So, now that Heroics are back in their element, no, it will be a very, very different opponent sa sabihin nating pinag-aralan ng Sunday Shrooms, no? They probably prepared for a very, very different Heroics, so this will be very, very interesting. So, that will be playing in towards their factor, no? But let's take a look at their map, Vitos. May expectations na tayo sa kung ano yung pwede na mailabas. We're seeing a lot of very good play out of their Black Widow, sometimes their Compound, pero yun nga, no? The maps that I just mentioned, showing up in the first two maps that we have sa BO5 natin. Sub-base gonna follow through. Eagle Eye, a very kaproba map para sa Sunday Shrooms. One of the first teams na nag-pick nga ng map na to on the Impact stage as well. And Port being the decider just means that the snipers are gonna go all ham talaga sa buong series natin.
Gaano ba ko preparado ang Sunday Shrooms sa sub-base? Hindi pa natin yan nakikita mula sa kanila, no? So, this is also a roster that is filled with Manila blood na hindi mo nga makikita na kaya nga ba namin laruin ang sub-base. So already the first two maps, kubrang-kubra to ng Heroics, knowing na itong Black Widow na to medyo shaky ang Sunday Shrooms dito. And with fights up against MATTJESS and as well as Ria 7, mararamdaman mo talaga na Sunday Shrooms, you can definitely rattle them down para talaga mawalan sila ng momentum. Pero itong compound na to, pwedeng baliktarin ang Sunday Shrooms to, ha. This is also a map that is feared by many pag kalaban nila ang Sunday Shrooms. So, makikita mo, no, na 50-50 tong map ito na to, no. Sino nga bang pwede mag-stilt ng balance na to? Kasi malakas ang pinapakita ng Heroics pagdating sa aura ng ating map dito, pre, ha.
Totoo nga naman. This just shows na nakapag-prepare nga naman yung pareho Heroics at saka Sunday Shrooms dito. They know their strengths and weaknesses ng isa't isa. Kaya mas okay na inuna nga ng Heroics yung compound at yung sub-base to start with, no? Para lang mas maayos din yung pag-assess nila sa kung ano yung form ng Sunday Shrooms. Pero the one constant that you expect from this team talaga is that their mid-round calling is definitely more than subpar, pare. Kaya hopefully ay preparado ang pareho natin kupunan sa pagpasok dito, no? So tayo ba? Prepared na din tayo dito as we're heading on into our predictions. Naman, ang pinakamahirap para sa broadcast na to is malaman kung sino ang makakapasok dito sa grand final stage natin. Sunday Shrooms versus Heroics. Simulan ko sa aking sariling prediction. I'm predicting 3-1 in favor of Sunday Shrooms. They're a very strong team, but Heroics is also very strong as well. Ikaw ba, Salvatore?
Ay, nako, Dexter Cueva, sorry, magpagasolina ka na ng motor mo kasi medyo kukulangin ka ata sa biyahe mo dito, no? And sorry sa mga maririnig nyo, no? Heroics, pero full on confidence, Sunday Shrooms 3-0 sweep to para sa akin, no? At isa to sa mga pwede nyong gamiting panglakas ngayon, Heroics, kasi baka di nyo gusto yung naririnig nyo. But Sunday Shrooms proved all the way to the end of group stage, pre, na meron nga silang set plays na hindi pa rin nakaka-counter ng kahit sinong team. Sniping department, kuwang-kuwa to ni J-Vice tsaka ni J-Kim, pre. Kid from Hell, eto yung pinaka-favorite niya, pre, yung playoffs, yung alam mo talagang high stakes na, So, alam ko kung paano magdaro si Kid from Hell sa mga ganitong klaseng sitwasyon. So, this is the Sunday Shrooms na I feel like once they hit their stride, talagang hindi na nga nila tatalikuran.
Mahirap nga talaga, no? Pag online na ang Sunday Shrooms, pag tagal na laban, they usually have a team talaga. Now, kapag locked in na si J-Vice, kapag alam naman yung galawan ng mga kalaban niya, then madali na lamang para ma-move niya yung mga chess pieces niya, si Jacob at si Kid from Hell in particular, para lang ma-set yung battlefield sa kanyang sarili ng tempo. Pero Heroics is not a team to be messed with as well talaga. They're the type of team as well that you could say na talagang balance sila all across the board. Kapag maayos yung mga lurks na makikita natin from Silent, kapag mainit si Zolek pagdating sa mga plays na ginagawa niya dito on the map, Heroics is becoming a powerhouse na kahit ang Sunday Shrooms kailangan maayos yung pag-approach dito, no? And as we head on into that first set, ang compound map nga na map pick ng Heroics, it sets our expectation now that GR site is gonna be on Sunday Shrooms, no? How will J-Vice approach this? Masisimulan ba niya with a slow tempo play na pwedeng sabihin natin bibigyan niya yung pillars, hayaan na lang kunin yung mid-con tapos lalabanan na lang in the retake, or will it be an aggressive push from Kid from Hell once again? Kasi yun yung nakikita nating team from Sunday Shrooms time and time again,
Yeah. nasa dugo talaga ni Ram dito ang pagka-champion dito, no? So shoutout sa Execration na talagang naipanalo nila ang Impact last year. At pwedeng gawin to ngayon ni Ram with a possible back-to-back stint sa kanyang Impact trophy case, no? So ito, Kid from Hell, isa rin to sa mga players na feeling ko nga, no, nasa point na marunong na nga naman talaga. Nakapaglaro na nga siya ng Masters level of play. At isa rin sa mga sinasought after ng mga teams is yung init na meron si Kid from Hell, pati rin yung confidence na meron siya. So dito na natin makikita kung kaya nga bang i-expose to ng Heroics na masyado kang sumasobra, Kid from Hell. Bumalik ka na nga ngayon dito lamang sa kinatatayuan mong lupa. But it's now time for the best of 5 derby at malapiestang laruan. Heroics versus Sunday Shrooms dito sa compound.
Walang hintayin na no? Pasok na lang para sa BL side ng Heroics. Midcon in full control of them, and as expected, Sunday Shrooms playing this very slowly. Pero sa pagpasok nila, na-expect na si Zoren, patay na in their first blood of this best of 5. Where Jezreel, no hesitation, pero JKM, full confidence, holding it with a double kill as well. Si Zolek nakaisa, si Ghosted nakasunod pa. Yun nga lang, ang Sunday Shrooms nakabawi with 2 kills coming through from Ram. As well as Sunday Shrooms, as well as double kill para kay Ram. At si Ghosted na lang, welcome back para sa Sniper. And what a way to welcome it para dito sa kanya. Kung kaya niyang i-clutch to in a 1v2, pero Ram just steals with a triple kill. What a start para sa Sunday Shrooms, 1-0 so far.
What a 3K by Nice Katol Jr. no? Grabe pre, yung pag-hold niya ng B-site na yun hindi mo akalaing si Ram yung gumawa but it was definitely Ram that held responsible kung paano mahirapan sa paghawak ng curve ang Heroics, no? It's one of a few instances na Heroics medyo may nahawak silang lupa doon. They could have easily entered EA, pero the slight hesitation prompted them na pumasok doon sa EB na feeling ko pre malamok yun So, kulang sa impormasyon ng Heroics, medyo nagmadali sila doon. Yung execute, not really that effective yet. It is a fast execute, but at the same time, kailangan mo pa rin i-clear cut yung corners nun no? So, as well as J-Kim. So, kind of like on a double effort ngayon. So, gaya na sabi ko kanina pre, this is Sunday Shrooms na is going to hit their stride habang tumatagal tong laban na to, no? And it just keeps on going.
Medyo unbecoming nga of a Sunday Shrooms game where they're usually one of the slowest teams na makikita natin sa pag-start no? They're not usually the ones na fire starter. Pagdating sa mga games natin, usually they would just let their team or let their enemy get yung mga momentum kills muna. Pero sila agad yung nakakuha ng first win no? So, mas lalong mapapadali ata para sa mga Tondo players natin para lang makakuha ng first leg of series natin. Pero so far for Heroics, a slow default katulad ng paano sila nagsimula kanina. 1-3-1 setup, mid-con in full control. There's still gonna be a chance for them to rotate back in towards CA, and you can see that the C4's already transported there. So there's a chance that STA is gonna be the question for them, leaving tong si Ghosted to play yung rotation or find an angle doon pa lang sa loob ng C2 natin. 45 seconds for them to make the decision. At kita mo pa lang from the nades and the utility that the exit will be the plan para sa Heroics ngayon.
Kahit paano, nakaramdam na nga ang Heroics dito na play slow lang para makakuha ng impormasyon. Hindi yung fast execute pero blind din nyo lang kinukuha yung mga spots na alam nyong dehado kayo pagdating sa first contact. Hindi dapat magkocross dito ang Sunday Shrooms pero walang pumapaligid dito na smoke. So madali na lang to nakukuha to ni Ghosted. Silent gets a huge kill over to JK. At si Silent dinakdakan si Ram. X3D with a huge follow-up. 1v3 na nga lang biglaan. J-Vice parating pa lang papuntang curve. Ed, kailangan niya na nga lang trabahuhin to ng purong bangkay ang nakikita niya sa loob ng A site. What a hold by Heroics. An even better entry mula sa kanila. Napigilin nila dito yung high-low ng Sunday Shrooms. And that is what you get pag effective mong nilaro ang oras.
Effective din utility kasi sa pagpasok ni Silent no? He used the movement and the flash as well para lang makapasok na maayos. Breaking the crossfire and the high-low setup and J-Bice though. Just expecting to see Silent. Beautifully done on the first blood. And that's one of the times na dapat hindi mag-hesitate yung Heroics. When you get yourself off in a very open angle, you don't give Gerald the AWM at yun agad ang makukuha in that first blood attempt. 4 versus 5, Heroics, full confidence towards that CB control, possibly to try to fight off yung STB na meron ang Sunday Shrooms ngayon. Si JK at saka si Ram yung dalawa na mainit para sa Sunday Shrooms this time around. So, medyo kailangan magdoble ingat yung pagpasok ni Zolek at mukhang hindi siya masyadong nag-ingat laban dito kay Ram. Good shots coming through from the window. Agad-agad na-resolve ba yung issue sa loob ng pillars para sa Sunday Shrooms. How will Heroics play off of this, pare?
It's very tough para sa Heroics, no? All they could do is just hope na lahat talaga ng gagawin nilang play dito is going to connect. Kasi kahit anong crossbar dito na i-set up ng Sunday Shrooms, it's going to be really tough para sa Heroics na i-clear out yung mga ganong klaseng angle, no? Now with a very good split, no? Iiwan na lang muna nila dito si Jezreel na mag-scout out ng mid. There is a tendency for Sunday Shrooms to overpeak at times, pero Sunday Shrooms utilizing J. Kim and Ram, the front runners, yung mga pumapatay talaga at pumapas lang. Walang tinitira, purong ubos, pati pagtubos, spam from J. Kim. Si Ghosted nakabang pa rin dito lamang sa may EB at makukuha ni Ghosted yung pag-rotate ni Zoren. Si Jezreel parating na nga. Ghosted na lang matitira. J. Kim nakapanghawak pa rin dito lamang sa may batteries. Ram sasama na nga sa pag-swing. And Sunday Shrooms playing it elementary, basic ang mga nakukuha nilang rounds. Walang pahirap-hirap.
Just playing to their strengths, pare. J. Kim and Ram, a deadly anchor duo na talaga nga namang maayos pagdating sa balanse ng aggression at saka ng discipline. Where si Ram, yung masasabi nating long angle na pwedeng gamitin itong si J. Kim. Play the bait and switch. Definitely a good starter for them. And J. Kim with a collateral shot. Luminya si Zolek at saka si Jezreel. Heroics giving another lifeline papunta dito sa Sunday Shrooms. Not what you're looking for, pare. Lalo na you're trying to get yung pillars control na sana hinahanap ngayon. But so far, yung binigay nila is 2 heads papunta dito kay J. Kim, pare.
Simplihan lang. Buwan ng oras. Kasi yun naman ang kailangan gawin dito ng Sunday Shrooms. Patagalin na lang, no? So Heroics not on their usual side to go for aggressive plays. Talagang ginagamit na nga nila si Ghosted dito bilang pang scout. At lalo na nga rin si X3D na alam naman natin, delikado nga naman talaga when it comes to the 1v1s. J. Kim holding down dito lamang sa may metals natin, no? Hindi mo nakikilos ng bahagya ang Sunday Shrooms. Alam naman natin, when you are the GR, hindi mo kailangan mag-force. Hayaan mo ang Heroics mismo kumilos at yun ang ginagawa. Dalawang round, X3D with a beautiful 180. Tumba si J. Kim. Lumaki yung bunganga doon. Anong nangyari doon? Sabi ni J. Kim. Pero Akil is Akil. Buti na lang may follow-up ni J-Vice at walang mako-convert na round ang Heroics doon despite the heroics of X3D and Jezreel. Sunday Shrooms 3-1. Ganunan talaga pre ang compound pag GR.
Alam mo yun, parang sa sobrang liwanag sana na nabukas na pintuan para kay X3D, agad-agad na napatay lamang ni J-Vice ng ganun kabilis lang. An opening that they got and Ram, Kid from Hell, they're starting the aggression. Yet again, they get 2 picks of their own pero si Ghosted nakabawi pa ng isa on the quick scope itself. So the aggressive fight from Sunday Shrooms, something that has been an opening para sa Heroics na ngayon na ine-exploit ni Jezreel. Agad na nakuha yung buhay ni J. Kim para maging 3 versus 2. Something that Heroics have been looking for so many rounds now. And now they're relying on J-Vice at saka kay Ram na pwede makapagluto ng maayos na lason pagdating dito sa 3 versus 2 natin.
Malakas na sitwasyon to para sa Heroics actually kasi they have one reliable sniper, one good lurker, and X3D that could just really play nicely pagdating sa mga timings, no? Magkasama ngayon si J-Vice at si Ram. All they need is a very good timing dito lamang sa may CA. Nakita na what? Kulat! Holy moly! Holy macaroni X3D! Pinadaanan lang ng NMAX 155 eh. Grabe nga naman talaga. Upgraded na yung motor ni Idol. What a swing! Akala ko, aantay mo pa yung kakampi mo eh.
Yung collateral sa second round, binawi lang sa susunod. Grabe nga, X3D. Binalik kay J. Kim. At agad-agad ang Sunday Shrooms, hindi na agad nakapwesto ng maayos. Nagulantang na lang sa nangyayari. Now forced into an aggressive position. Leaving the 2 anchors on A to actually get full responsibility. Sa runway, papunta doon sa may curve, pero Zolek, he's gonna walk into J. Kim's territory. Good spray and a really good shot papunta sa kanya. Has to follow with a second. Yun nga lang, J-Vice is gonna go down without a fight. Zolek and Ghosted gets more para sa Heroics ngayon. 2v4 in an instant where Heroics have full control. Dito pa lang sa compound, pare.
Kid from Hell. That's a beautiful wide swing para kay Kid from Hell. Ginamit ang wallbang ng M4. And once again, met on a 2v3. Kung anong pagkakataon para kay J-Vice na bawiin yung nangyaring kaguluhan kanina. Walang lason, rektahan sa muka. Sinisimplehan lang ngayon ng Sunday Shroom. Ginagamit ni Kid from Hell yung harang mula sa smoke. Si Kapitan kailangan na nga i-clutch to. Paisa-isa ang pasok ng Heroics. Unang biktima si Silent. Bulag si J-Vice! Oh my God! J-Vice! What an anticipation mula kay Kapitan! Bossing J-Vice standing on business literal 4-2. Sunday Shrooms. Laki ng bawi nila dun.
Wow, nonchalant lang. Gerald, ano kinain mo pare? Sobrang stable. At walang kahirap-hirap lang para sa kanya. Turns the flash after one very crispy timing shot papunta sa pagpasok ng Heroics. And after that, no, parang almost impossible yung nangyari dito para kay J-Vice. Hitting the shot after a very nice flick dodge pagkatapos ng flash. More rounds to go para sa Sunday Shrooms 4-2. And so far, this compound mat has been all GR side. Paano kaya i-approach ito ng Heroics right now? A slow default papunta kay J-Vice. One swing does not work out para kay X3D. Jezreel could not handle the trade. Giving a 1-0 so far para sa Heroics ngayon. Full control dun sa may pillars. Ang dami ding tao dun sa may STA. So many options pero Ram able to get another one dito kay Ghosted. Not looking good so far sa start ng Heroics pare.
Medyo mahirap nga naman talaga kasi these are long angles para sa Heroics. And Silent gets a very good lineup dito kay Kid from Hell tsaka kay Zorin. Na ang balak lang naman talaga kunin yung control sa may LA. Di ata nila na-clear kagad. No utils whatsoever. Just blindly crossing store. Parang ganun-ganun lang. Time winding down. Sunday Shrooms playing the possession game very, very smartly. Si Ram na ang susunod dito sa yapak ni Kid from Hell tsaka ni Zorin. Movement mula sa CB. Makikita si Silent tsaka si Jezreel. And once again, Ram lights up the mid side. Zorin na natitira. On a 1v3. Man can still hit 100% headshot. Pakita mo sa amin na lahat to tatama sa bungo ng mga players. That's one. There's still 2 more to go para kay Zolek. Nilalaro na lang to ni Ram. Doon yung C4 pero nakabantay si J-Vice. Mukuha to ni Zolek. Grabe pa rin, ninakaw niya.
Nilalaban niya pa rin? Nilalaban niya pa rin? Talaga nga naman gusto pa rin niya lumaban. 1v2 pa nga. Wide open pero papunta dito sa crosser ni J-Vice. Muntikan pa nga sana. He had a good opportunity para makapag-rotate all the way towards the B site. Pero knowing as well that the sniper has no info, hindi niya din alam kung saan magagaling na si J-Vice. Could be anywhere so he just had to take the 50-50 fight na lang. So respectable but still a good adjustment para sa Sunday Shrooms. 5-2. Getting another round for them. Pillars in full control of them. Heroics, nice nade. And J-Kim, what a beautiful shot from him. Zolek with one. J-Vice with another. A 2-for-1 para sa Sunday Shrooms. And they're gonna be happy to take that any day of the week, pare. No need to take control of Pillars anymore. As Zolek, he wants to go for more, pare. Okay na sana. Pero gumugusto pa si paring Zolek.
And Zolek, 7 kills, 7 headshots din mula sa 7 kills na yun. This man is very deadly. Partida, nasa losing end pa ang Heroics dito. Full on effort nakikita pa rin 100% mula kay Zolek. This man is not backing down without a fight. Sunday Shrooms continue their strides dito lamang sa may global restart nila. Planting down Heroics. Silent nakabantay dito lang sa may CR. At buti na nga lang may control sila kahit paano dito. Ghosted with aggressive pick dito lamang sa may 2F. J-Vice met once again sa kanyang pecha de peligro na 1v2. J-Vice 2F position mula kay Ghosted at walang tumatama mula sa Colt di Kapitan. J-Vice repositioning. At medyo mahirap na nga to, no? Silent nakapwesto na nga sa C2. At Ghosted nakasetup ang crossfire nga nila dito. Hindi pwede mapaghiwalay. Nasa likod. Silent! Kamuntigan na. That was a full-on effort para kay J-Vice pero hindi pa to sapat para sa kanila. Heroics humahabol.
One small adjustment and it would have been everything para dito kay J-Vice, no? There's not one cold shot. Unfortunately, no, hindi na enough yun. The numbers were too overwhelming. Good thing that Heroics after very botched attempt doon sa may pillars, no? Mabilis ang communication. Pabalik doon sa rotation on A site. Which honestly has been one of the more underrated things kung paano sila nakaabot dito sa playoffs natin, no? Just a good decision making all across the board. talaga nga namang kaya makipag-handle ng pressure from Sunday Shrooms as they're back into taking control of exit. You can see that Zolek is primed up and ready for the entry. Kid from Hell has to be the first contact. Spots 1, gets 3. Yun nga lang, si X3D maayos ang pag-trade dito. Ram able to spot natong si Zolek into a 3 versus 4. Where they have full contact in towards that A side. Heroics now banking on a mistake from Sunday Shrooms. Where now you can see that Silence trying to make the play and he does it with the one shot kay Zoren. Able to adjust into a 3v3 where now Sunday Shrooms, they're waiting for the rotation now.
Gamit na gamit yung tower dito. No? Sulit na sulit. Ram. Very crucial position pero dahil ito ni Ghosted, wala talaga nagtatawag ng smoke dito lamang sa may EA. At si J-Kim hindi rin makakross. Kailangan na lang i-double swing ngayon si Ghosted na hindi na lang nag-reposition. At babalik na nga ngayon dito si Ghosted mula sa stairs ng tower. Yeah, heroic. What a turnaround bago talaga matapos tong half na to. Sunday Shrooms was not able to gather any more rounds. Kahit ano pang gawin ni Ghosted or even ni Silent, no? Gumagana at gumagana nga naman talaga to. No? J-Vice not getting those pickoffs into a conversion of a round. Pero ngayon, Heroics with a much more comfortable side para dito sa compound na to. Paano nga ba ang bawi ng Sunday Shrooms?
Yeah, it starts with this AWM shot from Ghosted and it starts off beautifully. Sniper head-to-head and Ghosted wins it out. Lumaloy sa wrist. Bigla ni Gerald. And so far, Heroics with their composure nga naman so far. No? Maayos yung pagbawi dito. Despite the lead coming through from Sunday Shrooms, I think the playmaking from Silent and Zolek and how much this has influenced yung compound map natin has made this so close pare, no? Against one of the teams in Impact Summer na sobrang built on tactics, built on mid-rounding. Heroics are doing everything that they can para makapag-challenge dito so far. And it's been working wonders pare. At least they have the crossfire in towards that mid-side. Open space either on pillars o kaya dun sa may STA. So the fact that they have so much space for Sunday Shrooms despite the numbers advantage, no? Just tells you that they're just gonna play this for the trade, pare.
Good early round para sa Heroics. Pero iba pa rin talaga ang Heroics na galit eh. And the major adjustment, you can definitely see it from here, Ramon, no, na a step back from Heroics is antics na kailangan lahat ng pwesto merong tao. Parang hindi na nga natin masyado nakikita sa kanila, no? They feel like, no, na retake yung mas maganda para sa kanila. Good roam para kay Silent, no? Ngayon gumagana na nga, no, na habang tumatagal pwesto para sa pwestong gustong kunin ngayon ng Heroics, no, playing the 3v5. So Zolek nakatago, walang nag-i-swing sa kanya, but X3D sets up the crossfire at sa wakas si Zolek na buhay na nga ng dugo para makapag-swing na nga siya. Ram clears out the angle. Pero 1v3 nga to. Ram now on a tear dito lamang sa kanyang 13 kill performance. Silent nakita yung bungo ni Ram. And now Heroics ties off the game 5-5 after a huge lead by Sunday Shrooms. Tinanggal din to kagad ng Heroics.
Kung saan may J-Kim at Ram tayo. The connection on that B anchor from their GR side. We have Heroics who really have relied on Zolek at saka kay Silent. Really has been a really nice adjustment from them. And X3D as well, no? From that bait and switch, talagang very reliable when it comes to the long angles. Where Zolek can just pick it up talaga. But now, it will be a very aggressive setup for Sunday Shrooms. Nasa loob sila ng EA. And how will just work this out? Ghosted doon nandito sa long angle. Napatay pa nga tong si Ram. The entry from Zoren. There goes that second kill. And J-Kim will also pick up another. Sunday Shrooms have full control of A pero wala sa kanila yung C4 pare. How will they get the objective? Maybe after some time, makukuha na nila yung C4. As now, Heroics relied upon with this flag from Silent. Spots out J-Vice. Does not hit the shot from the AWM. Now that provides an opening pero X3D could get the entry onto the side. J-Vice, mukhang si Kid from Hell pa nga mapapatay dito. 2 versus 3, duguan ang marami pero na-popcorn pa nga ni Jacob. A triple for X3D. Back into the retake scenario. Heroics have found a way para makuha yung lead against the top 1 team. Sunday Shrooms down against Heroics.
Truly living up to the keys to victory, no? Utilizing X3D and Zolek's power position. Purong rotation lang ang laruan nila dito and especially the mind games na mapipigilan nga nila ang Sunday Shrooms when it comes to trying to pick off, no? Like, ang laking bagay na bumalik na nga si Ghosted dito, no? Because of his ability. Just to cancel out yung momentum dito ng Sunday Shrooms, napakalaking bagay na nga talaga. Paano pa kaya pag nag-retake tayo? Doon papasok si X3D tsaka si Zolek, no? The reliability na meron sila. lalong-lalo na dito si Zolek, is just out of this world, no? Like, pumapaldo ang heroic sa mga rounds na mahirap nga kunin yung site at kailangan nilang gamitin yung mga util dito para paghiwalayin yung mga members ng Sunday Shrooms para isa-isa yung pasok or even may onting delay man lang. And there goes Ghosted, just feeling it pre dito sa second half na to.
Pre, as much as I like a good X3D AWM, si Ghosted talaga hits different no? Talagang kumukolekta pagdating sa mga first bloods. At tuloy-tuloy lamang ang arangkada papunta sa STA as it will be one shot at sa double kill for X3D. Despite the trades, mukhang maayos pa ang arangkada ng Sunday Shrooms round with a double kill. Very much activated. 15 kills so far sa compa map natin in the rotation. This tells you that Sunday Shrooms are prepared for the mid-round. Yun nga lang, Heroics are coming through. Standing tall in the 3 versus 2 so far. Numbers advantage in the favor of the GR side for Heroics. As now the communication has to set in. Where are Sunday Shrooms gonna go after this one?
55. Nangangarag pa rin, no? Sunday Shrooms, hindi nila sure kung kaya nga ba nila i-commit tong pillars na to. Paparating na nga si Zolek dito sa may CB. And can he clear it down? Zoren wins it. Kamuntikan pa si Zoren dun. At napatagal niya gamit yung movement niya yung laban to force this 2v2. And that is such a risky overextension. At si Ghosted naman ngayon ang harang. Silent nakabantay pa rin dito lang sa may mid. Pero malalampasan din to ata, no? Gagamitin nila midcon bilang pantago at makakatakas nga si Ram. He's gonna go for the split. Hindi, babalik. Oh my God, nagkakagulo na nga pre. Si Silent, binibilisan na nga. At nararamdaman na nga na Sunday Shrooms ngayon na baka nga power play to. Ghosted gets the kill. And Silent with a beautiful lurk. Heroics gets the site once more. Purong timing lang talaga.
Kaya nga pare. Where Sunday Shrooms have been thriving on the trades, yung Heroics naman on their antics, just pushing all the way outside of mid-con. Yung mismong adventure ni Silent na masabi natin trust the process. No? What started out as a mistiming from Silent ended up into a full investment sa late round natin kung saan medyo nag-overpush pa nga yung Sunday Shrooms. Trying to hope that there's somebody who's gonna get caught off by the rotation. Nga lang Silent, right place, right time. Tapos sa pagpasok ni X3D sa loob ng ating CRA, nakuha pa nga nila with the Deagle shots in hand. So 5-7 para sa Sunday Shrooms. Heroics really banking on the lead so far. Maayos yung trading system. Okay na okay yung kung paano sila nag-hold on the site itself. Triple investment para kay Silent, Zolek at saka kay Jezreel. Just expecting that Sunday Shrooms are gonna start something aggressive no? Because usually yun nga yung sistema for Sunday Shrooms. If gusto nila manggulat mismo, it's gonna be an aggressive setup. Pero medyo nakakatakot nga ang Heroics ngayon. Their unpredictability ang mismo naging harang para sa kanila. Pero si Silent, already nang umarangkada. Si Zolek ang kuha ng isa. There's another trade-off para kay Silent. And Heroics full control sa mid-con. Nakita pa nila yung C4. No objective whatsoever para sa Sunday Shrooms. They have to back off and get themselves yung C4 natin.
Hirap na naman para sa Sunday Shrooms. Time and time again. Despite the obviousness ng Heroics no pagdating sa kanilang mga setup hindi pa rin talaga nahanap ng Sunday Shrooms yung magandang atake dito. Time and time again, it just puts SS on a footnote pre. Na every time na may iniistepan silang pwesto dito naandoon ang miyembro ng Heroics na kaya ngang ilaban yung 1v1 na yon. Kin from Hell, can't spot Ghosted dito lamang sa may batteries at nakita na nga yung bungo dito ni Ghosted. Pabalik ng Deagle. Switching back to the Ohm. Nilalaro yung patintero ng batteries.
Oh.
And Ghosted gets one and clears out the site. Hindi ko kailangan si Jezreel tsaka si Zolek. And what a round by Heroics.
Alam mo, di nawala si Ghosted sa roster natin. Just a beautiful solo hold from the sniper himself. Cool, calm, and collectively not playing it aggressively pare. After he knows that he can't hit the full shot in that initial attempt, talagang repossession na maayos para na mas mahirapan yung pag-entry ng Sunday Shrooms at hanapin na nag-iisang sniper natin. Goes in with that very quick scope papunta sa unang player tapos maayos ang naging quick scope pagkatapos 5-8. Sunday Shrooms attempting what could possibly be a pop into the mid side, but it works out into the crossfire. Zolek with one, but Sunday Shrooms on the trade-off. Not gonna handle Jezreel with a double kill in hand. Could be a collateral pero si J-Bice maayos ang naging shot papunta kay X3D. It's all gonna be in the 2v2 where Ghosted and Jezreel, they relate to the party, which gives an opportunity para sa Sunday Shrooms, pare.
Man. What a shot by Ghosted. Anticipating dito lamang sa may exit, pre. At dahil doon, bomb drop na nga, buti na lang nandoon si J-Vice. And I feel like, pre, alam ata ni J-Vice kung ano yung kalagayan ngayon ni Jezreel, under 55. Madali na nga lang tos paban ng M4. Probably one tap nga lang no? Just a spam alone. Binaabangan niya pa rin yung store oh. Hindi niya pa rin pinupush yung exit, not even an instant plant. Baka ito pa yung maging masakit para sa kanya, pero J-Vice reads that perfectly. Not overestimating the opponent. At ayun na nga, Sunday Shrooms, ginagapang yung larong to. Hinahanap pa rin yung magandang buwelo. Si Heroic so far has been dominating the ranks ng early game natin.
Totoo, pare. A good call from them in the opening to actually expect that Heroics were gonna be the ones to take the Sunday Shrooms, to take the aggressive position dun sa may mid-side. Maayos yung trading. At buti na lang at maayos din yung communication sa kung saan sila papasok. No? So Ghosted with a shot kay J-Kim. Shutting down the high ceiling player para sa Sunday Shrooms so far. Their C8 peaks mukhang napapunish na maayos from Heroics right now as Ghosted gets another shot from the EWM. Zolek wala nang takot, wala nang hiya. Pumasok sa Sunday Shrooms at si Zoren sumunod nga kay Ghosted into a 1 versus 5 kay Ram. Pero yun nga lang, Zolek's gonna keep hitting his shots. Set point para sa Heroics on their map pick of Compound and Sunday Shrooms. Konting-konti na lang mag-slip yung fingers na mapang to away from them.
Dumudulas na para sa Sunday Shrooms dito, no? Puro mga na-aksidente lang ang nakikita natin, no? J-Kim, not the kind of performance that we see from him, no? During the group stage. Ang lalo-lalo na nga rin si Zoren ngayon. Stacking up the death column para sa team niya. Mahalaga to para sa Heroics makuha itong round na to, no, to see it off. Pero here comes the crossfire and what a spam by Zoren and Ram. Para talaga tanggal na yung opposition dito lamang sa may Storm A. So now, more movement para sa Sunday Shrooms na ibahin na lang yung laro dito via the other side or even mid-con. Ghosted could manage this down. Pwede niyang gamitin yung smoke dito para makakit ng tower I-cancel out dito si J-Vice na kailangan nakabantay lang dito lang sa may SD. Kasi nga, sapat naman na yung mga tao dito. 4 yung buhay laban sa 3. Ghosted not opting to go for tower. Balik na nga lang siya ng site dito. You can definitely feel the spread ng Heroics. They do not want to risk anything from here. Kung kaya nga nilang laruin individually to go for 2 kills, di kakayahan naman si Ghosted sa kasi Silent na gawin yun. But at the same time, this is an execute na pwede ngang 4 yung iba to nga nila dito. And Silent finds Zoren lacking prey. Sunday Shrooms. Once more, may kakayahan nga talaga sila mag-fumble dito at nakikita natin to ngayon, Ramon.
Kaya nga. Now banking on this exit entrance para dito sa Sunday Shrooms ngayon na kailangan matalo tong si Ghosted on the fight with 40 seconds on the clock. At ang ganda ng raid din para kay Silent. The double stack in towards the site yun nga lang. Ang ganda ng trade. J-Vice with another shot. Sunday Shrooms trying to open the window and they break it wide open. Si Zolek na lang. Rotation back in towards 2F na hindi na hit yung shot from J-Vice. 1v2, 30 seconds. Pagkatapos ng plant ng bomba. Si J-Kim wala na takot at mukhang nirun and gun lamang si Zolek to get themselves in 7-9. A quick extension of this game. Sunday Shrooms are not out of compound just yet, Salvador.
May anong setting si Zolek, pre? 13 kills, 12 headshots din out of that 13. Kung kakayanin nga, pwede niyang makuha yung clutch na yun no? Pero yung aggressiveness lang talaga yung medyo mahirap dito para sa Heroics na they cannot risk anyone getting picked off in the early game. Kaya tipid na tipid ngayon ang Heroics pagdating sa movement sa mapa, no? Pero 1v2, it was very, very close para kay Zolek no? So, yeah. Heroics will still live. Hindi pa nga nila sasalyahin tong set na to. Sunday Shrooms gets a good opening dito lamang sa may pillars, pre. As X3 falls. Let's recados pa rin ng Sunday Shrooms pagdating sa mga atake, pre. They could converge anytime here at pillars. Para talaga ma-throw off yung 3 members na nakabantay dito lamang sa may A. They need to act quick, pre.
Full pillars control and control para dito sa Sunday Shrooms ngayon. And a good decision para dito kay Zolek na ibigay na lamang yung STB as well, no? So it's either full trust on him trying to hold yung bats na nag-iisa lamang against Sunday Shrooms na ready na umarangkada sa loob ng B-site. This is all gonna be on how he performs yung battery's defense. Yun nga lang, just shield with one, JK with another as Zolek will try his best. Yun nga lang, Zolek's gonna knock him down and Ram with a very good entry as well. It's all gonna be down on Ghosted, para lang makuha yung magiging compound mount natin. Pero Sunday Shroom says, I need one more round in me, pare. Entries in with the Deagle. Hits the shot kay Zoren. Has to hit another one in nga lang. Buti na lang nakapag-dodge away from the EWM into this 1v2 setup para kay Ghosted. 30 seconds. And mukhang okay na para kay J-Bice. Hits the shot all the way towards the head of Ghosted. 8-9 on the way to overtime. Sunday Shrooms are not out just yet.
Man, this is a Sunday Shrooms that really does not back down. I said stride, pre, countless amount of times. At yun nga talaga yung nakikita natin ngayon. They are getting their momentum right now. Medyo late, pre, kasi pinascore muna nga nila ng matagal dito ang Heroics, but at the cost of information nga naman. And that is very sensitive. Any amount of position na malalaman talaga ng kalaban, malaking bagay na nga yun kung ba't nakukuha nila yung control. And that same goes for Sunday Shrooms eh. It's just the deliverance na meron nga silang kayang atakihin na angulo dito, na merong miyembro ng Heroics na at the same time, they could just force it out of them. Para talaga maging madali. 5v4, 4v4. Wala nang pick-off ngayon para kay J-Bice. They need every resource that they can para laruin to ng maayos. Best case scenario, play the 5v4 retake, Heroics. But you know, we don't want to risk that, sabi ng Heroics.
Siyempre, pre. Knowing that Sunday Shrooms are gonna be happy to take any sort of advantage. Yung trading, medyo 50-50 pa yun eh. Mas okay sa kanila na decisive yung depensa. So, magsama na lang yung dalawang nag-hold on STB. Silent and Zolek, full responsibility. Either have one play on the lurk papunta dun sa may CB o kaya once na nabigay na yung mid-side, EA and curve control, eh, talagang full trust in the setup para sa dalawang players on the ace site anchor. 50 seconds on the execute as well. So, no presence of crossfire whatsoever gives an open entry para sa Sunday Shrooms sa pagpasok on EA. Flash coming forward. Full trust in Jezreel to hold that solo. Pero yun nga lang, Sunday Shrooms, 50-50 coin flip. Saan sila papasok? On EB or EA, yung one shot from Kid from Hell is enough to kill off Jezreel. Ghosted with one, X3D with another. Heroics, they want to end this right here, right now. Another one para kay X3D. It's just gonna be on Captain Gerald left. A 1v4, an impossible task at hand to extend compound against Heroics, who are 1 kill away, and it's enough for him. A 10-8 para sa Heroics, striking first blood dito sa map pick na Love Compound.
Pinaasa at pinaluhan, no? Akala natin Sunday Shrooms was getting the best execute out of all the rounds that they did, pero hindi, pre, no? Kinansela nila kagad, no? From X3D and Zolek, the two reliable players na meron dito ang Heroics. We definitely feel the animosity from Heroics na makuha nga nila yung mapa na yun, no? Considering na buong season Sunday Shrooms was just having the best gameplay of Compound. At ngayon, pre, Heroics, malaking bagay ito. Ito yung mapa na kinuha talaga sa kanila ng Al Sovereign, and they're not taking this map lightly anymore, pre. Kung kailangan nga mambangga, babanggayin at babanggayin talaga namin kung sinong gustong lumapit. Sunday Shrooms, yeah, full on effort para kay J-Kim, no? Ram was also getting a good start. J-Bice was hitting clutch after clutch, but man, it's just how it ends eh. Yun yung pinakamasakit dito, no? From the execute papuntang curve, yung hesitation pumasok ng EA, naging masakit yon para sa Sunday.
It's just a full-on gunfight as well, eh, no? From Heroics. They kind of took the hard-fought victory as well. Nung nilalabanan nila dun sa trades, maayos yung naging decision-making pagkatapos nun, eh, no? A lot of attempts where Sunday Shrooms were trying to play for their one-for-ones, pero yung Heroics kasi nagsastand tall sa marami nilang mga nagiging setups as well on that GR side. That kind of made a lot of the difference when you think about the fights that they've taken, eh, no? It didn't really help as well for Sunday Shrooms cause na ang init ni Ghosted on that AWM. Talagang welcome back kay Ghosted on this roster. It's almost as if he didn't leave talaga. Just showing that even though there was an absence from him, his presence pagbalik dito sa server is very much an impactful one pagkatapos ng napakaganda at napaka-solid na mga first blast dito on the AWM and good assistance as well kapag magkakasama yung mga riflers dito. Yung process for Heroics coming up to this is something that kind of came from a lot of faith talaga, knowing in the setup and knowing the situation as well. But Heroics made it work against Sunday Shrooms, who were well poised to take the series over to overtime.
Yeah, that was such a nice effort para sa Sunday Shrooms, no? It was very, very close. Parang okay na eh. Nakita na nga natin na Sunday Shrooms was definitely at 100% peak, pero parang mas maganda ata yung peak ng Heroics kesa dito sa SS kasi the fights were just unreasonable, no? Na bigla na lang tinitake ng Sunday Shrooms from overextensions from Zoren, J-Kim trying his best, no? Pero isa lang yung nakukuha niya doon. Util after util, na-utilize nga naman talaga ng Heroics sa kinaganda nga nito, no? Like 100% every flash, every smoke, ginagamit nga nila either pantago, pandelay, and as well as for Jezreel's antics, no? So Silent, isa rin to sa mga players na hindi dapat pinapabayaan ng Sunday Shrooms kasi bigay yung mga rounds the moment na naglo-lurk siya eh. So yun ang iingatan talaga ng Sunday Shrooms dito, knowing na yung second map medyo malala pa to, that being Black Widow. Mas magiging maganda yun para kay Silent the moment na makuha niya yung mid control eh.
Kaya nga eh. Bukas na bukas si Mama para sa kanya and you can't really predict kung saan siya manggagaling, no? He's either gonna go back and play the window position o kaya, you know, just be the guy who's lurking around the shadows talaga. Something that Sunday Shrooms really have to think about kasi so many times that Silent has become the impact player, the playmaker so far para sa Heroics, eh, no? That's been at the cost of him getting the space as well para makapag-thrive dito sa momentum nila. So many times as well na nabigay yung mga 2v3s dahil sa willingness ng Heroics to fight, which is honestly have been the identity of a lot of Cebuano teams, eh, no? Just heralding and taking away yung mga man count advantages ng Sunday Shrooms kanina, eh, no? So kung saan yun yung strength na Sunday Shrooms kanina, which was their mid-round calling, yung Heroics nagpapakitang gilas din when it comes to that aspect, showing us how it's done as well. Despite very good Heroics coming through from Ram at as well as kay Zoren, yung Heroics ang mismong nag-outdo sa players on Sunday Shrooms.
Yes, that was just Heroics putting on a macro masterclass na it was not just retakes eh, no? It's how you mid-round. Like, ang daming beses talaga, no, na nalason dito ang Sunday Shrooms via Silent. And as well as X3D just being the clear-cut favorite kung bakit nga ba talaga siya karapat-dapat mag-represent netong team na to, no? Like, he's just doing everything from fronting, attacking, supporting as well, no? So, ang pwede kong maging honorary MVP din dito, no? It's actually Ghosted. Kasi hindi pa rin siya nangangalamang, kumpleto pa rin dito yung presensya niya bilang isang sniper player na ikatatakot talaga ng kalaban mo. Frank, hold tower, kaya niya nga talagang pahawakan yung pwesto niya sa pillars, fights up against J-Bice, something that it's really, really difficult, pero ang basic para dito kay Ghosted, eh, no? J-Bice was holding off his own, pero tinaman naman pre, like the kills here from the side of Heroics, man, it's just that day for them talaga, no?
Talaga nga naman, eh, no? Despite all the collaterals, despite every single aspect that you could say from Sunday Shrooms that would have given them the leg up into this matchup, yung Heroics talagang maayos yung sagot every single time. Walang takot sa pag-push, walang takot sa kahit anong aspeto ng laban, eh, no? Talagang may expect mo yung Heroics na may sagot usually. No, despite really good clutches coming through from J-Bice, despite really good holds as well, kahit nung nagsimula sila under GR, napapansin mo din na hindi natatakot lumaban. You can see that Silence was the one entering on, and sometimes si X3D makakuha siya ng mga impactful, mga multi-frags. Really has shown that Heroics are here not only to be heralded as one of the teams na mabibigay lamang yung main character energy sa ating mga MATTJESS, sa ating mga Sunday Shrooms. Nandito din sila para makapag-contend as being one of the top teams dito sa Impact Summer, and they will continue as the series progresses, eh, no? So, the second look at the set summary, talagang positive except for Jezreel, who honestly, despite it being the fact of it, I'm pretty sure that on the calls, on every single setup, si Jezreel yung nakapagluto, and everybody from Heroics just came at it like chess pieces.
Yeah, oo nga, like Jezreel, feeling ko given naman na yung ganyang numero sa kanyang KDA, no? Hindi naman palagi na talagang mag-i-stand out siya during the group stage. Feeling ko kaya pang iangat niya, eh, no? Pero here at playoffs na feeling ko dapat hands-on nga talaga yung pagtatawag niya. it's gonna take a major regression ng kanyang KD. Pero pre, lahat ng numero maganda. Pero mas maganda yung pinakita na headshot per kill ni Zolek na 0.86. Oh my God, pre Zolek was just hitting headshot after headshot. Ito na nga ang ating set MVP. Medyo ticket ang laban na to, pero feeling ko, alam ko na nga, si Boss Silent Michael Barazona, 1.8 KD, guaranteed kill per round. Pre, ito pa, 21 AP on top of 0.72 headshots, no? So, di ko alam pre, parang goma si Silent no? Hindi mo alam kung gaano kalayo yung magiging flexibility nito ni Silent not just from anchoring sites, but also lurking down the players ng kalaban niya.
Yeah. And speaking to how flexible he has been as a player as well, it's just showing that he's in playoffs form. He's showing his peak ngayon, and we could possibly say as well na sa start pa lang ng playoffs natin, at least in this BO5, baka tuloy-tuloy lang yung may papakita ni Silent na bago no? Just showing it to key players katulad nitong si Kid from Hell, katulad nga naman itong si J-Bice na masabi natin they could have been players that would have silenced itong si Silent, pero he's not going into that good night pare. He wants to take this BO5 and win it all talaga, pero masyado pa maaga para sabihin yan no? Kasi BO5 nga to at simula pa lang to ng matchup natin. We do have so many maps to go nga naman, and Heroics has to continue this momentum moving forward. Pero in a map like Black Widow, it's not gonna be an easy feat no? So before the break, Salvatore, any thoughts before we end it off, pare?
And good luck sa Sunday Shrooms pre. Kakailangan nyo nga talaga sa mapan to, no? At Heroics, man, they looking pretty nice. Binabaliktad nila ang kwento ngayon dito, pre. So sa lahat ng manonood dyan, abangan nyo lang.
Abangan talaga no? Ready na ang Heroics para kunin to into a 2-0, or will Sunday Shrooms find their way para makapag-come back into one of the best maps that they've had all throughout Impact Summer. Ko plus Ron, kasama ko si Salvatore. This has been the semifinals of PH Impact Summer, at pagbabalik kami after the short break. Tuloy-tuloy lang ang bakbakan dito sa PH Impact Summer 2025 Playoffs. Ang matchup between the Kids of Tondo plus Gerald para dito sa Sunday Shrooms laban sa ating Pride of Cebu nga naman na ang Heroics. We're 1-0 na ngayon ang Cebuano squad and now an opportunity para makapag-catch up na ang Sunday Shrooms on Black Widow nonetheless as well. If you remember, Salvatore, the only time na natalo ang Sunday Shrooms sa Black Widow was in that Vengeance game. Pero other than that, they have heralded an undefeated streak, pare. So, what do you have coming into this para sa Sunday Shrooms, pare?
Merong alas ang Sunday Shrooms. Not presentable during the group stage kasi nga feeling ko it's just them naturally playing the map. Pero eto pre, may pakiramdam ako dito na Sunday Shrooms could get this Black Widow going pagdating sa mga plays na pwedeng iba to ni J. Kim and even Kid from Hell. Respectively dito, known as J. Vice, it's already given na marunong nga naman talaga siya mag-hold ng angle at ilaban yung mga snipers dito, no? But it is still fairly important na hindi lang talaga dapat sa isang angulo kumikilos ang Sunday Shrooms. They should rely on players like J. Kim and Kid from Hell to light up the place para talaga dun sa mga instances na kailangan nga nila mag-retake or even attack B-site. Kasi B-site yung feeling ko talaga magiging challenging dito for the side of Sunday Shrooms. Heroics, ito yung talaga yung mapang pwede nga nilang kalikutan ng malupit pre kasi ang daming angulo na pwede nga talaga nilang kubrahin dito from just silent lurking alone, no? So yeah, malaking bagay ito sa Sunday Shrooms na it's na makuha talaga ni Kid from Hell and J. Kim yung pick-ups na inaasam nila.
Yeah, it's not usual na makikita natin silang down 0-1 nga naman no? But Sunday Shrooms actually have a few positives naman coming into this, so at least may papanlaban sila. Not only do they have a very comfortable map pick of this Black Widow, pero they're also coming into this with a very hot RAM as well. Kung makita mo yung compound game na yun, talagang siya yung isa mga shining diamonds in the rough nga naman sa naging performance nila all throughout that game. At kung mag-hit nga ba yung mga entries niya kasama itong si Kid from Hell, baka naman mas maayos na yung magiging foundation nila coming into this game against Heroics, no? And if J-Bice can actually download na mas maayos din, which honestly has made it clear na yun din yung isa sa mga nare-rely ng Sunday Shrooms, no? The calling from J-Bice and the rest of the team has to be perfection for them. Pero since nababasa nga sila ng Heroics, medyo nahirapan sila from that compound game, they have to prove na hindi into question yung naging sistema ngayon ng Sunday Shrooms sa Black Widow pa lang. Kasi once na umabot tayo dun sa third map natin kung saan 2-0 na ang Heroics, ano na mangyayari sa Sunday Shrooms, pare? This is gonna be a very, very big surprise coming into this.
Yeah, it's something na we really need to be careful about, no, para sa Sunday Shrooms kasi this is a team that really breeds consistency during the group stages at nakita na nga natin ngayon that they faltered under pressure during the second half ng compound na yun. Noong saan nakakaramdam naman si J-Vice tsaka si Kid from Hell ng pagyanig, like okay na harap na nga nila yung kills dito, no, especially from J. Kim's side. But man, Heroics it's just a matter of how they get their timings right. Parang hindi na nga nila nakita na kaya nga namin harapan ng 1v1 ng SS. Heroics, they just know how to play their cards right, pre. And we might just see this Black Widow be the same thing for Heroics. Hindi rin naman lalayo ang SS at Heroics sa mapa to. Ito pa rin yung mapa na yun na familiar sila sa isa't isa.
Totoo, pare. And as we get into a very familiar map for both teams, mukhang maayos yung arangkada ng parehong koponan as they get both their first bloods into the matchup. They trade si J-Vice para kay Ghosted. Mukhang maayos nga to para sa Sunday Shrooms. At least they know where the AWM is. And now that X3D hasn't shown his hand as well, mukhang may surprise factor dito. Ang side ng Heroics ngayon to the 4 versus 4. Yeah, full control back in towards Terrace. Nakapag-push na maayos nung si Silent pagkatapos ng aggressive setup all the way towards mid as well as yung sa waters natin. So, hindi mo ma-help but feel na Heroics will have a good time when it comes to Sunday Shrooms' entry. It's either take control of that LA and play for that crossfire na naset ni Zolek at saka ni Silent, or play around the crossfire na naset up din ni Jezreel at saka ni Zolek as well. Pero mukhang sa short sila manggagaling, Salvatore, and Sunday Shrooms have a good answer to this.
Oh yeah, for sure, pre. That's one thing na kailangan ngayon ingatan ng Heroics kasi isang layer lang to ng opensa mula kay Zolek, but he is indeed reliable. Silent once again. Silent on his signature lurk. Time and time again, gumagana talaga para sa Heroics. 29 on the clock, makakatanim ang Sunday Shrooms pero natrap naman sila dito Ram nakabantay. Nice shot dito lamang sa may HM. Ram pabalik na nga para makasama niya yung mga kasapi niya. So far, JKM is doing a pretty good job para panghawakan tong site na to at binabalik na nga ng Heroics. Medyo natagalan sa pag-delay yung mga kakampi ni Silent. Hindi na gumana yung lurk niya ngayon. And SS gets the site plus the round.
Good reads coming forward for Sunday Shrooms. They had two options to push in towards the site as well, no? And they took a very, very healthy one. They dodged from two crossfires na pwedeng ma-hold ng Heroics. And they took yung short position na maayos ding arangkada ng Sunday Shrooms with Ram and Kid from Hell taking yung first bloods natin. Pero mukhang mabilisan lamang yung trades ng snipers ulit as Ghosted will pick up the sniper head-to-head against J-Bice. After the kill dito kay X3D, mukhang Sunday Shrooms are gonna go back towards their default. Now relying upon an overpush from Heroics. Si Silent, na mismo nga naglalurk kanina from the previous round, now will be one of the frontliners pagdating dito sa may mid-side playing a bait and switch kasama na itong si Jasril.
Natin. This is once again a spot where no one should try and dare overextend. Pero si Silent nga naman talaga nagtatrabaho sa gitna ng gabi. Himik niyang pinush yung ES no pre, pero ang galing ng bawi dun ng Sunday Shrooms kagad as they really felt the echo. And Heroics, maganda yung pinapangawakan nila dito, no? Tigi-tigisa lang from stage, A site, and as well as BS. Tama lang kasi wala nang kailangan i-anticipate pa ang SS dito, kundi yung mga angulo na yun, for sure may mga tao nga naman talaga. Now they're crawling it down. Walang rotation para sa Heroics. Jasril, kahit makalakap siya ng informasyon dito, isa lang yung kailangan niya gawin dito at ubusin ng tatlo. Dalawa lang may makukuha niya. As Heroics gets the reliable hold mula kay Jasril. Makakapag-rotate nga ba sila ng mabilisan dito as Zolek anticipating the head of Ram. Balik muna ng metal box. Tanggal muna ng bulag sa mata. Ghosted nakapwesto na nga. Alam niya na kung nasaan si Ram. Tigi-tigi sa direction lang. And Ghosted gets the easy scope. Heroics tie game.
What a good spray done from Jasril as well. Sa layo ng flash, talagang hindi maapektuhan. Kapitan ng Heroics, able to get a double kill. And very well put, despite really good trades coming forward for Sunday Shrooms. Their numbers advantage coming up against them. Maayos yung naging trade potential from Ghosted as well as their last player sa Heroic side. Kasi once na mapatay nga yung AWM, talaga naman malapitan lang si Zolek. If ever na mapatay nga si Ghosted. Pero with the angle trained, it's almost impossible for him to miss the shot talaga. So really good answer coming forward para dito sa Heroics as Kid from Hell. Now cooking up the very good entries papasok dito sa may Storby natin. At mukhang si Jasril lamang calling the rotation, coming forward, papunta dun sa may B side, spotting J-Bice at si Zolek pa nga ang maayos. Yung pagkuha ng first blood natin, taking the lurker out of the equation for Sunday Shrooms, and it looks like Silence also expecting Kid from Hell.
Oh my
again. Another
God.
good timing for Silent, and Heroics finding good adjustments all across the map. Goes to another shot kay Jacob as well.
Anong oras ba? Sa orasan dito ni Silent no? Kasi palagi niya nakukuha yung RS ng kalaban Hindi pwede yung ganun, tapos makakatakas pa siya. Pwede niyang i-hold tong turn na to. Kasi hindi alam ni Ram kung nasaan na ngayon. Hindi naman ganun ka-fairly obvious yung kinatatayuan ni Silent. Palagi may nahuhuli sa mid, sa RS. I'm not sure, pre, paano nakakalampas si Silent ng mga ganung klaseng play. Zoren, nakaramdam na nandun sila Ghosted. Jasril gets tagged. And Zoren still pushing. And Zoren gets the kill. Jasril nakatambay pa rin dito lamang sa may Dorby. Si Zoren, kailangan niya nang kunin tong C4 na to. Para matalim na nga at maset yung 1v3. Very easy 1v3. Actually, if you ask me, pre, wala nang kabuhay-buhay si Silent dito. Paano pa kaya si X3D? So it's all about the timing. Pero tinaman naman kung saan nagbabantay ngayon yung dalawang miyembro ng Heroic. Silent, nakatingin pa rin dito lamang sa may window. Zoren pushing and he finds Silent na low health na nga. Si X3D na nga lang natitira. Alam niya na nga kung nasaan to. One shot, one kill for both players. X3D gets the spam. Ayun na nga. X3D saves it para sa HRC.
Enter Dexter Cuevas into the equation, who honestly has been at the right place at the right time. Despite this being what could possibly be an easy 1v3 nga naman na sinasabi mo no? Talagang maayos din na nagsama sila. Dalawa dito despite very low HP nga naman. You can never underestimate yung pwedeng magawa, maluto agad ng Heroics doon sa mga clutch scenarios natin. Honestly, very, very close when you think about it, pare. And Heroics having a very good adjustment when it comes to the mid-round yet again. This goes to show that sometimes Sunday Shrooms are not the only impact team that really has that benefit talaga. So now back in towards that 1-2 setup. Sobrang dami dun sa mid-side. Nabasa na ata na ang dami sa loob ng ES as Zolek will be picked off. Another sprayed out from J-Kim. A beautiful transfer. At mukhang napatay pa nga si X3D as well. J-Kim taking control sa buong RS ng SS, pare. And this time, Silent also gonna get knocked down by Kid from Hell. The train of Sunday Shrooms choo-chooing all over Heroics, pare.
Ganon magpasikat, sabi ni J. Kim. Ganon umentry at umaura. Bro took center stage at wala siyang tinipid dun, no? 100% lakas ang pinakita ni J. Kim doon. Just clearing off angle after angle, duel after duel. And it was very, very nice para kay J. Kim, eh, no? Kasi gumagawa talaga siya ng montage doon. As Heroics picked one by one na naiwan si Silent, hindi nga nagawa yung usual play niya. And yes, Sunday Shrooms, isang malaking hiyaw para dito sa team na to. Na kanina pa nga talaga pinagtitripan ng Heroics padating sa mga angles dito. Ghosted now on LA. Nag-zone out siya, ay nag-scope out siya kung kailan may parating na nga. Pero isa lang makukuha nyo dun sa linya ni J-Bison. Kid from Hell with a major quick scope and a very good follow-up. J-Kim now on the flank. Pero wala namang nakatingin sa kanya. Gustong mag-rotate ni X3D para matulungan yung kakampi niya. And SS with what a very, very good convergence dito lamang sa may ace site. As J-Kim taking a page out of Silence playbook. 3-2. Nakabawi ang Sunday Shrooms.
Kung ano yung sinarado sana ni Ghosted na entry para sa Sunday Shrooms, binuksan at talaga namang sinarado ulit ni J-Kim ang buong nangyari. With another beautiful lurk on the mid side. And it didn't help as well, no? Nung talagang maayos na din ng arangkada ni Ram pagkatapos ng very crispy shots from Ghosted all the way towards LA. We're seeing Sunday Shrooms now adapting into the playstyle and Ghosted hitting another shot. Another one para kay Ghosted! Pangatlo nga ba para sa anchor sniper ng Heroics pero mukhang hindi. Zorin with another one but Silent picking up the run and gun. It's looking beautiful para sa Heroics as now they pick up the 3-3 scoreline. Heroics with another round thanks to beautiful adjustments from Ghosted.
Very, very nice, no? Efforts para sa Sunday Shrooms. Just hoping that they could continue on this snowball that they are doing. Kasi JK is already having a field day sa kanyang gameplay na nga ngayon. But at the end of the day, pre, this is a game that is supposed to be on the balance, no, na hindi dapat pinapabayaan ng Heroics. And that is a good opening para dito sa HRC. Yeah, SS medyo close. But I feel like this is Heroics now working to make it even far para dito sa SS, no? Purong trabaho na nga nakikita natin mula sa kanila at pinapangawakan nila ng BS. Grabe nga naman yung chokehold na hinahawak ng Heroics ngayon dito lamang sa may mid. Silent gets the dunk onto Ram. J-Vice nag-iisa. C4 down pa nga. Jezreel now on the lurk papuntang slide. Si J-Vice hindi niya alam saan siya magro-rotate ngayon. Hindi niya alam kung saan siya mag-clear. Nahanap niya na nga yung timing dito. C4. Mapupulot niya but at the cost of an obvious position para dito sa backstab na mangyayari.
Nako. There's a timing dito kay Jezreel pero he has to take a perfect one. Silence also gonna catch up and it's just gonna be a very good headshot. Nako po sa gilid. At mukhang pinatulog na ng mabilisan si J-Vice dito with a 3-4. Heroics taking very good control sa mga very aggressive setups na meron ng Sunday Shrooms. Sa arangkada nila doon sa may mid-side, lagi may sagot either on ES or sa catwalk natin. Kid from Hell though, hindi siya magpapatinag. Isang kill papunta dito kay Zolek at agad-agad na nawala ang mid-control na meron ang Heroics ngayon. Low on HP tong si J-Kim pero agad nilang gagawan to ng paraan. He will be one of the first players coming in towards the site pero already you can see that Sunday Shrooms have an answer sa mid-setup ng Heroics kanina.
Yeah. Definitely. Parang umaasa na ngayon kahit papano ang Sunday Shrooms dito sa overextension na ginagawa ng Heroics. Which I do think is a breath of fresh air kasi usually no SS inaantay lang nga nila no na yung timing para sa pag-entry ng site yun na yun eh. But for them, a lot of the rounds, it's the usual day ng Heroics na sige, i-force na nga namin to. It's Silent holding down stage. Dalawa yung makukuha niya pero Zoren sa loob ng usok. Maganda ang bawi ng Sunday Shrooms and now forcing the 1v2. Jakey buhay na buhay pa nga. Holding down the AWM. Grabe sa fallout na yun. Buhay na pa rin ang dalawang miyembro. And now, here comes the plant by Zoren. Jezreel. Isang bala na lang tong dalawang players na to. Kailangan niya ng ispatan kung nasaan tong dalawang to. Hindi niya mahanap sa S. And that is a round by Sunday Shrooms na ginamit nila ang pwesto nila bilang pampanalo.
Yung isa sa mga parang moments of hesitancy for Sunday Shrooms na okay sana parang that slow tempo na pwede na lang gamitin na panglasan against Heroics na finally in this round na-exploit the kid from hell getting an opening and very much adjusted into the push as well. J-Bice now back into the server connecting the shot kay Silent, one of the fiery hot players ng Heroics. Talagang maayos yung pag-pick off so talagang maayos na din yung pagbalik into the round. Bogdan Slaw giving up the AWM dito kay Jake and for the second round in a row para nga naman may firepower pa rin siya kahit low on HP. So after that one kill, balik agad into the ES players at now Heroics are gonna have a very hard time unless Zolek can cook with that spray down all the way from under pare.
Oh, X3D. Nice anticipation dito lamang sa may S-Pre pero baka pwede pang mag-follow up ang Sunday Shrooms doon and deny the sniper doon lamang sa may window A. Mahalaga yun actually to force a push dito lamang sa may LA at lalo't isa lang yun Zoren, good spam doon lamang kay Zolek pre at nagulat ata ang Heroics doon na every pick-off is just too strong sa Sunday Shrooms na hindi kaagad na itatrade ng Heroics. So yun na nga, paiba na nga ng diversion ngayon ang Sunday Shrooms. Baka mag-B-site na lang sila dito, go mid to B. Force out, Jezreel out of his position. J-Bice na mataan. X3 nakahawak pa rin. Patience is the king ang susi dito ng Heroics. Kita mo hindi pa rin sila kumikilos as Ghosted finds one kill and X3D nagulantang. He gets overpowered by Ram. Now there goes the plant by Kid from Hell setting up the 2v3 retake.
Jezreel's gonna flank. And I think that's gonna be the key to victory into this round right now. Jezreel with one and that's already gonna open the window. Dito sa may short pero yun nga lang Kid from Hell is gonna kill off Ghosted. 1v2 now for the leader, the captain, Jezreel. What can you do? Smoked off his position. His entry is impossible. Nahold pa nga with the info from Ram. Jezreel has to hit one shot first pero pareho nakatingin sa direksyon ng pag-entry ng Heroics captain. 10 seconds, no time and no chance whatsoever para sa Heroics in this round. A 5-4 para sa Sunday Shrooms. A very clean short push para lang makuha yung lead pagkatapos ng first half natin.
And Heroics really gave off a lot of rounds there just to gather much needed information pero dun sa mga pamigay rounds nga nila very open-minded naman ngayon ng Sunday Shrooms para kunin yun kagad. Tinan mo naman yung bawi ngayon ni J-Bice pati nga ni J-Kim with that major pick-off already to start off our set number 2. Silent papunta ng S. Nakabantay si Kid from Hell pati si J-Bice mismo. Double pick pa nga to. Hindi ko sure kung tama to. Silent! Kado kang ambisyoso, idolo. Sumasobra na ata ngayon ang Heroics pagdating sa overstepping ng mga angulo na hindi naman dapat pa isa-isa ang pasok and J-Bice with a flick over to Jezreel. Flawless round para sa Sunday Shrooms. Lahat ng nakita nilang kalaban, pero hindi man lang pinagpawisan ng SS.
Nako, at the cost of Heroics, talagang Sunday Shrooms. Feel mo na ngayon na yung peak ng kanilang playoffs form pare. Now they're the ones setting the tempo. Now they're the ones na nagpo-push all the way from both B at saka doon sa may mid-side where now they hit every single shot. J-Chem starting with that AWM. And yet again, J-Bice and J-Chem, the duo. Sa paghawak ng AWM, may mahihirapan na magpagpasok ng Heroics. Sa bawat entrada ng map, it starts with Silent. Now Ghosted also low on HP. You can't help but think it was a leg shot coming forward from J-Bice. And now it forces Heroics on a very uncomfortable pace. Yung LA medyo mahihirapan pa silang pumasok. Dahil kahit low on HP tong si Ghosted, he's been pretty goated pagdating doon sa mga long range angles natin. Kaya tingnan natin kung mapapanalo na yung laban niya against J-Bice.
Now, Ghosted on a troublesome spot, no? Hindi ko lang sure paano niya may implement yung sarili niya sa gagawing push ng Heroics ngayon kasi wala pa namang movement masyado sa kanya. And all Heroics has to do is win these fights dito lamang sa may store B. Pero hindi nangyayari dito. And Ghosted, what a kill over to J-Bice. Para may ginagawang milagro dito si Ghosted kahit 1 HP nga lang siya. Pwede niya makita si Kid from Hell dito lamang sa may S. And J-Kim gets X3D. Hindi niya makukuha yung re-challenge dun lamang kay Zolek as he finds the headshot. Kahit paano Heroics, buhay na buhay pa rin dito sa round na to. Kid from Hell hindi pa rin makaugat, hindi pa rin makakilos dito. And there goes the nade. Kid from Hell hindi niya masasalo. At si Zoren inispaman nga dito yung pwesto ni Zolek. And Ghosted on 11 HP, hindi niya talaga mahanap yung movement. Threads the needle, under lang. 35 seconds. Napakalayo ng C4 na pinapangawakan nga ngayon ni Zoren. But this is Ghosted that has the AWM.
Don't peek. Yun lang talaga. Yan ang talaga yung dapat gawin nito ni Zoren. He take a close angle, a close fight, but not a long-range angle, pare. It looks like he has a really good position though. Hindi may expect ni Ghosted to. He has to run towards B-site. Unless he clears off yung corner doon sa may lobby, pero wala pare, 10 seconds talaga. It's objective or nothing at all. Unless he provides an opportunity, Zoren's gonna shut that down though. Sunday Shrooms with their calling towards STB talagang tamang adjustment lang pagdating sa trading. And when it comes to the absolute minuscule moments, that one shot to shut down the objective is what gives them the round, pare. 7-4. Mid-side now being the call para sa Heroics ngayon. No time to analyze, pare. All adjustments, all pushes. Zoren gonna shut that one down. X3D out of the equation. Yun nga lang, Heroics are still gonna fight. They're still gonna try. Laban dito kay JK who does hit the shot from the EWM. At mukhang susunod pa nga. But Jasreel and Silent kukuha ng 3 kills in the round. Si Ghosted kukuha ng isa pa para sa Heroics. Si Ram na lang ang natitira dito. Pero sa rotation niya, lalabanan niyan yung AWM. Ghosted hits another one. Heroics gets a 5-7. They're not out of the round just yet, pare.
Men, pinangalan tong team na to dahil kay Jasreel, no? Yung heroic entry na ginawa niya dun lang sa may Espre. Opened up 3 players. Medyo natagalan lang dun sa pagkuha sa buhay ni J-Kim. At lalo-lalo na nga rin pre yung surprise nade na binatungan nila, no? And Silent, what a headshot! What? Mula Batanes hanggang Hulo, umabot yung bala na yun sa ulo ni Zoren. That was insane. Mula dito sa Heroics, no? 2 round state mula sa kanila. Nakahanap na nga nila yung timpla dito. But at the same time, this is Sunday Shrooms that continuously adjust sa liking ng kalaban nila. Kid from Hell, nilampasan nga dito yung smoke. And finds the push over to Ghosted. Zolek, huge trade. And now, Ram converging over to door mid. Zolek, hindi makakross. J-Bice with a huge pick-off. Maganda yung sineset up talaga dito ng Sunday Shrooms. Walang nakakalampas. Bomb drop pa nga. Now, Heroics, could they easily position with just Jasreel on hand? Ram, nakatago. No information whatsoever. So, kailangan i-clear to lahat ni Jasreel. Jasreel was looking at a different direction. And Ram saves it para sa Sunday Shrooms. Medyo magulo para sa SS pero kukunin nga nila yung round na yan.
Grabe, pare. What could have been the round thanks to really good timings coming forward para sa Heroics. Sunday Shrooms able to steal it all back, pare, dahil kay Ram. And back into the trade setup where now Sunday Shrooms find themselves to the advantage every single time. Buti na lang malayo si Ram from the rotation as well at naririnig pa nga niya yung pagbalik ni Jasreel back towards the A site. He had full time no? Pwede pang makapag-rotate from catwalk all the way into the B site pero I guess he thought na baka tapusin na lang yung round para mabilisan din silang bumalik into this next one as Ghosted with the shot kay J-Bice shuts down the captain. Kid from Hell with the trade though. Sa paghold na dun sa mid-side, may opening yung Heroics. But J-Kim just hits another one para kay Ghosted right now. LA in full control of SS. Yun nga lang, Heroics. So trying to fight for their deal lives pero sobrang low on HP ng dalawang star players nila. But sorry with another headshot papunta kay Jasreel. Every single opportunity gets found out by Sunday Shrooms, and quickly nawawalan na ng liwanag ang Heroics habang tumatagal yung mga rounds natin into a 2 versus 4 where XGD and Zolek have to make a miracle, pare.
Yeah, ito nga talaga ang Sunday Shrooms na hindi talaga nakakakita na ng failure pag alam nga nila yung game style ng kalaban. Open book strat para sa Heroics. They're just running it down. Sunday Shrooms closes up that round to 4 set point. Pre, tinan mo naman pag talagang nasa peak si JK at si Soren, umiilaw talaga yung scoreboard dito. No? 19 kills para kay JK, 15 para kay Soren, 11 para kay Ram, double digits all over the board. At ito na paulam-palad ng Sunday Shrooms. Oras daw para bagyuhin ang RS ng Heroics. Skid from Hell finds X3D sa likod ng mga usok. Nice flash, pero hindi pa rin natitinag si Silent as Silent goes for the push para gusto talaga kunin yung C4 at mawawala na naman sa braso nila tong bomba na hindi nga ma-push ngayon ng Heroics. Ghosted gets the site, pero may isa pa dito na nakatago, and that being J-Kim. Hindi pa nga nila kiniklear to. Gustong i-double jump ni Ghosted para makapasok nga siya, and J-Kim gets the timing right. Sana nga lang ang haran dito para matapos na nga ng Sunday Shrooms tong Black Widow. Sinalo ni Jessie lang bomba, and there goes Sunday Shrooms 10-5. Ay, series tayo, Ramon.
Back into the 1-1. Sunday Shrooms on one of their best maps talaga, where the process has been where they needed it talaga, pare. No, what a way para mapag-reintroduce yung Sunday Shrooms para sa kanilang sariling best of 5 series, and very good performance from the Tondo kids as well. No, talagang everybody actually activated at the right time, where you could see that the sniper shots have been hitting, the double setup has been working pretty well pagka-swap nila doon sa GR side nila, and again, we've been talking about how Ram has been doing pretty well on that compound map. He made an even bigger impact dito sa second set natin, pare, where kahit ma-expect natin yung Heroics na gumawa ng something creative, laging may pasagot nga naman yung mga aggressive riflers from Sunday Shrooms. It's just a very good culmination of the two playstyles that we've been expecting out of them, pero there's a very big reason kung bakit maganda yung Black Widow map ng Sunday Shrooms. It just looks very comfortable from start to finish.
Yeah, nagkaroon tayo ng medyo pagkaratel sa Sunday Shrooms, pero malaki din naman yung naging recovery nila, no, during that second half. Kasi nga, JK Monzorin is on their comfortable spot, just holding down angles, forcing down duels dito. J-Bias was hitting his shots. At ito naman talaga ang Sunday Shrooms na alam mong pag gumagana nga naman talaga, wala nang pwedeng tumibag dito. Not even Heroics trying to do the best of silence utility. Not just him, no? Yung movement niya sa mapa, laking tulong nga din, no? Kasi pick-off after pick-off, nagiging 4v5 bigla yung laban. So lalong-lalo na nga rin, no, pag nag-iinit si Zolek, he was hitting them headshots. Wala pa rin talaga kasi Sunday Shrooms was just basing it off on mid-round rotations. At yung kills na nakukuha ni J-Kim, yeah, very impactful nga naman talaga. So yeah, it was a definitely good game para sa Sunday Shrooms na makuha nila yung Black Widow na yun. Although, etong next map natin, medyo magiging alanganin para sa ating Sunday Shrooms squad. Kasi this is a map na talagang pinatit ng Heroics na kunin nga to the moment na makita namin itong map number 3.
Yeah, I think we already kind of set na this Heroics map pick of a sub base will be a little bit more of a, not more than just an adjustment, pare. I think medyo alam na natin na makakabawi sila dito out of how well they've been performing so far sa series natin. I think they're not just gonna let this slide talaga. This Black Widow map has shown a lot of grit coming through from Heroics. I think because of the map structure, I think they're gonna do even better pagdating dito sa ating magiging sub-base game. I think because Silent is not gonna be happy with how far this has gone para sa Sunday Shrooms from Black Widow pa lang, I think he's gonna do a lot more out of this one. He's been pretty solid. Kahit dito sa ating Black Widow game, he's been doing pretty well pagdating sa mga naging fights sila, yung mga trades sila, yung mga times na naglalurk nga naman to si Silent. Talaga naman good job yung nakikita natin sa kanya, as well as Ghosted. Pero this sub-base game might be an even better one from them, kasi kung makikita mo from Sunday Shrooms, it's not that they're the ones actually being the type of team na gagawa ng mga plays na mabilisan lang. They're the type of team that reacts very well to their opponents, and after yung first half natin, doon pa lang nagbago yung mismong tempo sa team, where you knew that Sunday Shrooms had them at a chokehold once they started with this GR side from them, pare.
Oh yeah, it was just that tough para dito sa Heroics, no? You can argue na pre, X3D, Ghosted had flashes, pero hindi talaga aabot sa dulo yung flashes na ganun-ganun lang no? Na nakaka-pick off nga sila. It was a very star-studded performance from those two players but at the same time, this is 5 functioning members ng Sunday Shrooms na kahit anong ibato mo dun sa isang membrong yun, ipapanalo nga nila yung duel na yun. Ram, getting the spam, etong si J-Kim talaga pre, the moment na makukuha niya yung 4K na yun, feeling ko lahat talaga nagliab dito para sa Sunday Shrooms. And like the keys to victory nga kanina, this man is a living spark plug. Pag nga naman talaga nakuha ni J-Kim yung pwesto niya dito sa laro to, susunod din yung mga kakampi niya. Wala nang ibang magagawa yung mga kalaban niya, kundi tignan na lang talaga yung maestro dito in the works, that being J-Kim. So yeah, it is a very impossible task na makapag-recover pa ang Heroics sa second half na yun. Kasi nga kahit anong gawin ni X3D na pick-off sa early game, bawing-bawi talaga kaagad nila Kid from Hill
Kaya nga pare, parang kung mapapansin mo, even if they're doing good on one side of the map, sa kabila naman, lagi may sagot yung mga aggressive riflers ng Sunday Shrooms. That's just the type of team that they are pare. Hindi nila hahayaan na magkaroon ng advantage yung kalaban nila. Lalo na dito sa Black Widow map, a map that they very much built a very good formula when it comes to map control. And very much yung naging center of it all, yung kung paano naglaro ng maayos tong si J-Kim Ashbal at saka tong si Zoran at saka si Ram talaga, which have definitely delivered on all fronts when it comes to the stats. 2.22 KD pagdating kay J-Kim, 1.33 talagang on the rifle, on the AWM. You can expect this guy to be the Swiss Army knife that they've been looking out for, at hindi na kailangan pumunta sa port para lang makita nating activated si J-Kim. Talagang very aggressively taking the fights kahit anong weapon ang hawakan niya pare.
Yeah, so ito yung J-Vice na kahit papano hindi na nga muna nag-frag out tulad ng ginawa ni Jezreel no first game. Nagtawag muna nga naman talaga at medyo nagkakaroon ng regression sa ating pick-off, sa ating KD. Pero pre, yung second half niya, man was definitely hitting shots. So feeling ko hindi nagre-reflect masyado kung ano yung naging KD ni J-Vice sa performance niya in-game talaga. Pero pre, ito talaga nag-standout sa akin yung double effort ni J-Kim tsaka ni Zoren para mag-double positive nga naman pre. That's absolutely crazy. In a feat na feeling ko sa Sunday Shrooms na talaga makakagawa. Ito nga, set MVP, siya na nga naman ang ating MVP ng laban na to, pag nga naman talaga nagpasikat at umawara si J-Kim ang ating magiging MVP. 2.22 KD, 20 AP pa nga, pre. That's absolutely crazy kung iisipin mo, na hindi lang siya nagpa-frag out, nakakatulong pa siya sa mga kakampi niya.
Yeah, and kung mapapansin mo, every time na J-Kim actually does well, everybody just follows through talaga. It just brings up the point how much of a spark plug he is and how important it is that a player like this has a presence on the server is really good on the side of Sunday Shrooms talaga. It just shows that even though this game was close, if you can count on this guy, talagang very well put yung magiging future pagdating dito sa Sunday Shrooms. Very well composed yung kung paano siya nag-approach sa mga games natin, kung saan when he's on the rifle, he's very aggressive. Pero pagdating dito sa EWM, very aggressive din siya. So talaga nga namang nothing that you can prepare for against J-Kim and the rest of Sunday Shrooms, where now we're playing the long game pare. What could have been a disastrous 2-0 para dito sa side ng Sunday Shrooms talagang agad-agad nilang binawi into a 1-1, where now Heroics are gonna play in their playground. What do you have to say about this, Salvatore? Tingin mo, itutuwan ba nila to?
All I can say is good luck sa Sunday Shrooms. Yun lang masasabi ko sa kanila. Kasi like this map pre, kakailanganin nga naman nila, and one neuron activation sa Sunday Shrooms is makakatulong dito sa mapan to. This is not a map na kailangan nila talagang maliitin ang Heroics despite the win up against the Black Widow map, So yeah, para sa kanila pre, di ko lang sure kung anong magiging approach dito, pero kung ano man yan, pinaghahandaan namin yan.
Talaga nga namang pinaghahandaan. Dapat handa na ang pareho nating kupunan kasi pareho na tayong 1-1 sa serye natin in the semifinals. Remember, only one slot to go para sa grand finals natin. It will either be Heroics or Sunday Shrooms. We'll find out after the short break. Ang mga plus Ramon at saka si Salvatore para sa PH Impact Summer 2025. Huwag kayong aalis. Magbabalik para sa set 3. Welcome back sa semifinals ng PH Impact Summer 2025. Mga laban between Sunday Shrooms versus Heroics comes to a standstill kung saan ay aabot na tayo sa set number 3 kung saan ang sub-base naman ang magiging battlefield para sa pareho natin ko pananakaw. As Ramon, kasama ko si Salvatore, kami inyong casters all throughout the second semifinal, and it has been a banger, Salvatore, ang kung saan ang ganda ng simula ng Heroics sana sa ating serye ay agad-agad na trabaho ng Sunday Shrooms sa second map nila.
Oo nga pre, kasi that was such an ill-expected outcome no, na kung saan Heroics may lakas naman talaga sila dun sa mapang yun. Pre, nakakapagtaka nga lang no, bakit naman talaga napako sila sa 5 no. So it was a full-on effort para kay Silent na i-recover yung mga pagkakamali ng mga kampi niya no, from the amount of times na kailangan niyang pumick off on the back end, from the entering, si Jezreel naging hawaan na nga ng dugo no, lahat ng players nagpa-frag out na. But man, Sunday Shrooms, it's just 5 players all throughout na talagang hindi nagpatinag when it comes to just killing off the enemies. No? So itong sub-base na to, pre, feeling ko mas magiging madugo to kasi it's going to be tense. Itong mapa na to, it will be a huge challenge for Sunday Shrooms knowing na Heroics, ito yung comfort map nila. No? So yeah, Sunday Shrooms, if you think na magiging madali itong seryeng nyo, kailangan nyo magnilay-nilay muna.
Totoo, pare, kasi now they can't be overconfident. This has been a map that sure, pwede na lang ma-practice ng maayos outside of the Impact summer season. They haven't really played this sa kahit anong team. Either it was banned out or it was banned out by their opponents as well. No? So it's either gonna be an advantage or a disadvantage depending sa kung sino yung tinatanong mo. No? Kasi pwede itong maging alas ng Sunday Shrooms. Malay mo, matagal na nilang pinaghahandaan tong map na to nang hindi natin alam yung mga strats nila. Or basically, magugulat na lang tayo na talagang without the experience that they've had professionally sa paglaro ng map na to, baka maayos yung preparation ng Heroics dito. So, tingnan natin kung ano yung mangyayari dito sa server natin knowing the caliber of Sunday Shrooms. I definitely hope that they have prepared for this map, but on the other side naman for Heroics, this has been a map that they have been falling back onto kapag kailangan nila, and so far it's been working wonders for them all throughout the Impact season, pare.
Yeah, pinapakita nga lang talaga ng Heroics no na pag oras may oras nga naman talaga. At ito yung kinagandahan talaga ng playoffs no? Mas lumalawak yung map pool natin. Dito rin natin nakikita kung sino nga ba yung mas marunong tumagal sa ganitong klaseng estado no? Kasi kailangan 100% no? Baka pagdating mo ng game, ubus na kagad yung 100% mo, lobat ka na kagad. Pero yun nga, pinakita ng Sunday Shrooms no na men, sa amin na tong set na to, inabuso talaga nila no? Na tinanggalan nila ng momentum ang Heroics, pero pwede pang bawiin ng Cebu Squad to dito sa mapang punong-puno ng writing ng Cebuano, pre.
Totoo, pre. And Heroics being one of them, baka set in stone na kung ano yung mangyayari. Unless Sunday Shrooms surprises us, then it will be a good game on our hands. Heroics versus Sunday Shrooms, 1-1 na sa best of 5 natin. At sa map pick ng Heroics, mukhang makikita kung talagang advantageous nga ba as they start on the BL side. Lots of presence coming through from Jacob as Ghosted is trying to pull a lot of attention towards that passage position no? Now trying to see if Heroics can squeeze their way papunta sa luwag kung saan matetesting si Zoren sa pag-anchor na dito. One of the first times that Sunday Shrooms has picked this map, pare.
Execute para dito sa Heroics no. Purong bulag lang pampadelay pero hindi nga nakikita ang harang to ng Heroics. Marami nakatanggap ng frag range sa mga pagmumukha nila. Zoren goes in for the spam, gets the double bago papaslangin dito ni Silent for B3. Kid from Hell, parotate pangalan ng truck, Jacob on the far end of the map no. Pero makakasama niya na nga si Kid from Hell. Pero teka lang, Silent pinipigilan dito ang Sunday Shrooms para makabawi. And just like that, J-Bice na lason ka na pala ng hindi mo alam. Heroics, what a entry para sa nila.
And it's not even from smart tactics din, pare. They just kept their patience, just committed sa pagpasok dito sa may luwag, where even if it was a botched attempt coming through from one of the entries, si Silent yung nag-keep ng faith niya sa pagpasok on that A site after patayin tong si Zoren. He just held it with his full grasp sa pag-hold it dun sa may default, that keeping the spray control. Just letting Ghosted play around the map as well pagkatapos ng napakagandang presence from him. Now Heroics with that first blood into this round, talagang maayos yung naging entry nila on this map pick. We'll be seeing if it continues habang tumatagal na. Because now they have control of both passage, second mid, as well as yung machine room natin. Putting a lot of focus dito kay J-Bice, who now has to fight up against 2 people. Seeing if they can entry on from lockers. One shot has to make all the difference, pare.
That's not connecting. Pero buti na nga lang yung pangalawa tumama. Jezreel, nagulat na lang din dito. Napatuloy ang pag-push ng Heroics ngayon. Si X3D binabawi na nga yung pagkapaslang ni Jezreel with an amazing 3K entry. Sunday Shrooms. Defense sila. Pero parang wala tayong nakikitang depensa mula sa kanila. Parang dinadaanan lang sila ng Heroics dito as they set up the double smoke dito lang sa may shatter.
Ito talaga yung kinakatakutan natin on Sunday Shrooms, where they're playing off of a map that very much is advantageous to Heroics. They played this so many times, and the identity of Cebu has already mapped in towards sub-base as a whole. No? So X3D gonna shut down the last player of Sunday Shrooms, giving a 2-0 so far. A good start sa BL side nila, and an aggressive start para sa kanila. Looks like it's gonna spell disaster para sa Heroics. They keep a 2-for-2 special, where J-Vice is gonna hit another one kay X3D. Finally, some damage done, as they have full control dun pa lang sa pag-hold nila all the way towards the split push. Heroics now relying upon Jezreel and Silent to do magic dito pa lang sa pag-split nila. Jakem has to expect on si Jezreel, and he does so with a jumping shot. A 1v3 para kay Silent. He's done this before and it starts off beautifully dito kay Ram. Has to expect on si Jakem, pero malayo sa kanya yung C4.
Tayo yung C4 talaga naman na di niya pa sinabayan. Nag-iisa niyang kakampi na buhay dito, no? So madali na lang i-hold to ni JKM, but there is still a challenge. Si Silent pa rin to. 5 kills, 3 being headshots, and that's JKM holding down dun lang sa may 4-box pre. Beautifully done para sa Sunday Shrooms, no? Na hindi na nga nila pinalampas pa yung pagiging aggressive nila dito. Every time na may lalabas dito sa may passage, parang kinakana na nga lang talaga nila. And Ram can push down Woods po. Not really sure if this is the good call kasi madali lang spam to. Lalo na nga rin na makapal. Yung smoke ghosted, medyo off yung flash niya. At kaya nga bang abusuhin to ng Sunday Shrooms? Hindi pre, ghosted. Walang wala sa kanya yung bulag sa mata. And that's an opening para sa Heroics.
Yeah. Very much an over-investment nga naman. Pansin mo, Sunday Shrooms. Back-to-back rounds, they tried to surprise ang Heroics on 2 ends of the spectrum. They started on Machine Room kanina. Beautifully executed nga yung kanilang very aggressive GR push. Now on Woods, medyo na-stop pa nga yung momentum pagkatapos ng sarili ng smoke. Medyo bigay na ng mabilis ang angle lamang. And into the fateful shot through the smoke as well, now giving 1 life away to Sunday Shrooms, meaning it will be an easier time para ma-take control na. Papunta doon sa may wooden doors. 5 versus 4. Heroics. A very aggressive peek-on from both Luwag and second mid. Pero dahil sa info na nakuha nila, mukhang mas maayos pa nga yung second mid for them. Jakem just gonna wait for the entry for Heroics on all sides of the map. You can see that already have Shutter. And now Jakem now relying upon the skill kay Zolik. Does so with perfection. That's another spray down coming forward sa entry nila from Woods. Both Heroics and Sunday Shrooms are trying to trade off each other. Si J-Vice lalabas ng Colt, gets a double kill even. Rotates pabalik doon sa loob ng Machine Room. Hirap na hirap si Jezreel makahanap ng trade-off to make it a 1 versus 2 for the captain of Heroics. Has to find Ram. Pero nakabalik na dito sa dark room kung saan hinahanap lang niya yung nag-iisang si Jezreel na nakarotate na sa passage. Ang ganda ng damage papunta kay Jezreel at kailangan makuha yung maayos na spray down lamang for Ram, pero mukhang nagush pa nga parehong players natin ng Sunday Shrooms. Pero 1 shot from the AWM is enough to get the triple kill for J-Vice. 2-2, trust the process ang sabi ng Sunday Shrooms.
Okay na yun para kay Jezreel sana no? Dalawang duguan na yun, that being J-Vice and Ram. Pero pre, the movement was just too damn good. And look at the push here mula ka sa Sunday Shrooms sa MR. And Jezreel finds the trade. The fallout was just a 1-for-1. Pero Kid from Hell, ang laki ng space na nakuha niya kaagad. Bantay na bantay kaagad ang entrance nito. Jakem nakalabas. Pero hindi ata alam ng mga miyembro ng Heroics na merong kakayahan ang Sunday Shrooms dito na pumik. Dito lang sa may passage. Ghosted. Clears out a site. Baka dun nga sila umatake dito, no, pre? Pero kaya nga ba nilang i-canvas to? Zolik down on 1 HP. Ganun din kay Jezreel. And Jakem sends down the flash. Jakem pabalik na nga. And Jakem gets the headshot. Ghosted and Jezreel. Naka-cross. And si Jakem, siya lang mag-isang trumabaho ng second mid. Sunday Shrooms finds a diamond in the rough dun sa round na yun. That was an amazing set para sa Sunday Shrooms. Heroics, kamuntikan na makabawi.
Isa-isang audition na naman para kay paring Jakim. Talaga nga namang second mid and full control. And definitely from Heroics, you could tell that once that initial push was just gone, medyo nagpanic pa nga. They didn't know what to do after the first kill coming forward sa pagpush nila on control room. And they were looking for the trade, pero once the trade did not hold their way, talagang naging madalian lamang ng tinarabaho ni Jakim yung pag-hold niya on that side of the map. Sunday Shrooms now activating at the seams 3-2, especially with now killing off tong si Zoren makes it easier for Heroics this time around. And slow crawl papunta dun sa may second mid. Possibly also watching out for a possible lurk coming forward from Kid from Hell is gonna build disaster para sa Sunday Shrooms, pero knowing them as a team, okay lang sa kanila maging nonchalant so far as they always have a game plan moving forward, pero cannot but think that Heroics is stealing the momentum away from them, pare.
J-Bice confidently peeking out dito lang sa may woods. It's slightly impossible para sa Heroics ngayon na makalakad na ng malayuan. Because they need the util here. Pero kompleto pa si XTD tsaka si Zolek. Inaantay pa natin kung babatay nga nila yun. Hindi man lang nila ginamit kay Ram. And that's 2 down sa pag-hold dito ni Ram Alde sa loob ng CR. Kid from Hell goes for the flash. Madedelay si Silen. At bulag na bulag nga ngayon yung dalawang gustong umentry. Kid from Hell nagpaparkour. Pero naspatan pa rin siya dito ni Silen. Now down to the 2v2. Silen na 1 HP na nga lang. But Heroics daring down Sunday Shrooms na laruin yung retake na to.
Napakahirap kung i-commit ba ni Silent in long range angle, so he just has to play close. Expect na may magpa-flank sa kanila pero walang lalapit. Mukhang double flank pa nga. J-Bice has to hit the first shot. He does. Papunta dito kay Silent. 1v2 now and it's up to Zolek. Finds the 1v1 against J-Bice. 15 seconds. Mukhang full commitment na. And yun nga lang, J. Kim hits the headshot. All the time in the world for Sunday Shrooms as the double flank does work out in the end for the 4-2, pare.
And J. Kim just on a roll right now on a 2-game stint. Grabe nga naman talaga yung KD na pinapakita niya dito. No, 10 kills, 6 of those being headshots. Definitely putting on a show right now para dito Sunday Shrooms. Even strong side nga to para sa Sunday Shrooms, and this still should be Heroics na kakayaning entryhin dito ang luwag. Oh, continuous efforts para hunin talaga yung shatter walang-wala nga naman talaga. So, all this time, Heroics had all the place in the world, pero dahil nga sa kagulatan na meron dito sa pagpa-frag from both Ram and Jakim, it's just too gnarly para dito sa Heroics na indahin yung pinapakita ng lakas ngayon na Sunday Shrooms. 4-2. Di pa rin nakahanap ng consistent round ang Heroics na magagamit nila all throughout ng first half na to.
Good smoke. Lalo mako-conceal yung 2F position ni Jakim. Mas lalo sila mahihirapang i-clear to as they walk into lockers. It's Jakim gonna get first blood. Zolek gonna trade it off with a 1-for-1. 2F already controlled by Heroics. As they now have yung eyes set up from Shutter as well as with the Kotsat. Mukhang pistulan lang ng labanan para sa pareho Heroics sa Sunday Shrooms. J-Bice gonna try to hit the shot and he eventually gets himself a triple. And what a 4K for J-Bice, the leader, the captain. Uminit in and out of the server. Sunday Shrooms in a 5-2.
Sabi na pre, pero ramdam mo yung araw kasi ang init netong sub-base na to para kay J-Bice That hold was definitely strong para sa Sunday Shrooms and it was definitely given kasi nga Heroics wala na silang choice. They just need to get the information pero hindi naman nila mahanap yung pwesto ni J-Bice which is very tough, no? At hindi lang yun hindi lang actually si J-Bice yung kalaban nila. Strong positioning of both Kid from Hell and as well as Soren. Hindi yung kailangan nilang hanapin dun. Now Heroics on a full-on effort once more to push down tong second mid. Na hanggang ngayon, hindi pa nga natin sure kung makukuha ng Heroics to kasi time and time again, Sunday Shrooms just has the better mentality para kalabanin yung mga angulon to. Zolek gets a headshot. Yes, Kid from Hell. Nakakatanggap nga ng bawas, no? So that's information here at second mid. Possible Vents play sa Heroics. Walang-wala talaga, no? Just papunta pa lang. J-Bice nakahawak pa rin ng luwag pero marami ng kaguluhan sa RS pa lang ng Sunday Shrooms.
Zolik is just a guinea pig at this point. At least he's the fall guy, but will he kill off more? Si JK patay from the rotation as well. Kid from Hell gets another one as Zolek. Mukhang hindi siya yung fall guy, pare. Siya mismo ang pumapatay sa lahat. A leg shot and beautifully adjusting towards the shot. Si J-Bice finding silent in the process. 2v3 scenario. Already the A site on full lockdown para sa Heroics ngayon. Now forcing Sunday Shrooms, J-Bice and Kid from Hell to play the retake from behind. Kid from Hell now getting spotted from the flank. XTD finds him with the headshot. And now Gerald 1v3 now. 11 kills for him so far, but has to expect at least one of them. Doon pa lang sa may vents. I don't know what that picks ko, pare. But now with 15 seconds on the clock, Jesriel is just gonna run him down with the spray. Eventually hits dito kay J-Bice. Around para sa Heroics, where now their mid-round calling is showing dito sa sub-base natin, dito 5.
Good adjustment para sa Heroics, no? It did not come off lightly na bagaling nga lang nila ng onte. But it's a good thing that the mid-round was definitely strong. And look at Zolek clearing off everybody with a 2K dito lamang sa loob ng MR. Mabilis din kagad magiging 3v3 to as J-Bice gets the opening dito lamang kay Zolek. Yeah, that's already a good trade para dito sa dalawang teams na to, no? Na knowing both can release some form of aggression. But at the same time, it is still knock on wood para sa Heroics na makukuha ng isang magandang formula. Yes, they played the mid-round right, but Sunday Shrooms, now with the absence of J-Kim, now have to rely on J-Bice and Kid from Hell dun sa mga anggulong pinapangawakan nila. Here comes J-Bice as first opening act dito lamang sa ating mid-round ngayon. Mabilis na na-trade din kagad Ghosted. Kid from Hell nangangarag na nga para makabalik dito lamang sa may lockers, pero di nyo alam na may kasama pala dito si Ghosted as Silent. Hindi nyo pala makukuha yung kill, pero si Ghosted pa rin makakuha nun. Silent goes for the plant and Kid from Hell na low HP na nga, 40 to be exact. Now, playing the 1v2. Nakita niya si Silent, pero hindi naman tumatama yung mga headshot dito. Nasaan na yung mga bala? And Silent just only needs one. Heroics, nabawi nga rin kaagad yung malaking kalamangan. Sunday Shrooms, not getting any momentum from that first half.
Yeah, and honestly, from the start that we've been looking for Heroics, this has been one hell of a recovery for Sunday Shrooms, no? Just either a really good shot from J-Bice or a nice position from J-Kim at the end to start with. Talagang finding an opportunity every single time on the GR to find retake scenarios. Not only that, the setup's enough para lang ma-stop yung push ng Heroics, as now with the swap of the sides, Heroics now starting well and Ghosted with a second shot from nice. The AWM. Pasok agad sa katawan ni Zoren ang pangalawang kill nitong si Ghosted into the 3 versus 5. And eventually, Sunday Shrooms now going back into a slow tempo. Vents push being started now by the side of Sunday Shrooms as Ram was starting strong kay Jesriel. Yun nga lang, ang ganda ng adjustment. Every single member finding an opportunity dito kay Sunday Shrooms, pare.
And meron ba talagang game plan ng Sunday Shrooms bilang blacklist sa mapan to? Kasi they do not have that amount of execute tulad ng Heroics na ginawa nila noong una. Feel like kung ano na lang yung makita nila, nilalaban na lang nila, no? J-Kim wants to go for a lurk, pero Ghosted gets the kill. And Kid from Hell still fighting. Kahit pa paano, no? Ghosted, ang layo na nga ng kubra niyang pwesto at Ghosted gets the easiest kill of his life. Yun na nga, Heroics. Grabe naman yung kinayod nila after being down as high as 3 rounds. Pre, tinan mo, tabla na nga tayo dito, Ramon.
Kaya nga 4K pa para kay Ghosted. At talaga naman giving himself another lifeline dito. Silent, an aggressive push with Jesriel's attempt. The duo trying to take control of Machine Room. Now locking Sunday Shrooms from getting any sort of map control. Talagang J-Bice had no business whatsoever in that site as they flash in. Yun nga lang, Ram's gonna run him down. Silent and Jesriel, the duo that I was about to praise, mukhang hirap na agad after the impactful entry from Ram. And despite Heroics finding an opportunity dito kay J-Kim, mukhang hirap na agad si Zoren na makakuha ng kahit anong patay dito. X3D with a one tap. And it's just gonna be Ram left into the 1v3 scenario. 2F push. Already spotted by Zolek with another headshot to boot. Heroics, it was 6-5. Nakahanap na agad ng sagot pakatapos ng swap of sides.
Oh man, that was just insane, no? From the duo, that being Silent and Jezreel. Like, that hold-off was very nice. Di ko lang sure nasaan nga ba yung trading dito ng Sunday Shrooms kasi parang hindi nga natin nakikita sa kanila na wala silang concrete plan sa pag-entry dito. Tinan mo, stuck on passage, may iwan si J-Bice and they're just hoping for a miracle na yung smoke na to magpapahiwalay sa shatter pati nga rin sa crossfire na gagawin ngayon ng SS pagdating sa entry and Ram finds the kill over the 2F. Pero 2v2 na nga to. J-Kim, can he get the kill over to Zolek? Si J-Vice makakakuha nun. At ayun na nga, magandang smoke ang binato ngayon ng Sunday Shrooms. J-Vice, hindi niya na-kill off si X3D. Na-cancel off ang plant ngayon. Puti na nga lang sinalban ni J-Kim to. 6-6. SS still fighting. Brinus ko na lang dala yung passage dun sa round na yun eh.
Hindi nakuha yung quick scope ni J-Vice. It would have been a very good opportunity for X3D pare. And yet again, we're seeing Sunday Shrooms just trying to surprise tong Heroics. They started with that MR push kanina. And now, Passage naman, yun naging focus where Ghosted had a very, very good answer to it. Pero yun nga no? Ram and Jakem now activating very, very late into this game. Opening windows for the entries para dito sa Sunday Shrooms. Took control of Shutter tapos nung nakahanap tong si Zolek ng map control doon pa lang sa may 2FA, maaga agad ang sagot. Into that 6-6, luwag na. Lalabanin ng Sunday Shrooms as X3D is gonna start things strong with a headshot. Possibly a second pa rin nga lang na rundown ni Zoren. Jess was also here as the only anchor on the site. It's either he's gonna have to fight it or wait for his teammates. And nga lang open angle. Zoren's just gonna capitalize into a spray down. Papunta kay Jezreel, the captain down. And Heroic gonna play this 3 versus 4 retake. As Sunday Shrooms take full control of this A site.
33. Still a lot of time para sa Heroics pero wala pa rin ka-movement. Dito lamang sa may CR, kinakapangan nila kung gusto nga nila entry hintong sikip. Kita mo kay Silent yung hesitancy niya. Nangangarag na ngayon itong dalawang members. Silent na 1 HP na nga lang. Zolek needs to hit every shot. Si Zolek ang papauna dito ng entry. Silent gets one and Zolek gets another one as well. Para dito sa paparating na retake. 10 seconds left. Kailangan pa i-delay ito ng Sunday Shrooms. Oh my goodness! Binabaliktad na nga nila. Puti na nga lang. J-Vice saves it for Sunday Shrooms. Kamuntikan pa. What an effort para kay Zolek. Pero yun lang ang iisipan niya, pre. Sayang lang para sa HRC.
2 more seconds pare. 2 more seconds and they would have stolen the round away. Pero J-Vice, the master of timings, not holding the EWM any longer. He knew that he needed to spray 2 people on the transfer. Buti na lang maayos yung naging retake. Pero yun nga lang, Heroics on the defense, not expecting the push over from Locker. Zoran with the movement and eventually will run down tong si Zolek. Heroics though, off of Ghosted, picks off 2 people. Kills the split push. Now relying upon Kid from Hell and Jakem to keep the momentum going. Pero yun nga lang, Heroics. So fighting an adjustment, X3D with a shot kay Jakem. It's just gonna be Kid from Hell. 1v2. Has to find tong si X3D pero ang ganda ng discipline sa movement kung saan siya nakapwesto. Ganda siguro na need na to. Perfect popcorn papunta sa ulo ni X3D. It's just gonna be Ghosted left. Pero EWM, a really nice plant spot para dito kay Kid from Hell though. So pareho may advantages ang Heroics at saka si Kid from Hell with the shot all the way from heaven. Beautifully timed from Kid from Hell finding the 8th round para sa Sunday Shrooms.
Oh man, SS, tinan mo naman yung kailangan nilang gugulin dun sa round na yun para lang mahanap nila yung round win, pre. Man, yung amount of effort para pigilan si Silent tsaka si X3D. The 2 players of Heroics na kanina pa nga talaga nagpapaliyab. Man, J-Vice just needs this game talaga nga, no? Tinan mo, 17-9 para sa kapitan nila. Despite the negative KDAs from Ram and Kid from Hell, maaasahan mo nga naman talaga sila, pre, kasi they are indeed the second. Kumbaga sila yung second swing sa ginagawang entry ni Jakem, no? Just one thing that I feel like SS is just relying on sa second half na to. Sabi ko nga, wala silang concrete plan, pre. 5 stack kung 5 stack, may iwan si J-Vice. Ganoon naman talaga dapat. May iwan ng sniper para sa flank watch. Here comes the smoke. Ghosted and Jezreel now on crossfire duty. Papasok sila ng CR dito. Pero magandang trade yung makukuha ni Ram. Jezreel, okay na yun para sa hold nila. Pero mas maganda yung pinapakita dito ni Ram. Ghosted gets taken down. Walang nakakalampas kay Ram. Alde gets blinded. Pero hindi siya makapag-reposition kagad. Silent gets the punish. Huge for Heroics. Pero 35 seconds yung kailangan nilang lakarin bago sila makapasok ng site. Once more, Silent and Zolek needs to play this perfectly. Again, tutumba si Silent, hindi niya maantay yung kakampi niya. And Sunday Shrooms 9-6 para makuha yung mapa ng Heroics.
Grabe pare, si Ram talagang walang takot. Kung ano yung nawala sa CR, doble yung value na nakuha nila sa entry nila all the way towards that A site pare. What a performance from Ram, running down 3 people on towards control room. At mukhang hindi magsa-stop yung momentum para sa kanya. A nice trade papunta dito kay Zolek. Kid from Hell down means it's gonna be a 1-for-1. Pero still the damage has been done. Sunday Shrooms happy to take yung lockers. And MR in full control of the BL side. Yun nga lang, Heroics now banking on what could be a full set. Marami silang pwedeng ayusin dito.
Yeah. I want the situation, pre, na kailangan na mag-ingat ngayon ng Heroics. Unahan na silang Zolek dito na maaasahan pagdating sa isa pang opensa. Silent and X3D, nandyan naman na. So far, the second half has not been pretty nice para dito sa dalawang players na to. Hopefully, merong magising dito sa Heroics na mahanap yung round na pwede nga nilang magamit bilang alas para makuha pa nga nila yung makasusunod pa. J-Kim, tinatanggalan na nga ng pangarap dito ang Heroics and Ghosted with a huge triple kill. Now on the 1v2, Zorin, nasaan ka na? Hinahanap na ng Sunday Shrooms ang panalo dito. Nakahawak pa rin dito lang sa may shatter at kita ka na nga ni X3D na pa-cross ka na. Naliwanagan na, tinawag na ni X3D yung signal. Tinapos na nga to ni Ghosted. 9-7, Heroics, 2 chances para sa kanila.
One more 4K para kay Ghosted pare, and with 21 kills, talagang this guy just does not stop. The sniper. All throughout the Impact season, we've been looking out for him. Literally kasi mismong nag-sub out siya for the tail end of the season para sa Heroics. Where Heroics had to adapt. Sub in si Nicole para lang magkaroon ng mga panalo, mga laro ang Heroics. Where now in the playoffs, Ghosted literally shows up big. Consistent performances all 3 sets so far. And now, finding adjustments, finding windows para maka-comeback against Sunday Shrooms who are still at set points sa sub-base na map pick ng Heroics. 9-7 no? Forklift, full control of Sunday Shrooms. They're already banking on the idea that Heroics are gonna surprise them, pero hindi nila gagawin yung mismong playstyle ng Sunday Shrooms ngayon no? They don't want to surprise them with their own play. They want to play this game kung saan Heroics have been winning a lot of their sub-base games, just pure control on second mid. Sunday Shrooms gonna force this into a push on CR. Kid from Hell gonna get run down by Jezreel. Good control from Heroics as Ghosted hits another shot on the J-Kim. Back-to-back kills as Jezreel gets another spray down kay Ram. Zorendo will get another opening and J-Bice gets himself the shot. A-site wide open, pero still Heroics have the numbers advantage pare.
And this is still 2v3, tough pa din. Pwedeng mag-crossfire dito ang Heroics pagdating sa entry, pero J-Bice papangunahan kagad to.
Patay.
Sa pag-entry sa luwag, Zorin na corner na nga on the 1v3. Kenny split down the 3, slice the pie, hindi na pre, di na kailangan ng kakampi ni Silent. And that is Heroics na ginagapang na tong second half na to force overtime. Job's not done para sa Sunday Shrooms squad. Man, after convergence play, pre, wahiwalay na nga nag-i-split ang Sunday Shrooms, pero grabe nga naman yung effort na kunin lang yung CR. Walang-wala talaga, pre. Hold after hold by Heroics, gumagana nga naman talaga, pre.
Kaya nga grabe, knowing na yung map pick nila on a knife's edge na. At alam nila na since activated na yung Sunday Shrooms, doble kayod na ang Heroics. At hindi lang si Ghosted yung tumatrabaho dito no? Si Silent din pare, talaga nga namang good opportunities pakatapos ng flank watch na dapat gagawin ni J-Bice kanina. As well as Ghosted just getting himself very impactful frags from the TWM. Next 3D, Zolek as well. You could say that they're both actually doing very good on the rifles right now. Especially for Jezreel as well, who really was holding down yung second mid where he was just calling so much nung nag-rotate na sa control room yung Sunday Shrooms. everything just culminating into what could be a very, very good GR so far. As now only one round separates them and overtime. Passage play na sana para sa Sunday Shrooms. It's relying upon X3D and the 2F push. Silent expected at mukhang sa run and gun lang. Mapapatay lang sila. Ram with another one and Jacob follows with another. Mukhang matatapos na ang sub-base para sa Heroics. Has ghosted the hero so far para sa Heroics. Kailangang gawing 1v3 clutch ito pero 35 seconds sa kapag-plant na ng C4 at with one shot from Zoren, it spells disaster para sa sub-base ng Heroics as Sunday Shrooms picks it up a 2-1. One more towards the Grand Finals.
Just like that, Sunday Shrooms pinaasa pero hindi pinanalo nga naman talaga, no? Men, kamuntikan ng makambak ng Heroics yung second half na yun, and that would have been really, really detrimental dito para sa Sunday Shrooms kasi pre, baka ubos na nga dito yung alas nila pre. Lahat pinakita na nga nila every time dun sa second half na yun. Wala kang makikita talaga nga like let's say something similar para sa Heroics pagdating sa pag-i-entry nila, no? It's just Sunday Shrooms just going all out nga naman talaga pre na sige pre, i-50-50 na lang natin tong site na to, bahala na lang kung anong mangyari. Pag may mamamatay, sige okay na yun pre. Yeah, Sunday Shrooms with a commanding lead dito sa series na to, no? It is going to be a huge challenge para sa Heroics kung makukuha nga ba nila yung next set na to. Pero men, ang laki ng nakuwang momentum ng Sunday Shrooms sa mapang pinili ng Heroics pre. That's just pre, isang tinik yun sa puso ng Heroics pre.
Totoo pre. At talagang this was yung magiging trump card sana. Ito na sana yung alas para sa Heroics kasi medyo confident sila coming into this, especially for a lot of their players na nasasabi natin talagang on form na sana pagdating dito no? Ghosted hitting shots at talaga nga namang kahit hindi makaabot sa KD si Jezreel, maayos din yung pag-hold niya doon sa second mid. It's just that yung mga riflers ng Sunday Shrooms nakahanap lagi ng mga openings, nakakuha ng mga run and guns na maayos at talaga naman checking their 2F angles. Talagang they're not letting yung setup ng Heroics go down talaga no? Talagang finding opportunities para ma-counter ang lahat ng yon. J-Bice also putting up so much of an MVP performance all throughout this game, just proves that no matter which side Sunday Shrooms start on, no matter what map it is, talagang they find a way para makuha yon against their opponents.
Oh yeah man, like every tactic na binato ng Heroics, okay na pre. Like nakita na natin na solid yung playstyle nila. Like nagko-complement talaga sa isa't isa. Silent X3D, doble kung kumayod nga naman talaga para makuha yung round. Zolik as well para ma-follow up pa yung init na meron dito ng dalawang players na to. And not just that, but yung collective agreement na wait lang pre, sige, pwede nating ipamigay yung site. Maglaro na lang tayo ng retake. Total doon naman tayo malakas pero wala na talaga. It's just really, really tough dito para sa side ng Heroics na mahanap yung isang magandang ending sa round na yun eh. Kasi like, it's just Sunday Shrooms that just finds the better kills and as well as the multi-kills eh. Yes, it's just a shot in the dark para dito sa Heroics sa to, no? Na, every round is kailangan talaga namin laruin ng retake, or if not, just kailangan naming ma-outfrag ang Sunday Shrooms. At the time naman hindi natin sure kung sinong mapipick off sa amin. So it was very, very defensive or the side of Sunday Shrooms, no, na to just ease it out dito lang sa first half na to, pero second half pre, ibang-iba talaga yung anyo nila dito, no? Like hindi na sila masyado naging passive, wala nga masyadong 40-second execute eh. Lahat ng to ginawa nila para harangan talaga yung LR. Paano pa kaya yung mga entries nila mula sa shatter, pati na nga rin dito sa passage pre. It was just so damn good para sa Sunday Shrooms na gawin yung ganong klaseng playstyle. Kasi na-throw off yung Heroics dun eh. Like, it was very nice para sa side ng Heroics na basahin na lang talaga yung playstyle dito, but it was just not enough. Like, reading, it was just the timing, I feel so, no? Inaantay pa natin kung ano magiging kasagutan dito ng Heroics at may makikita na nga natin ang magiging summary nitong series na tung set na to rather. Hindi pa series. Hindi pa tapos no mga ka-crossfire. Inaantay pa natin baka may pwede pang i-rebat dito ang mga teams ng for the side of Heroics. Definitely. Hindi ko lang sure no kung ano na nga magiging kalagayan ngayon ng Heroics, knowing na masakit sa damdamin nila na yung mapa na to is one of the maps na kinuha ng Sunday Shrooms. Really don't know where Sunday Shrooms took that second half, no? Like yung take off nila from the moment J-Bice was hitting his shots, Silent hindi na nga nakakapag-lurk masyado. At hindi nga natin sure kung saan nga rin nakuha ni J-Kim, no, yung mga shots na it was just that crucial, no? I kinda like, no, na Sunday Shrooms was just came off alive dito lang sa second half na to. Akala talaga natin na yung first half ng Heroics pahapyaw kung paano nga nila kukunin yung control ng second half. Like, nagkaroon tayo ng konting tabas lang. Pero we just couldn't pull it off, no? Like, hindi na nahanap pa ng malakas na success for the side of Heroics yung ganong klaseng place na pagbabago dito ng Sunday Shrooms. There was just no prior adjustments. Hindi rin nila nakuha, no, na sabayan ang Sunday Shrooms para tapusin yung second half. It was just that challenging. It was just that off para sa Heroics. Hopefully, magbago na nga dito yung playstyle ng Heroics heading into the next set. Kasi it is a huge challenge para ngayon sa Heroics na bawiin ngayon itong kasakitan ng momentum nila. This momentum shift is not gonna be something na magiging okay para dito sa team na to, no? So yeah, hoping for a change para sa ating friends at Heroics. Next set, pre. One thing's for sure na Sunday Shrooms has something in the bag sa ating next set ngayon. Ram was just able to do kind of an amazing job heading into the second half, no? Kahit nga nag-double negative sila dito, no, ni Kid from Hell. It was just an amazing sight, no, para sa side ng Sunday Shrooms. So ito na nga ating set summary ngayon. 1.58 para kay Kapitan J-Bice, as well as a guaranteed kill per round.
Yeah.
Zolek once more on a very good KD performance, pero as well as on the headshot per kill. 10 AP. Nice effort para kay Zolek, no, on the losing end.
Yeah.
Pero ito pa rin, si Ghosted pa rin nga naman talaga. 1.69. Was just absolutely crazy numbers para dito kay Ghosted, no? So yeah, that is Heroics for you. Sa kanilang effort sa sub-base, pinili nga nila to. Pero pre, ang hirap na nga naman nilang kunin sa kalaban nila.
Totoo, boss. I mean, to be fair, the Sunday Shrooms team, even though it was set in stone na pagkatapos ng beautiful adjustments on the BL side and just good executes coming forward kay Ram, which honestly this set summary didn't really do justice sa kung gaano ka impactful yung mga multi-frags niya, as well as dito kay J-Kim. Hindi talaga pinadali ng Heroics yung journey nila papunta dito sa 10-8 natin, no? From good openers from Ghosted and some nice shots from Silent to make it very close. It's just that at some points talaga Sunday Shrooms were just a better team when it comes to the adaptation talaga, and where that hesitation doesn't really last that long talaga for Sunday Shrooms. Once they get the ball rolling, talagang hirap na din ang Heroics para makahabol dito sa laban nila against this team. So now, we're gonna take a look at kung sino yung set MVP that made a difference all throughout, and it is gonna be J-Bice. Si Kuya Gerald na naman na alam kong hindi nagsasawa na maging set MVP all throughout with a 1.06 kill per round, and the cumulative points that he has na 11 just goes to show na talaga nga namang consistent fragger ang ating kapitan ng Sunday Shrooms.
Oh yeah, man. For 2 sets already, J-Bice has just been that man alone, no? Not just on the calling side, pero dito na nga rin sa fragging department na to, no? At ramdam ng Sunday Shrooms na malaking tulong nga si J-Bice. It's not him just getting the kills, no? Yung ginagawa niyang adjustment dito kung saan pupunta sila J-Kim or even sila Ram. It was so huge kung bakit nga nila nakuha yung malakas na second half na yun, knowing na itong blacklist naman ng sub-base is hindi naman ganun kadali. Like, super hirap talaga itrabaho na itong side na to. Pero for them, it was just a field day. Every kill was just a huge send-off para talaga mapalayo ang Heroics dito sa mapan to. And now, that was just something really nice para sa Sunday Shrooms.
Totoo, pare. At lalo na ngayon mahirap para dito sa side ng Heroics as we're moving on into that set number 4. Talagang now finally, some bit more of that improvement for Sunday Shrooms and something that we kind of expected from them. Kahit sobrang close ng game, medyo nagkaroon ng decisiveness pagdating doon sa mga tail ends ng rounds natin. Pero as we head on into that 4th set, talagang any lasting thoughts bago tayo bumali sa break, Mr. Salvatore?
Ako Beret, tanang iba, paiklingon na lang to para maglaban ng ang Heroics sa Sunday Shrooms. Good luck na lang para sa kanilang dalawa pre. Bigyan nyo kami ng magandang crossfire.
Talaga nga namang yun ang hinahanap natin at the end of the day. So tutuban na para sa Sunday Shrooms ngayon, an opportunity to get to the Grand Finals, pero one more para maitrabaho na ng Kids of Tondo. Will it be possible for them or will this be a 2-2 papunta sa set number 5? Malalaman natin yan after the short break. Ang pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Salvatore, and this has been the Semifinals of Impact Summer. At welcome back sa Crossfire community watching ang ating semifinals between Heroics versus Sunday Shrooms. Ako nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Salvatore para sa pagcast ng game na to. It has been one heck of a fight sa sub-base kung saan and a barn burner kung saan malapit na sana mag-overtime ang Sunday Shrooms nakapag-close out na ng mapa na dapat ay nasa Heroics side. Now we're moving on into Eagle Eye. 2-1, one win na lang. Makakapasok na ng Grand Finals to meet MATTJESS all the way towards the Grand Finals. But Heroics have an opportunity to do something funny, Salvatore.
Yeah, indeed, very a funny game number 5 to force port na kung saan dun nga talaga tinapos ng Sunday Shrooms yung unang laban nila up against Heroics. Pero itong Eagle Eye na to, pre, pinakita din ng Sunday Shrooms na kahit hindi nga namin masyadong pinipili, chinallenge ng Rhea 7 to up against SSS at that time at alam naman natin yung sinong nagwagi doon. So yeah, Sunday Shrooms, I feel like they have this amount of confidence piliin tong mapa na to para kahit papano tablado up against Heroics kasi this is still a familiar map for them, knowing na Jezreel, X3D, those players I mentioned pre, kaya nga naman nilang kubrahin tong mga angulong to na like we saw kanina from J-Bice and as well as J-Kim na talagang nagpakitang gilas, I would say. This is a map na I feel like it will open up a lot of opportunities when it comes to fragging pre. Pinakita nyo na MATTJESS tsaka na Rhea 7 and now this is a chance for Zolek to shine as well sa kanyang potential sa laron to. Ayan, collective amounts of aura ang pwedeng makuha dito ng Heroics and same goes for Sunday Shrooms.
Definitely, pare. Kasi now, I mean, now that the players that are expected to actually shine are now shining this time around, now that also leaves an opportunity now for Heroics to actually build up their comeback story. Kasi coming into this, we kind of expected na this Sunday Shrooms team is gonna steamroll all over Heroics. Pero from the sets that we've been seeing from this Heroics squad, mukhang may pagbawi talaga despite the loss coming through from that sub-base game. They showed more than just grit, pare. Parang there was a potential nga na ma-steal nila all over tong yung set na yun, all over dito sa Sunday Shrooms. Talagang hopefully this Eagle Eye map will show a lot more than what is to be expected din. Something na masabi natin barn burner of a game, sana umabot siya over towards the OT where it could have been actually in the way on that sub-base game. Pero I think this Eagle Eye map is looking locked and loaded para sa pareho nating teams. A do or die now para sa Heroics. A time to head themselves over to the Grand Finals, as now it will be a very aggressive rush sa may LB. Laban over towards J-Kim, who will be holding yung hotel solo without any support as all. Papunta dito sa Sunday Shrooms.
Ang side para sa Sunday Shrooms pero hindi to nakita kagad. Decided with a good opening dito kay Ram. Could hold dito lang sa may hotel at di pa rin wawagayway dito ang Sunday Shrooms. They do not fear na mayroong mga tao dito na nakabantay lang sa may LB. Now Zoren gets the kill. Ghosted, huge trade. J-Bice also. Purong follow-up ang nakikita natin dito, dalawang Ramon. Tatlong duguan na miyembro ng Heroics. Hindi ko alam paano nga nila kailangan tawirin to. J-Bice. Another kill.
Grabe.
With the Colt. Si Ghosted, naduguan nga naman talaga. Yan naman pre. Basang pusa ngayon si Ghosted na nakatago lang. Inaantay niya nga lang dito. Kakahinat na niya. Wait long, boss. Kid from hell. Nakahanap niya yung magandang timing doon na pa-reload lang si Boss Ghosted. And Sunday Shrooms escapes that round.
Oo nga pre. Just after a solid push from LB and the wraparound para lang mapatay itong si J-Kim, J-Bice just arrives at the right time. Mechanics on point, able to get himself so many people coming over from that hotel position at hindi nga sila nakakontrol doon sa may EB, pare. Talagang sinarado na agad ni J-Bice at the Kid from Hell. Any point given in time, Heroics would have actually gotten the tempo to push on. Yun nga lang, the push on in. Ram gonna get one and a beautiful spray down. The meat grinder papunta dito kay Heroics. That's 3 in a blink of an eye. At mukhang wala nang pampasok ang Heroics ngayon unless Ghosted can make something out of this. He hits the shot dito kay J-Bice to make it a 2 versus 4.
Yeah, 2 players standing para sa Heroics. Still winnable though. Kasi nga, this is SS just holding down. The angles are fairly obvious pero ginulat na lang ni Kid from Hell itong si Ghosted, Hindi ata niya alam na magkadikit na nga pala sila. That huge reaction time really paid off. X3D, papunta na nga ng mid. Wala pang masyado nag-peek out sa kanya. Ram and J-Kim could set up the crossfire. And X3D just could utilize the time that he has dito para magnilay. Kasi nga, a lot were thrown in the wind by HRC. Sorry, nakikipaglaban na nga pero X3D on a last-ditch effort. Baka sakali pang may panalo niya pa to. Nasa kanya naman na yung C4. Possible plant na nga, no? Makikita niya si J-Game dito lamang sa may... Dito lang sa may mid. Ram? Ball down and Ram gets the spam. Easy kill for Sunday Shrooms 2-0 para sa kanila.
Just another example of Sunday Shrooms when they're calm. Sa paglaban nila on maps where default is a very, very heavy thing for them. Now they had the adaptation of holding down yung EB where would have been a disastrous set of rounds para kay Jakim, pero with Ram having his back, now he has a bit more of a layered defense dun sa side of mapang yun, no? Now Heroics are gonna have to open up a layer of a push and he hits it with dito kay Kid from Hell, pero J-Bice may pagsagot pa nga with a 1-for-1. The snipers doing everything that they can to get their first bloods running forward. Now Sunday Shrooms, all that they can do is try to knock down tong si Silent before the entry comes in. C4 already transported dun sa A-site. Yun nga lang, J-Bice gonna eat a bullet. Galing dito kay Zolek. Zoran hitting at least an angle. Does let one of these players from Heroics take control of that A-site. Does not let itong si X3D live into a 3v3. Now the plant coming down para dito kay Heroics.
Tama naman, pre. On the 3v3 end of this mid-round mula sa Heroics, no? Kailangan nga nilang i-clear out na nga muna yung exit dito, especially dito nga talaga yung pinaka-basic na entryhan nga nila. And what a kill by Zolek. Now going for the 1v1 and Ram wins it. Grabe nga naman, despite the head glitch para kay Zolek, walang-wala yun para dito kay Ram. And once again, SS seeks the day na merong W sa pangalan nila.
Oo nga pare. It didn't help as well that they didn't have the most perfect spacing. Si Ram, yung kung paano niya minumove yung sarili niya, pinoposition all the way from that box, just finding one angle from the player close to him, tapos, you know, the quick discipline to try to move into cover pakatapos nun. Already calm in the clutch, but now Heroics sort of go at it again, run it back in towards an entry, towards a site. Yun nga lang, Zoran with the perfect spray. Buhay isa, Jessil with another one as X3D lays a shotgun from Hell. Will not let Heroics take that top A position. Ghosted with a shot papunta sa kanya though, to make it a 2v2, but J-Bice hits another one sa AWM. Silent, the solo anchor, try to see if he can bounce back in towards the 1v2. Yun nga lang, hinahabol niya parehong si J-Bice at saka si Jakim. Tinatry humarap ng sagot, pero J-Bice, the presence of mind, the captain reigning supreme sa 4-0 ng Sunday Shrooms.
Oh yeah, you can definitely feel yung confidence na nila dito, no, na nandyan na nga. And this is Sunday Shrooms that found success sa mapan to up against 3-7. You know, good opening para kay Kid from Hell. Lalo na rin kay Ghosted. J-Bice threads that needle dito, no? Tumuhog pa ng isa pa para maging dalawa, pre. And Ghosted and X3D cleaning up the scraps para maging 2v2 nga to. Biglaan, Ram swings and finds X3D. It's Ghosted now running away. Kailangan na nga itong pagbutihan ng Heroics kasi, pre, every time na magdodoble effort nga sila, they do not seem to get the conversion of the round. And Ghosted usually hits those. Pero pre, dito sa pagkakataon na to, si Ram ang makakuha ng panalo.
Ito yung nakakatakot sa Sunday Shrooms talaga, even on the GR side. When they're the ones trying to set the tempo, it is not a very good time sa kalaban nila. Even for Heroics where you can tell they couldn't even push out doon sa may mid-side natin as aggressively as ever for a Heroic squad to start things off. Yung Sunday Shrooms with J-Bice on the prowl, talagang ang hirap talaga makakuha ng angulo. And Ram, it doesn't really help that he's also online in the server right now. Sa pagsimulaan nila on that 5th round, talagang no entry whatsoever for Heroics as they now find Ghosted lurking around the shadows of LB. Right behind them, Jesril is here for support, so you can tell that he's gonna hit the shot. He does with a leg and nga lang. Zoran's gonna drop into Jesril. Ultimately to try to punish tong si Jesril, pero hindi niya na-expect agad. Na-ready na siya with the angle. Heroics finding mistakes on Sunday Shrooms. The overpush from them is really what's costing them their lives, pare.
Yeah, tough break para dito sa Sunday Shrooms, no? Zoran could have gotten that LB control. Ghosted finds the kill dun lang sa may exit. I feel like paisa-isa na nga pumapasok ngayon ng Sunday Shrooms dito sa meat grind na sinesetup nga ng Heroics. And it's just in time para lang ma-witness na itong dalawang players na to from SS. Kung paano nga ba nila kukunin tong site na to? Easy smoke, X3D, nakabantay na nga doon sa anggulong yun. Kailangan na lang luminaw yung pangalan nila. Gets the kill. By Ghosted. Jakim na lang natitira dito. Under 80 HP. Still can work. 4 naman to. Jakim papunta ng LA. Kenny spread though. Walang nagdo-double pick pa para sa kanila. No? At si X3D, masyadong maraming katawan. Ang nakikita dito ni Jakim, buti na paghihiwalan niya ba't di pa siya nalilito kung sino uunahin niya. Good flash, Jakim, delay na nga. 15 seconds na lang kailangan niyang kunin dito. Pre, hirap na nga siya. Di niya alam kung anong gagawin niya. Kailangan niya na nga lang i-push to. Masyado lang talaga malakas ang puwersa ng HRC. Sunday Shrooms, 5-1. Makukuha na nga ng Heroics as they now are in the board.
God damn, look at that discipline moving on that BL side. Quick mid rotation tapos full trust in X3D after some struggles doon sa pag-push on LA. You can definitely tell that they were waiting for that lurk from X3D to open things up. And when he did with the double kill, mas napadali yung trabaho para makuha yung A site on them. And once that Sunday Shrooms actually lost control of the site, they knew that once nobody was coming from that mid side, it was gonna be an easy flank for them. Pero J-Bice already kay Ghosted finding an opportunity. And yet again, Sunday Shrooms, they steal back all the momentum HRC were trying to build upon from that first round win. 4 versus 5. LA push not gonna be the attempt anymore as Heroics are gonna try yung pag-push nila from Heroics to see if they can find a bounce back.
See, it's middle of a fallout ngayon para sa Heroics kung mako-convert nga ba nila dito yung pagkawala ni Ghosted. Mahalaga to actually. Kasi nga may hotel control na nga sila. Si J-Kim parating pa lang. Walang pwedeng mag-lurk para sa Sunday Shrooms kasi they usually play this out pag nandoon na yung C4, nakakatanim na nga. So full on force para dito sa Heroics na kunin na nga lang yung isang site. Kung sa inyo, bruskuhin nyo na nga lang to. Wala nang ibang pwedeng kahinatnan pa ang HRC kundi paala sa mga katawan nila. Pero at the same time, that's already success from them kung makuha nga nila tong site na to. Kid from Hell, pwedeng makasuga pa dito si Zolek na magpa-cross na nga. And Kid from Hell gets the beauty headshot, X3D. Makikita na naman dito si Ram, isang miyembro, pa-rotate pangalan dito mula sa Sunday Shrooms. Pero 3v3 na nga nangyayari dito sa loob ng cable. Jesserin and X3D, duguan na nga. Pag Kid from Hell manggagaling mula dito sa LB, papuntang B site. Good lurk para kay Kid from Hell. The usual change of pace para sa Sunday Shrooms. Na hindi na nga sila harap-harapan kumakalaban na nga Kid from Hell. Ginagamit yung pwesto niya bilang advantage. 6-1. Heroics, nasaan ang bawi?
And this is the worst possible state kung ikaw yung Heroics ngayon kapag confident si Kid from Hell either from the front line or sa pag-lurk niya talagang mahirap na yung mga kalaban ng mga frontliners ng Heroics ngayon. And yet you can tell that that Ram is also following suit really, really well done either on the anchoring position or from the lurk timings as well. So Sunday Shrooms really counting on their stars and their pushes as well para lang makapag-expect ng Heroic na gumawa ng play. Madali lang makounter kapag gumawa sila ng opportunity. So 1-6 separating from the pack. You can see that both Ram as well as Jasril are trying to make a play happen, but Kid from Hell again on LA spots that one. Has to go back to safety. He knows that he has a numbers advantage. Hindi na kailangan gawin to. At yan ang quick punishment from Silen. The sins of his mistake. Now finding the 1-for-1 trade-off. Jasril has to check the box. Ram is already in this corner finding a mistake coming forward for Heroics and has to back off for now.
Tama lang yung pag-aangkor dito ng Sunday Shrooms. They just need to anticipate the entries here for Heroics na kahit papano nga naman is giving off a lot of information. Ghosted, papasok na nga dito sa LA and Zoren, can he get 2? He will get 2 kills. Huge para dito sa Sunday Shrooms. Ghosted and Silent. Last 2 remaining para dito sa Heroics pero Silent still pushing on the effort para talaga isa-isahin ang mga high HP members dito. Pero biglaan na lang talaga binabaliktad ng Heroics ang kalagayan ngayon. J-Kim gets quick scoped by Ghosted and from a 2v4 now down to a 2v0 Ramon. What a round by Heroics.
Kaya nga pare si Ghosted literally just one hell of a killer when it comes to the AWM. Also counting on is the rifle from Heroics talagang when everybody's from separated dito sa Sunday Shrooms, talagang it's always gonna be a window of opportunity for Heroics right now. Kahit 2 versus 4 talagang when it comes to the individuals, Heroics are not the team you can test with. Yun nga lang, J-By still the superstar sniper that you expect him to be. Expecting the jump peak, the boost coming forward for Heroics as he kills up tong si Ghosted. And now the push comes in as well, but Silence also gonna get knocked down. Zolek with a trade-off to make it a 4 versus 3 all across the map. Sunday Shrooms, they're getting themselves counters sa mga pushes ng Heroics. Even though they're the ones who initiate it, they're still getting pushed upon by Sunday Shrooms pare. As J-By sets another shot papunta kay XTD.
Nah, pre, like, Sunday Shrooms has been getting these easy kills. Parang hindi nga nila kailangan masyadong gumalaw sa mapa because Heroics feels like they are the ones trying to push themselves towards the territory ng Sunday Shrooms. It just will get one. But it's still a tough task. 3v1 pa rin to. Patakbo na nga ngayon si Jezreel kung saan nga pwede pang tumakbo pa. J-Vice nakabantay nga naman sa may exit. And J-Vice just one quick swing and a hit will fend off the life of Jezreel. At ganoon na nga lang talaga kukunin ng Sunday Shrooms ang unang half na to as they get it 7-2. Tinan mo nga naman ang agwat na to. Paano makakabawi ang Heroics?
Grabe. A reason why Sunday Shrooms have confidently picked this map out of thin air. Not only in this series, pero the whole Impact Summer, nobody has been playing yung Eagle Eye. For once, the team has already challenged everybody to test their limits on any map in particular. Now Heroics are finding themselves at the limit. Look at the nade damage. Look at the amount of confidence the Sunday Shrooms have. Unfortunately, Jezreel gets one side with another. The Rifles doing a lot of work to get themselves out of this situation. As we find ourselves in a 3v2. Zoran getting another shot kay Jezreel to find some open window para makapasok sa site. Yun nga lang, Ghosted lands a shot papunta kay Ram with the jumping coat. Yun nga lang, Zoran with one and Ghosted with another. Low HP pa, pero buhay na buhay ang dugo ng Heroics pagpasok ng GR side on that L8 push from Sunday Shrooms.
Yeah, Heroics had it easy, no, pre. Pero Sunday Shrooms, the effort for them to just force the 1v1 after the amount of times na kung gusto nga nilang kunin yung control dun lang sa may top A, pre. Like, nades were not even enough. Kailangan talaga nilang gamitin yung smoke dun eh. And smoke they did, but Heroics just had different business measures, no, pre? Makita mo na inagro nga talaga ni Silent yung pag-i-spam dun, lalong-lalo na nga rin si Jezreel. So yeah, it's just Heroics just reacting accordingly at tama nga naman yung pinakita nila dun na galit na hindi dapat pinapabayaan yung pwesto ng site na yun. So the full-on effort para talaga mapigilan ang Sunday Shrooms was definitely in full effect on that round na yun, no? And X3D, paganda yung bantay niya dito sa may hotel. Ram papasok pero si XTD naka-hardscope pa nga rin, no? And Zoran gets the easy follow-up. Maganda yung entry ngayon ng Sunday Shrooms heading into B site. Heroics paparating pa lang kung saan papunta ang SS.
Doesn't matter kung anong side talaga. They know how to handle yung hotel push very well. Sunday Shrooms finding both the back end as well as the front push over from that side of the map. As Ram is masterfully laying the bomb in the hands of their tempo. Talagang Sunday Shrooms finding Heroics with their pants down. Silent already tagged up to a quarter of the pain that he needs to dito sa ating matchup so far with 1 minute on the clock. They are leaving J-Bice to hold down yung LA natin. No sniper whatsoever. They want to take yung mid side for free. And aggressively, they take it towards Silent and Ghosted. Knock down yung defense. Ganong kabilis ng Sunday Shrooms sinrabaho ang split push sa A-site.
Oh man, that anticipation from Ram and Zoran, chips kiss nga naman talaga. Who would have thought na papakpakross sila ng mid at na-timingan pa sila? Kala nga natin magkakasalisihan pa sila kasi baka RS manggaling yung dalawang miyembro ng Heroics. Pero hindi pre, it was just that day para dito kay Ram at kay Zoran. And now speaking of, no, balik nga tayo dito sa kalagayan ni Zoran na kung saan pastang na nga siya ngayon sa kamay ni Ghosted. So huge opening para sa Heroics na kailangan nang laruin ngayon ng Sunday Shrooms ang side taking nang wala silang kasamang Zoran dito. So that's denied util. No? Kakaunti na nga lang ang gagamitin ng Sunday Shrooms ngayon pagdating sa mga flashes and smokes na mahalaga kung bakit nga sila nakakuha ng mga rounds kanina sa subbase.
Yeah. At least the shots are still connecting. Jacob now the one heralding yung setup natin. Double nades in towards the site as Ram will get the entry. Ram will get the spray transfers. Silent and Jestril for the second round in a row will get knocked down by a rifler. X3D Zolek, last two remaining players for Heroics would make something happen. He gets the shot kay J-Bice but Grand quick to answer. Zolek with another headshot, a 1v1 against Jacob. Pero pagka-jump na dito, si Jacob may hit ng isa pa. Isa pa with the AWM. One more para sa Sunday Shrooms to get to Grand Finals.
And this is it. Endgame para sa Sunday Shrooms. Heroics, tinan mo nga naman yung kailangan nilang kayurin dito para lang tablahin tong laban na to. Already a dominating showcase ng Sunday Shrooms on both ends of the floor, from defense and offense. Post plant, attacking, kuwang-kuwang nga talaga nila yung laro to. JK and Ram getting the kill. X3D defending off yung stairs dito. Pero hindi ko pa sure kung nandito pa yung pwesto ng Heroics para katayuan pa nga ba talaga, kasi pinupush na nga to ni Ram. There goes the barrage of nades. Zolek hindi nga to sinasalo lahat, pero 5 HP na nga lang siya, pre. X3D gets the miracle kill. Kahit nga low HP pa nga siya. Zoren and Ram now rotating down to A site. Pampagulo lang pala yung pinakita nila doon sa may RS ng Heroics. As now the two low HP Heroics members needs to play retake. Ang kakarampot na lang yung buhay nila.
Kaya nga eh. And both of them from Sunday Shrooms have rifles as well. So madaliing spray lang sa kahit sino dito. As they now retake from both ends of the map. But Zolek, it's a 1v1 against the Great One. And it's up against Ram as well. Sobrang init with the long angle. And he hits it papunta dito sa Heroics. It took so long para sa Sunday Shrooms, but in the end, it's a 3-1 papasok sa Grand Finals up against MATTJESS. They take down ng Heroics. And it took a long way to go at it, para a valiant effort para sa Cebuana squad of Heroics. They put up a good fight, especially in their first set. Pero once they went on into the next 3 sets, pare, it was all Sunday Shrooms talaga.
Yeah, the Lone Manila squad still alive dito sa ating top 4, no? And them advancing to the Grand Finals not only puts them into a championship conversation, pero advancing na nga sila dito sa ating regional play-ins para sa napapalapit na CFS Regional Finals, no? Wherein the bottom 2 teams ng PH Masters makakalaban tong top 2 natin sa Impact, no? So, Gaon Gaming Forbid, ito na nga ang inyong kapares at sa kachacha nyo eventually pag napalapit na nga tayo dyan sa play-ins na yan. No? But Sunday Shrooms will be celebrating this with full-on passion, pre, na meron pa nga silang idalaban dito sa Impact na to, and they still have an important day tomorrow with MATTJESS.
Kaya nga, pre. At cherry on top nga naman na nakaabot sila sa play-ins. And not only that, pare, they also are slotted in towards yung top 2 cash prize din natin as well. So not only are they happy to get themselves to the Grand Finals, pero paldo pa sila pagdating dun no? Very well done yung naging efforts ng Sunday Shrooms. Although to be fair the journey papunta doon sa set 4 natin where that Eagle Eye was just flawless, overall, ginawang medyo mahirap nga yung journey ng Heroics papunta dito no? Especially after some very, very close games. And a lot of the games where we kind of had some question marks dito sa Sunday Shrooms, despite us predicting that they were gonna win this, there were so many maps where masabi natin pwedeng idaloy sa OT, pwedeng makuha eventually yung mapa because it is their map pick ng Heroics. Wala When it came down to the time, when it came down to that absolute moment kung saan alam mong locked in na yung Sunday Shrooms, they were definitely locked in, pare.
Yeah, locked in. They were. And there was no contention kung sino nga abang pwedeng magpatanggal ng kadena nila doon, no? Para ma-focus nga nila yung sarili nila doon sa laban na yun. We all thought Heroics had the experience dito sa mapa to. Kasi this is also a map that is proudly rejoiced by X3D and as well as Silent, no? Pero pre, hindi natin nakita yun. Zolek was just hitting headshots. Pero yun na yung pre. Ang usapan na pwede nga lang natin mapulot dito from Heroics was Zolek just hitting his shots. That's the one thing I saw para sa Heroics. Pero Sunday Shrooms, every angle, every corner, every area, kuwang-kuwa mo nga naman talaga. Attacking, defending, post plant, utility, duels, 1v1s, pre, lahat ng yun. It's just that day para sa Sunday Shrooms, and they really showed na silang dalawa nga ni matches dito ang playoff ready, and both them winning their series puts them in a spot here sa ating Grand Finals na magiging dikit nga naman talaga to pre sa mga nakita nating laro up against their opponents.
Totoo pare. And especially the storyline coming into this as well, where both MATTJESS and Sunday Shrooms have fought before, and it came down to an absolute banger of a set number 3 where eventually Sunday Shrooms were the one to break the undefeated streak of MATTJESS, no? So definitely something that we're watching out for pagdating dito sa susunod nating playoff day, which is tomorrow. So hindi natin kailangan maghintay na matagal, pero taking a look at the highlights as well, you can see that this Eagle Eye map was despite like a few wrinkles papunta dito sa Sunday Shrooms on a few rounds, this was still a very dominating fashion. From the first 5 rounds that we saw them on that GR, it was J-Bice throughout dun sa ating top A kung saan sobrang na-dominate niya yung sniper head-to-head against Ghosted, where despite him also being masasabi nating honorable MVP para sa side ng Heroics, it's not enough kasi talagang nag-heat up si J-Vice pagdating dun sa mga mid-round calls niya, sa mga openings niya on the sniper. It just looked like that LA setup was just one heck of a push na kailangan kunin ng Heroics, na medyo nag-rely pa sila kay XTD na magbukas ng window para sa kanila on that mid setup pare.
Oh yeah man, it was just that simple, no? Para dito sa Sunday Shrooms to just attack and converge kung nasaan ang kalaban no? The read-offs were just very nice. At lalo-lalo na nga rin yung mga fina-force nilang mga atake dun sa hotel and as well as LA. I feel like it was very very expected ng Sunday Shrooms na sige, may mga tao dito, yun na lang ilaban talaga natin, which is very risky kasi you do not do those usual plays no? Nagbabato ka ng pre-measures na may util nga naman talaga dun, at hindi ginagawa ng Sunday Shrooms. Rekta nga naman talaga sa pagmumukha ng Heroics, at yun na nga pre, 10-3, that was just cinema para sa Sunday Shrooms, lalo dito kay Ram 2.50 KD. It was just very very effective with his M4 gameplay, no? At hindi nga man na natin makita masyado si JK at Kid from Hell na nagpakitang gilas, but at the end of the day, a W is a W pre.
Kaya nga And at the end of the day, it's a team game as well. So we can't really expect one player to always pop off. Pero si Ram all throughout the set talagang showing off that he can be a very consistent force. Even though on the group stage, he was a bit up and down. Ngayon sa playoffs, naipakita niya that he is a big game player, kumbaga, for a 250 KD. At ngayon also at the running for set MVP as well. And now that he is, si Ram nga naman, something that we've expected from him sa Eagle Eye niya. So 1.54 sa kill per round niya. Always expected to be very, very aggressive on the entry, where Kid from Hell was just one of the, masabi nating kaduo niya sa pagpasok, kay si Ram yung naging spearhead kumbaga. 17 accumulated points and a KD of a 2.50 just shows that Ram is playoffs ready.
Man, ready. Wala nang iba kundi Sunday Shrooms. Siyempre, handang-handa na nga sila sa araw na to at sa kinabukasan nga naman. At MATTJESS na naabang nga nila kagad. Meron silang advantage dito kasi nakita nga nila para maglaro kagad si Sunday Shrooms. And that's one thing that I feel like MATTJESS could utilize sa matchup nga nila tomorrow. So it is going to be an exciting day kung saan MATTJESS nga, Sunday Shrooms ang namuno sa kanila during the group stages. And could you have imagined a matchup worth noting for? Zack versus J-Bice, Kid from Hell versus Yaba. It just keeps going on and on and on dito para sa ating mga potential hard-hitting matchups for tomorrow. Yun, Sunday Shrooms, medyo nagkaroon ng sugat dito lang sa may compound. Hindi nga nila masara-sara to at nahirapan nga sila up against Heroics with the Solek and X3D effort. Pero medyo umatras nga sila sa susunod na 3 maps, which is very important for Sunday Shrooms. Kaya nakuha na nila yung panalo.
Absolutely pare, where they needed to lock in, not the fastest team that we expect from them sa pag-start pa lang ng mga rounds and the games as well, pero once they knew how their opponents play, talaga nga namang nagiging unstoppable force nga ang Sunday Shrooms with their star players as well, with a combined total of 38 plus whatever the total is para sa Heroics. Sabihin na lang natin na natalo sila dito sa matchup natin so far, and honestly kahit support, there was a good chance as well that they were gonna get run down din as well with the JKIM that they have online so far sa series natin. So hopefully Heroics will have another showing pagdating dito sa Impact Fall. They were a really good team to watch out for. One of the Cebuana squads that has been very surprising, very very much surprising to watch pagdating dito sa Impact Summer. And hopefully makakita pa tayo ng mga good plays coming forward for Ghosted and the rest of the squad, as it will be Sunday Shrooms closing this out into a 3-1 special. Talagang the Sunday Shroom squad is continuing to be an indomitable force pagdating dito sa ating playoffs.
And closeout they did, no? On a bang, actually, no? Sa mapa na kung saan dapat nakuha to ng Heroics, which is sub-base, I feel like dun talaga nagsimula yung hinanakit dito, no? Kung bakit nahirapan sila sa Eagle Eye. The adjustment was just fairly huge, no? Knowing na dalang-dala pa rin ni J-Kim tsaka ni J-Vice yung init na nakuha from sub-base. Just from mowing down yung offense dito ng Heroics. At yun nga talagang ginawa ng Sunday Shrooms dito, no? From the moment na nakuha nga nila yung blacklist, feeling ko tinanggal na nila lahat ng pag-iisip dito, no? At inisip na lang nila na, teka lang boss, parang okay to. Atake na lang tayo ng atake. Hindi tayo nakita ng adjustment from Heroics, and Sunday Shrooms just full on bulldoze the whole map kung saan hindi na nga naliwanagan pa ng araw ang Heroics na yun, no? It was just full on black and white screens from them. Medyo may kalungkutan, but Heroics, ang makikita nilang kasayawan dito tomorrow is the battle for third up against Rhea 7.
Yep. That's gonna be very exciting to watch, pero focus muna tayo sa kung sino ang match MVP natin. All throughout, it will be Rama nga naman talaga. Kahit doon sa ating mga first sets, kitang-kita that Rama also performed very well despite the wrinkles that he had doon sa ating naging first set on the map of Compound. He was still a trusted force when it comes to the entry potential of Sunday Shrooms. When once J-Vice wanted to activate this guy, activate he did talaga. 1.0 kills per round sa lahat ng buong series natin. In a BL5 whatsoever, talagang it just tells you how consistent this guy is sa playoffs pa lang. And if this is the opening that we expected out of Sunday Shrooms, now the Trams activated, what more pa kaya bukas sa laban niya against MATTJESS?
Oh man, like Ram, this is not the Ram that we are so accustomed to, no? Kasi palagi ino-overtake ni J-Kim yung MVP honors dito. Pero pre, you have to give props where props is due. Tulad nito nga ni Ram Alden na man, it was a simple yet minimalistic approach kung paano niya nakukuha yung kills na to. Kasi M4, you are bound to spam this. Pero yung kills talaga, it was just that effective for this man. And I can't wait kung ano nga ba ang magiging matchup nito for tomorrow, knowing na Ram now on 100%. Feeling ko pre, okay to para sa SS.
Totoo pare. And SS feeling very good about themselves. At tatanungin natin sila kung gaano nga ba ka-feel good ang team na to. As we start yung interview na inimbitahan natin si J-Kim na pumasok sa server. Welcome. Congratulations J-Kim. Kamusta ka naman dyan?
Okay naman po.
Okay. That's
Masaya.
good. Yun. Okay. Ayos. May question ka ba, Salvatore, para makapag-start tayo?
Meron ako dyan, boss. So yun, boss J-Kim, no? So ikaw nga talaga ang nagtaguyod nitong Sunday Shrooms from week 1 to week 7. Now heading into playoffs. Grabe naman yung pinakita nyo up against Heroics, no? So itong matchup na to, grabe nga naman. Like kamuntigan na talaga kayong madali dun sa compound na yun. At yung sub-base, ito yung gusto kong tanungin sa inyo, no? Ito yung mapang hindi nyo pinili all throughout the group stage, no? Ano yung naging approach nyo? Paano nyo talaga tinalo si Heroics sa mapang yan?
Ano lang po, nag-uusap-usap lang kami sa mga error namin. Kailangan hindi kami mag-error eh. Bawat round kailangan namin mapanalo eh. Mahirapan po kami kapag natambakan po kami.
No, mukhang they came into this with a game plan talaga, Salvatore. They knew na hindi dapat nila underestimate talaga yung Heroics. So, JK, may tanong ako para sa'yo, pare, no? Coming into the grand finals tomorrow, MATTJESS pa yung magiging kalaban nyo, no? Nung nakita mo yung semifinals bracket, medyo na-expect mo ba na MATTJESS yung mga kalaban ninyo, or naisip nyo ba na mapapanalo yan ng Rhea 7? Ano yung thoughts mo doon?
Yung feeling ko MATTJESS talaga mga kalaban namin eh. Parang feeling ko mataas yung piyansa namin na mananalo kami sa larong to ngayon eh. Kaya, yun.
Okay.
Gusto ko marinig sa kanya, pre.
No, ikaw Salvatore, may last question ka ba?
Wala naman, no? Gusto ko na lang bigyan ng pagkakataon dito sa J-Game na may gusto niyang batiin na shoutout sa mga suporta sa Sunday Shrooms. Baka gusto mo trash talkin si Sneaky, lalo nandito ka na nga rin, no? Ikaw, bahala, boss! Okay, J-Game, nasa iyo na.
Shoutout po sa coach namin kay Kuya Pai, kay Ate Matet. Shoutout din sa jowa ko kay Jillian Esmas. Love you. Sila po.
Yun talaga yun, pare, no? Eto, last question para sa akin, J-Kim. Ngayon na alam mong kalaban mo ang MATTJESS, ano yung gusto mo sabihin sa kanila?
Ano po? Mag-ready din po sila. Nag-ready din po kami para sa kanila. Yun lang po. Sana mabigyan namin yung magandang laban. Nga po.
Okay, humble from the humble gods themselves at mukhang ready sila papunta doon sa Grand Final. So, ibibigay ka na ulit sa team mo, Mr. Jacob, at congratulations sa 3-1 victory mo against
Sige po.
Heroics. So, yun. Very, very well fought victory para dito sa Sunday Shrooms. A 3-1 against Heroics na masabi natin hindi naging madali pero naitaguyod ng Sunday Shrooms, pare.
Yeah. Parang lahat naman ata ng mga laban hindi naman madali para sa Sunday Shrooms kasi bilang talaga sa daliri kung ilan matches yung dinala nila sa set number 3 bago nila makuha yung panalo na yun. Almost nga nila makuha yung perfect season. Ang kauna-unahang perfect season ng Impact na-derail dahil sa huling laban nga nila. No? So yeah, Sunday Shrooms with one of the storylines na masasabi mo nga talagang mala Cinderella, no? From irrelevancy last year. Tapos walang panalo sa regionals at ngayon ito nga magandang shape up nila sa roster nila ang nagdadala sa kanila ngayon sa possible championship.
Yeah. And hopefully this momentum keeps pushing forward, which is kind of continuing the stride of these Impact teams na masasabi natin kaya nga makakuha ng magandang run din papunta doon sa ating play-ins. And hopefully we find ourselves a good game for them. Pero focus para tayo sa ating present kung saan ang playoffs bracket medyo nag-shake up na pagkatapos ng ating first day of the playoffs with MATTJESS winning their first series and Sunday Shrooms following suit. Ito na nga, malabigatin na grand finals tayo with them fighting it for that grand finals prize. Pero para sa third place muna, mabilis ang appetizer tayo. Rhea 7 versus Heroics, a Cebuano derby para mapag-start tayo bukas.
Ang ating battle of the prides, no pre, ang pride ng Maynila Sunday Shrooms up against the Cebuano natives. Ang pinaka maibibigay nga talaga ng Cebu na to, that's going to be MATTJESS, no pre, who has been time and time again from years now has been on the limelight when it comes to championship conversation, no pre. Pinakahuling usapan nito pagdating sa playoffs was way back 2018 pa. Pero now pre, andito na ulit sila sa grand finals ng PH Impact. Very, very exciting to see.
Totoo, pare. And I'm just as excited as you are. Especially din sa mga viewers natin na alam kung ready na rin for tomorrow para sa Grand Finals. Pero sa pagtingin ng ating schedule bukas, talagang nakaka-excite talaga. Knowing na tomorrow, we will be starting off with a very, very good matchup between Rhea 7 versus Heroics fighting for that third place para lang sa ating Impact Summer. And we end things off with the very, very good matchup between MATTJESS versus Sunday Shrooms. The Pride of Cebu versus the only Manleño squad coming into the playoffs. It will be one heck of a good fight. And I'm pretty sure you're gonna be excited for this as well, Salvatore, no?
Yeah, man, like that match number 2 is indeed must watch. Parang Ibos tsaka Ubek lang din to, guys. Laban ng Maynila, laban sa Cebu. Ito yung mga gusto mo talagang matchups no? Sino nga ba talaga ang mas angat? Sino ang mas pogi? Sino ang mas sikat? Malapis up lang yan, pre. MATTJESS and Sunday Shrooms sa matchup na feeling ko dapat, pre, hindi lang natin sa group stage nakikita at awa ng Diyos nakita ulit natin dito sa playoffs, pre.
Yep, and an Impact Summer nonetheless as well. So talaga nga namang every Crossfire game is a must watch at this point where every team is fighting for their own stakes. And now for all 4 of these players, it's not only pride on the line as well, no? It's for that prize pool, it's for that slot in the play-ins now. For one of these teams, well, at least pareho na sila nasa play-ins na ngayon, pare. So talaga nga namang every team on Impact, especially on this playoff stage, is definitely showing a run for their money, pero hopefully now, nakapag-enjoy ang ating Crossfire community sa ating first day of the playoffs. We've been looking out for this all week, pare. And I'm sure you guys have been as well. Pero hindi pa naman tapos ang matchup. Bukas, Grand Finals na for Impact Summer. Tapos meron pa tayong preview show right after that sa Friday para pag-usapan ang manangyari this week as well as yung mga ilulook forward natin sa PH Masters as well, no? So before we end off the broadcast, any final thoughts, Mr. Salvatore?
Maraming salamat Crossfire Philippines sa patuloy na pagsuporta sa mga favorite teams niyo and as well as sa mga broadcast natin. No, Wednesday to Sunday makakasama niyo kami dalawa ni Ramon at mga iba pang talent pagdating sa usapang Crossfire nga naman. No, hindi lang dito meron playoffs, meron din tayong Sabado tsaka Linggo ng PH Masters playoffs. No, pre, mga paborito niyong teams like Team Secret, Pacific, Evos and Ubek ay magtatambalan sa isa't isa for a much awaited weekend para sa inyo. No, kakaantayin niyo ito, nagbunga na nga. No, maraming salamat din kay Smilegate sa patuloy na suporta sa eksena ng Crossfire dito lamang sa Pilipinas. Like and share lang tayo dyan ng mga stream, guys, at i-follow nyo si Salvatore sa mga socials niya. No? Yun lang naman para sa akin.
Actually, real quick, since hindi ikaw yung magkakast for this game tomorrow, I wanna get your quick prediction. Rhea 7 versus Heroics, sino mananalo?
Teka lang boss, kala ko wrap up na tayo dito, ba't biglang may pa-eksena pa yan? Teka lang boss, Rhea 7.
Kahit numbers lang, kahit numbers
Rhea
lang. kahit
7,
numbers
tsaka Heroics. Let me put my number sa Heroics 3-1. Pre. Yan,
Ayun.
nandiyan ako.
Okay, Heroics para sa iyo. Alright. We'll see how it goes for tomorrow para sa Grand Finals ng Impact Summer 2025. At hopefully, makita natin ang buong Crossfire community na makihalubilo lamang sa aming magiging final day on this Impact Summer season. Nga pala, Sir Mon, kasama ko si Salvatore, and on behalf of Sneaky Frog as well, thank you so much for dropping by, and we'll see you tomorrow for the Grand Finals.
Nomad